Crying babies looking for food, starvation, the recipe, people subdued. When the people you trust got it in for you. Deceit is the word of the day in every crew. Don't let it go, it's from the days of old. Time is up, but some still do not know. Can I make up my mind? Is it worth the dime? Do I have to take a minute just to make it mine? Life's never fair, but don't listen to the TV. Go out and take a listen to the streets with the people in the slums and the homeless bums with degrees and degrees sitting under a tree. It's not easy in the world for the poor man, the one that brought you to reality. See, they don't want you to know about the black sheep. Even 7 rows to the 12 families all around the globe with an ancient code. Is it really asking a lot to say a death old? Cause we sitting on the earth looking back at extinct, and I'm standing on some ground that's about to sink. I ain't scared for a minute, I ain't about to blink, but I documented for the world what I see and think. Feel we on the call and up and we on the brink. All Congress gonna do is waste paper and ink. Vote or die, you voted and you'll die. You can have it both ways, can't say it's a lie. You can march all you want, but they playing you wrong. They only understand war, it's the same old song. They want war, all they really want is a war. Diversionary tactic to make the big score. The diamonds in the morning, you know they want more, but they wanna keep you low, so they manifest the war. All they really want is a war. Diversionary tactic to make the big score. The diamonds in the morning, you know they want more, but they wanna keep you low, so they manifest the war. Crying babies looking for food, starvation, the recipe, people subdued. When the people you trust got it in for you. Deceit is the word of the day in every crew. Don't let it go, it's from the days of old. Time is up, but some still do not know. Can I make up my mind? Is it worth the dime? Do I have to take a minute just to make it mine? Life's never fair, but don't listen to the TV. Go out and take a listen to the streets with the people in the slums and the homeless bums with degrees and degrees sitting under a tree. It's not easy in the world for the poor man, the one that brought you to reality. See, they don't want you to know about the black sheep. Even 7 rows to the 12 families all around the globe with an ancient code. Is it really asking a lot to say a death old? Cause we sitting on the earth looking back at extinct, and I'm standing on some ground that's about to sink. I ain't scared for a minute, I ain't about to blink, but I documented for the world what I see and think. Feel we on the call and up and we on the brink. All Congress gonna do is waste paper and ink. Vote or die, you voted and you'll die. You can have it both ways, can't say it's a lie. You can march all you want, but they playing you wrong. They only understand war, it's the same old song. They want war, all they really want is a war. Diversionary tactic to make the big score. The diamonds in the morning, you know they want more, but they wanna keep you low, so they manifest the war. All they really want is a war. Diversionary tactic to make the big score. The diamonds in the morning, you know they want more, but they wanna keep you low, so they manifest the war. Like a lotus coming out of the mud with colors, I create envy in those with power but jealous. I unify the poor with my song, the hell with the others. Descended the way they treat indigenous brothers, cause I understand we link forever. They try to hate us even though that we keep it together. I'm not talking about controlling the air or the weather, I'm talking about maintaining the truth, the high endeavor. A rebel drops bombs in the midst of trouble. The free world counterattack and now there's double, but nature gets the shit in a way to settle. If you stop the machines for a minute you might hear, but they won't cause the TV's whisper in the ear. And capitalism has eyes that don't fear, and they cloud up and get crazy and won't stare. And like an app, it's hard to get an ass to listen. Living like this is like living in prison. It's hard to keep hope when you're living in prison. The spiritual thoughts, so yes, the mental prison. This outside, yes, it's got to get through. Something's gotta die, so something here can live. Your life is nothing if you got nothing to give. Keeping the spiritual, yes, disguised as religion. Controlling your mind, the mental prison. All they really want is a war. Diversionary tactic to make the big score. The diamonds in the morning, you know they want more, but they wanna keep you low, so they manifest the war. All they really want is a war. Diversionary tactic to make the big score. The diamonds in the morning, you know they want more, but they wanna keep you low, so they manifest the war.
Yes, and it is Friday, the 6th of March. 0909 Central European Time. That's 0309 East Coast Time, America. And that would be 1209 Pacific Time, America. Yo, what's up, everybody? I mean, it has been another day of, what can you call it? Blitzkrieg? Is that it? Is that what they call this? Blitzkrieg? It's like, this whole concept of like throw everything at it, the kitchen and sink. I mean, we're going to have wars. We're going to have just everything. We're going to have grifting. First of all, Blitzkrieg, grifting on the Blitzkrieg level. Like, it's just been the whole time since day one. Everything's connected to the internet. People are investing in stock, buying oil, buying stock in oil and shit, and then gold and then oil again. It's like, then you have Epstein files. Got to call people in because people won't do what they say they're going to do. First, we got to do this and this, get a certain amount of votes so they can even have a vote to vote on releasing the Epstein files. Then it's got to go to the Senate, and then you got to vote there. Then it's got to be signed by the president, and then they don't release it. Then they toy with people's brains. I mean, it's like this whole administration, and this is the Republicans. I mean, listen, fuck this. People have to stop acting like calling the Republicans out means you're being fucking partisan. When you look at the votes, just look at the votes. Look at the votes. The War Powers Act, this shit that just happened in the Senate. One Democrat, all Republicans except one. So all the Democrats vote to stop Trump, to, limit his war powers, except one. That's right. All Democrats vote to limit Trump's war powers except one. And then all Republicans vote to just keep him, let him have it. Just keep going with it except one. You see what I mean? So it's fair enough to put the blame where it lies on any given day. Doesn't matter if it's on the right or the left or whatever, or the independents, even though there's only a couple of them, and that's a whole nother story. But in any case, shit is a mess. And but never forget this. People voted for this. Don't ever forget it. There's something called a democracy in the United States of America where people actually vote, and they knew the stakes when they started voting, and they knew the candidates, or they had an ample chance to know who the candidates are. They had enough access. They had they had plenty of opportunity to know a lot of things, anything they wanted to know. And people voted for this way. And I'm not trying to run away from that fact at all. I think that's when you see it that way, you're living in reality, right? Pretty much. You have to accept that people voted this way. Now, there was likely voter suppression. Obviously, there's voter suppression because when you got 80 million people that don't fucking vote in a presidential election, there's definitely some type of voter suppression. And by the way, the law, one of the things that Congress can do, one of the things the Senate can do as soon as the buster ass congressional members leave, or quit, you know what I'm saying? Whichever one, or get fired. And the same thing for the Senate. The first thing they could do is go out there and find out where are all these goddamn people that don't vote. It's a democracy, goddamn it. Do something about it. Use the motherfucking taxpayer dollars to knock on the door. Send somebody. What the fuck? That you have a real big fucking problem when you have 80 million fucking people that don't vote, and it's not your top concern. Your top concern. I mean, if that don't tell you a whole lot of the story, that should tell you a whole lot just from step one. The fact that all this other shit exists, only with this one underlying thing under it, holding it up. And that is 80 million, 1/3 of the U.S. population didn't vote in the last election. So, yeah. So 1/3 of the voting population can run amok. They can run anything. They can go to war with anybody. Just 1/3. This is what you're saying right now. 1/3 of the voting population can run the country into the fucking ground and really just, create havoc for a lot of people's lives all over. Right. and also oppress its local population. Like, seriously, we're talking about votes now. There's not one Republican that can say their candidate got more than 1/3 of the vote. Nobody can say Trump had the backing of 100% or even 50% of the voting of the people eligible to vote in the United States of America for that election. He can't say that because 80 million people didn't vote. So what you're seeing here is a reflection of 1/3. It shows you how powerful 1/3 can be. And then the Congress and the Senate give them, all the rope they need. That 1/3 just got all the fucking rope, all the rope they need to do whatever they want, not pulling them back, not anything. And listen, to people that lost their lives in this attack, there's also another war in El Salvador. U.S. troops are headed there. I mean, for the people that are losing their lives, my hearts and my prayers go out to them. I don't care what religion they are. I don't care what country they come from. If you are losing your life right now because of this motherfucker, Donald J. Trump, my hearts and my prayers go out to you and your family and your loved ones. Like, this is a mad fucking man. Okay? Like, very simple. I don't need to know anything about the rest of it. You're dying because somebody at the top said so, and that person's name is Donald J. Trump, basically, and Netanyahu. Netanyahu, but I mean, it's only Netanyahu because Trump is such a sucker. Trump is being walked by Netanyahu, which means there must be some dirt. There must be something. There's got to be something that whatever it is, it's like it's an ugly story. No one who knows what it's all about, but there's no excuse for the leader of the United States of America to be cowering down to Netanyahu, period. Like, there's no reason at all. That just makes no mathematical sense whatsoever. There's nothing logical or rational about it unless there's something under the table very, very bad. And I think it's probably the Epstein files. But first of all, before we get into this, because a lot of people are pissed off about this war, right? But before we get into this, I want to say Jasmine Crockett, she ran a great race. And her race, I think, again, we don't need to make believe what's going on there. And kudos to Tallarico. Is that Tallarico? Yeah, Tallarico. I said that right. Big up to him for winning. That's okay that he won. I understand that. And, I support him. I did like a lot of the things that he said. But I wanted Jasmine Crockett to win because I want this to be an unapologetic moment. I mean, and also here, more than unapologetic, the lady was done wrong. I mean, period. Texas, you did not treat Jasmine Crockett like an American citizen. You violated her rights. You violated the rights of the people of Texas just to get this woman to lose her seat in the first place. Okay, you did that. You changed the rule book. You actually went in and redistricted because you didn't like her and you targeted her. You see what I mean? And people better never forget that there was a reason why they targeted her. And that's because what she said and was saying is true. And she was being very effective at making her case. She had these people shook in their goddamn boots. I mean, that's why they redistrict her county. And that's why they all kissed ass. She scared these people. And a lot of them in Texas are some lame ass fucking men. They lame ass fucking men. Misogynistic to the fucking core. Now, here's the thing, I'm sorry. Here's the thing. There's a lot of elements to it. There's her color to it. There's her gender to it. And then on top of it, more so, there's also Tallarico. It's like he's a Christian. His appearance is what it is, right? You could say European descent background. Fair enough. That's not an issue for me. But in Texas, that means something. You know what I'm saying? In Texas, that means something. His European appearance means something in Texas because Texas is known to be a racist ass fucking state. Let's keep it real. What the fuck? Texas is known to be a racist ass goddamn state. Why do you think all the Republicans always got behind the motherfucking Dallas Cowboys and all this shit? It's cowboys, guns, cowboys against the Indians. I mean, come on. It's just inherently that's. But seriously, the place has been known to be that way, and it's kind of like historic. So the population is not that progressive of Texas. They're not. And I'm not trying to diss the everyday people, but what I mean in terms of race, equality, that's not Texas. Texas has a $7 minimum wage, state imposed. That's the state rule. And see, the federal government hasn't changed anything, but that's everybody around the country, different. But with the minimum wage, it's the state that sets the rules. And this tells you a lot about a state. When their own self-imposed minimum wage is $7 an hour, they still haven't fucking changed it. All this goddamn inflation, that shows you how screwed up they are. These people, man. You gotta ask yourself, what's going on there? You know what I mean? What's going on there? Same governor refused to have alarm systems for bad weather, for storms. In a storm, the same governor that refused that, just because it was Biden that offered it, many other states got it. It was up to the governors to just say, yeah, we want it. But the money was there and they provided this shit to many states. The one in Texas was like, nah, fuck that. We don't want that. That's Biden doing that. And do you know a storm came through there and killed so many young people in one flash flood, killed loads of campers. What do you think those campers look like? So if they're treating people like this, you could see there's a lot of other issues, and there are. But religion is one of the biggest things. That's my feeling about it. The fact that Tallarico is a Christian and he's a preacher. Jasmine Crockett is not a Christian preacher. Maybe her dad was there, but that's not her job. That's not what you don't pay your taxes to have somebody preach. And I'm not saying that's what Tallarico is planning on doing, but I'm just saying you pay somebody to get busy legally, constitutionally. That's what you pay someone for. That's what their job is, right? And I think in Texas, this thing about religion, it gives a lot of people solace. You know what I mean? Like a place to resign to, and it's also some concerns, though, I think, with that. But in any case, he's a man. That's the number one thing. So in my book, Tallarico's a man. You got gender bias in Texas. They've never elected a woman to be the senator, period. So that is definitely one of their problems. Definitely. You need not guess. They've never in the history of the state elected one female senator. What the fuck? There's countries that got female presidents, and these motherfuckers don't even have the gall in Texas. It's not them. It's not in them. That's why they never had it. That should tell you a lot about what's going on in Texas. That should. And you can't run away with it. So, but I'm not saying these things are what limit Tallarico. I don't think he has any limits yet. And I was happy to hear his speech that he gave. He thanked Jasmine Crockett. That was like that was the how can I say this, classy thing to do. That was the generous thing to do. That was the correct thing to do for Texas. That was the loving thing to do, putting the Texas people above the election. Great thing to do, Tallarico. I appreciate that. You deserve respect for that, because you do have some deep insight. Just the fact that you did that tells people a lot about you, and that goes beyond your color, your gender, your religion. You see what I mean? So kudos to him. But yeah, but in any case, I don't want people to forget this, that I'm saying this, you know what I'm saying? Regardless of what others think, there will be people that are not into this kind of stuff, or don't think gender bias exists in the U.S., or don't think any kind of discrimination exists. Fine, whatever. But I do. And, it's not the only time. Let's look at the fact that Kamala Harris, you know what I'm saying? She ran for office. She's the first woman that's ever been the vice president of the United States of America, and people treated her like shit. Yo, Kamala Harris, be proud of yourself, because I've never in my life seen people treat someone like shit. Like the first woman that has ever been the vice president of the United States of America. Some of the ugliest things were said about Kamala Harris, some of the most unfair treatment. People judge her so harshly, almost like she's the worst thing that they've ever seen in the United States of America. Like, and I'm sorry, that's bogus. That's misogyny. That's misogyny. People need to take it. It's no need. People aren't perfect. No human beings, men and women are not perfect. Okay. But no human being deserves what she got. You know what I'm saying? Nobody deserves that. That's just obviously foul. It's just too much. It is insane. You have someone like Trump kicking your ass, and you worried about something that a mistake that a politician made that wasn't a mistake on purpose. It wasn't done to harm anyone. I mean, this is just crazy. You know what I'm saying? Pakistan just had 1 p.m. Yeah, that's what I'm saying, man. That's what I'm saying. And Americans, look, New Zealand had 2 women. Exactly. The United States of America does not need to run away from gender violence. It needs to look themselves straight in the fucking mirror and understand that's going on right now. And look who your president is. Don't you ever try to run away from gender bias in the United States of America. You had the most prolific fucking sex trafficker, raping girls. I mean, boys too. Now, you don't hear a lot about the boys, but there were boys. But on large, girls, they didn't get justice. Boom. That's another strike. You see what I'm saying? And, look at how you treat women. Women, they cancel women's right to choose to have an abortion themselves, to make that decision themselves. They cancel that. Women can't think for themselves. But a man can do whatever the fuck he wants, right? But women can't, women can't think for themselves. They want to own women's bodies. I mean, enough is enough. I'm going to tell you, I'm going to support women in the United States of America any chance that I get. Because I've seen enough from men. And these are different types of men also, not only men. But I hear so many stories about Kamala Harris. And I got to tell you, I'm tired of hearing the same stories over and over and over and over and over. That's like me, I fell down. I did one thing bad one day when I was a 16-year-old, and I had to hear about this shit for the rest of my life. This is how Kamala Harris is treated. She has a long, extensive record. And people picked out like 5 things, and they just repeat these 5 or 4 things over no matter what, every single time, day after day after day. I'm sorry. Get off the lady's nuts. Okay? It's uncalled for. It is uncalled for. It's uncalled for. Your president is Donald J. Trump. Don't you ever fucking forget that. Okay? You know what I'm saying? Don't you dare even try to supplement Kamala in the story. You'd be lucky if Kamala Harris ran for any position, president or not, anywhere in the fucking country. Okay? The lady has a long record. She earned all of it. It was not easy for her. It was a fight. And that goes for all the other women in politics in the United States of America. Yes, it does. It does. So we got to learn how to, have our criticisms while being fair. You see what I mean? So Jasmine Crockett, Kamala Harris, you are examples. Don't you ever feel like you personally have to solve the United States of America's fucking problems, because they're deep and they started long before you were alive. You see what I mean? So it's not on you. So if people don't know how to treat folks that have good hearts and want to do well and fight and work hard, hey, look at what you got now, Donald J. Trump. You can't run away from that. You had a choice, and the majority of the people that voted chose that motherfucker. So that speaks for the United States of America. And if you want to clean your act up and your reputation, first of all, people better start voting. the Senate and the Congress better get out there and find out who these people are that don't vote, these 80 million, and get their ass active. Secondly, you need to clean up the trash. You need to clean up the corruption. You need to clean up all of this, unfettered bigotry. You need to get back to your job of serving every single American taxpayer, every single American citizen like you are a civil fucking servant. You're a government goddamn worker. Have some respect for the people of the fucking country. That's your job. Period. You see? But in any case, enough said about that. Kudos to Jasmine Crockett. You know what I'm saying? You ran a good race, and again, there's a lot of voter suppression going on there. And this is happening in front of the world's eyes. So Jasmine Crockett, don't you dare stop doing what you're doing, because you did a whole fucking lot. And I think, if I'm correct, if the numbers are out there, what's the guy's Tallarico? And got the most votes out of all the senators. We talking about Republican and Democrat. Whoever ran for the Republican and Democrat side, you put them all together, Tallarico got more votes than anyone else, and Jasmine Crockett got the second amount of votes. And her votes, she got more votes than the current person who's there and anybody else who ran on the Republican ticket. So Tallarico and Jasmine Crockett got more votes than anyone else on the Republican ticket, including the incumbent. You see what I'm saying? So kudos to both of them. Kudos to both of them. You know what I mean? I want to see people come out of this together and try to do the right thing. And if this is what they got to do to get moving in Texas, if they need to get Tallarico there because they're not ready to have a Crockett yet, kudos to you. But the last thing I'm going to say about that is that keep in mind, Jasmine Crockett is not in the Epstein files, and Jasmine Crockett is not helping anybody in the Epstein files, and that speaks a lot for Texas too. Like, they out here supporting somebody who there's people that voted for Trump. I mean, what is going on? What is going on? What is going on? What is going on? There shouldn't even be a Republican Party right now. There shouldn't even be a Republican Party. They are foul. They are foul. They are foul. But in any case, I said enough. So, let me get on with the story here. I hope everybody had a good 18 hours since I've been here the last time. But the news is going. The news is moving fast. And guess what? Here it is. It doesn't stop. Let's see.
Get to some breaking news that is still unfolding. The Trump Justice Department has just uploaded new FBI documents missing from the initial releases of the Epstein files. Right now, MS Now is pouring through these new files. We are taking our time to make sure we get it right, and we want to be careful on what we report on air. Here is what we can tell you right now. 3 of these documents are FBI 302 memos, notes that FBI agents used to summarize witness interviews. These notes contain unsubstantiated sexual assault allegations against Donald Trump. Specifically, they detail an unsubstantiated account of a woman who accused Donald Trump and Jeffrey Epstein of sexually assaulting her decades earlier when she was just a teenager. One of the new documents reads in part, quote, Redacted was asked whether she felt comfortable detailing her contacts with Trump. Redacted again asked what the point would be of providing the information at this point in her life when there was a strong possibility nothing could be done about it. There are many redactions on these forms. Trump has long denied any wrongdoing connected to Jeffrey Epstein. To discuss, let's bring in MS Now.
That's all you got to do is deny it, and it all goes away.
Senior legal reporter Lisa Rubin.
Lisa, again, I want to just reiterate what Alicia just said for our viewers is we are definitely combing through all of these because these are the 302s, these forms, these FBI interview intake forms were the thing that, as we have interviewed survivors of Jeffrey Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell's abuse over the course of the last couple of months, the things that they themselves most wanted to see in
What's
the
up,
files.
Matt
so the
Lee?
fact that today we've
Matt Lee, Indigo, 6 cents Amelia. What's up? What's up?
gotten at least 2 of these by my count. You may have more. I think it's important.
Purple.
And it is important that we get this right. Talk to us. There's a lot in here. Anybody that has had a chance to take a look at these, they talk a little bit about blackmail. They talk about an intimidation campaign.
Devious.
Obviously,
What's up,
those allegations
Chris?
against then citizen Donald Trump. walk us through how we should be
Big
looking
girl,
through all
what's
this.
up?
So, Simone, we have already seen a initial interview with this same alleged victim and accuser of both Donald Trump and Jeffrey Epstein in the files. We knew that there were 3 others. In fact, MS Now joined NPR and an independent journalist, Roger Sullenberger, and reporting on how we figured out that those documents were, in fact, missing from prior production. So the first thing I want to say is that we now know that these, in fact, existed, that they were in the Department of Justice's possession, and that their claims that these documents were duplicates is just not credible, because in reading them, they don't sound like any document that any lawyer considers a duplicate.
Now, have y'all heard what is in the documents? Have y'all heard?
Duplicate is usually an email exchange or a text exchange where you
Glock's Trump is sick. And I just have to say it as an American citizen, because I got to walk out here in the streets every day. Too many fucking Americans, support Donald goddamn J. Trump, and knowing what the fuck he did, and you see it for what it is. It's on full display. And also just the pure senselessness of what he's trying to do, divide and conquer. Divide American people, put them into their little corners and things like that by using like bigoted tropes towards all different types of people. You know what I'm saying? And Americans, and then also residents, habitants. You know what I mean? The word habitant we should use more often, because it means somebody lives here too, even if they're not a citizen. You know what I mean? It speaks a lot to our culture right now. And it speaks a lot to who we are as Americans, how we treat ourselves and the society, how we do things. And this is a horrendous display. This is not civilized. This is extremely antisocial and ghetto. Ghetto. They tried to label Jasmine Crockett as ghetto, but actually the Republican Party is ghetto as fuck. Seriously, they are fucking ghetto. Look at how they behave. Look at how they fucking behave. And look at what there is associated with the goddamn Republican Party. Crime, fucking unfettered goddamn crime and corruption. What I'm saying? That's some ghetto ass shit. And then the way they talk about people, ghetto. These are the people that hate being woke. What the fuck is more ghetto than that? You hate being fucking woke. You hate being smart. You hate being educated. This is embarrassing, and that is literally their fucking motto. There is nothing more ghetto than the goddamn Republican Party of the United States of America. Trust me. I know, because that's not normal for people that look like them or Earth. I'm telling you, I live around a lot of people of European descent, and let me tell you, they don't act like that. The people of European descent, I got to tell you, they ain't that goddamn bad. They're nowhere near as bad as that. I have to say that. That's they are way more civilized. You know what I'm saying? Way more civilized than the motherfuckers, than these fucking Republicans in in goddamn United States of America. They are ghetto. That should be, I'm going to make put a picture I think every day I'm just going to take another Republican's face and just put a stamp on it. Boom, ghetto, and just put it on Facebook and shit. At them all, because they are the ones that deserve that label. They got the nerve to try to label Jasmine Crockett, and they do that with every black person. They tried to label Obama like that. Obama, they try to spookify blackness, through ghetto and through these other kind of ways of doing it. Since Obama was intelligent and he's African, half African, right? They had to say, they couldn't go the typical ghetto route. So they went with the jungle route. Ooh, ha ha. And then the Muslim route, but Jasmine Crockett, they do her dirty. Since she's American, they try to throw the ghetto label on her ass. Man, these motherfucking Republicans are ghetto as shit. They are fucking ghetto. And I'm just saying that Europeans, you're way more civilized. You way more civilized. I have to say that straight up. And I'm just being honest. You guys care. You guys care. I have to say it. You care. You care about things. You want people to have opportunity. You want people to go to school and get educated. You want people to live civilized in a home. with a you know what I'm saying? When you see people need help, you give them some help. You get them up so they can be a part of the community and shit. That's not what's happening in the United States of America. These motherfuckers are like, me, no, me, only me. You can't have any, only me, not you. That's ghetto. Like a motherfucker who's never seen a job or never seen no money in their hands. Me, I can't share any of it. This is new money, y'all. I mean, motherfucking Republicans act like new money. That's what they act like. I'm just saying. I hope some of y'all understand me when I'm speaking this vernacular. Yeah. You know, new money, like never really had money before, but now you got some money and you don't know how to act. That's the fucking Republican Party for you. Flat out. And don't ever let them tell you or let anyone tell you it's not. Trust me, I know. I live in Europe. I see a lot of other white people. They don't act like that. I'm just telling you. So, you know, there it is. That's why I can call them fucking ghetto. These motherfucking Republicans are ghetto. So I'm sorry. I just had to interject there. And, you know, this is my honest reaction. This is my reaction right now. It's a live one. You getting unfettered my views on the shit. My practical views, having been born and raised in the United States of America. In Washington, D.C., family goes back on both sides to the colonial period, but as a grown-ass man, live here in Denmark and have traveled to a lot of places outside of Denmark, too. I'm just going to say, yeah, little more civilized. Definitely more civilized. Yeah. And if I had to compare the two groups, I would say, nah, the Republicans are fucking ghetto. They're ghetto. They the ghetto ones. You know what I'm saying? So they're the trash. If you want to call it that. They are the trash and they fucking act like it. Anyway, let's continue.
Juice one.
And this is your life because of that trash. This is your life because of that trash. This is what they ushered into your world.
Portion of it, and then maybe you later see a longer portion of it. That is not what this is. What these are 3 additional Form 302s reflecting 3 additional interviews of this same woman.
Look, we could have had a president who was talking about elder care and child care. Instead, we got a president that got everybody every day tuned in to find out who the fuck he molested next.
In an October 2019 interview, whereas Alicia,
who he's going to bomb next, who he molested next, you know what I'm saying, who he's going to rob next, you know what I'm saying?
It just said she tells
what kind of stealing he's going to do.
FBI that she is aware that because of when she alleges her abuse occurred, and specifically because it was in the 1980s, and we're now talking to her in 2019, she tells the agents that she's aware the statutes of limitation of any viable federal violation may have run. She asks the agents, what's the point? And I think the agent's response here is just as interesting as some of her allegations, as salacious as they are, and as unverifiable and unverified as they are, because the agent says all victims of crime should have the opportunity to tell their story, and they wanted to give her.
I see somebody ask me a question, Zong Kun. You should watch. You asked a good question. Why did Europe decide to increase defense spending because Trump told them to? Question mark. Yo, you should watch more of my videos, man. Watch about 50 of them. You will see me go over that topic. Yeah, you will see me go over that topic, and you know. But I like the question at least you asking. But yeah, you should dive into that topic, and maybe I will again too. But I can definitely break you off something regarding that, because I've been breaking my audience off, you know, regarding that matter. I mean, my audience knows that, you know, I've been covering that topic for a minute, you know what I'm saying? And I bring a whole nother world of perspective to it. And believe me, if you are an American citizen, don't believe none of that dumb shit that you heard. That's my advice to you. But right now we dealing with this stuff. So
her that opportunity if she wanted to, and she just didn't take it. To me, this is significant because we knew that this woman had allegations about Jeffrey Epstein and Donald Trump, who she says she met when she was a teenager, and that both of them sexually abused her. What we didn't know is how it ended. And now we're seeing that the way that it likely ended is that the woman refused to cooperate with federal law enforcement authorities. She said that she understood that Trump was the president. She had contact with him when she was a minor, and when she was asked if she was comfortable detailing it, she just again reiterated, what would be the point of providing this information at this point in my life when there was a strong possibility nothing could be done about it? That's at that point in the interview, the agents, and I'm
all right, hold on now, 2 seconds. I gotta change glasses here. I gotta see what this is saying. Hold on, can't see this. Okay, whoa, it says redacted. Okay. We asked whether she felt comfortable detailing her contacts with Trump. Redacted, that's her name. Again, asked what the point would be of providing the information at this point in her life if there was a strong possibility nothing could be done.
I'm reading from this 302, or rather, I'm trying to characterize it.
Are they going to cover what she said, the actual abuse? I guess she's saying she doesn't feel like saying it again, I guess.
Basically said, go home. Take an opportunity to think about it. We're here if you want us to be. And it doesn't appear that the woman ever availed herself of that opportunity. Instead, 2 weeks later, as we know from documents that are already in the files, one of her lawyers contacted the FBI and said, basically, from now forward, your communications with this alleged victim, they go through us.
You know, Lisa, just listening to you describe and share that aspect of it, you can feel the frustration of the victim there. You can feel the anxiety, and it really, for me, y'all have heard me press this around this table, and certainly our audience has, about the redactions and the importance of exposing who these men are. You already referenced, Alicia did as well in the intro, about how heavily redacted these documents are. Not just the documents that we've already received, but these 302s in particular. Talk a little bit more about the redaction. Is there anything that can be done about the redaction? Because I firmly believe the moment you can pull back the cover on a name and expose it fully, you have vindicated these women. And that frustration that I felt when you were reading
right.
what she said to that agent can be addressed.
Okay, so apparently they have new allegations that were kept back from the DOJ. Now they're being released, and over the next few days, I guess people are going to be looking through all these files. It's a lot of files, but let's continue. There's more. Something happened on the floor here, so let me see this.
Without objection.
Thank you, Madam President.
This is Senator Whitehouse.
It was the spring of 2019. Public and media interest in Special Counsel Robert Mueller's report into Russia's election interference operation.
Right. So there's been a lot. Putin's name has come up again, actually. And yeah, I'm going to listen to 6 Sense.
Reached a fever pitch. There had been a steady drip, drip, drip of reporting on the Trump team's cozy and peculiar relationship with Russia since his surprise election victory in 2016. Ahead of the Mueller report's release, Trump's Attorney General, Bill Barr, issued a letter to Congress purporting to summarize the report's findings. The letter declared that Russia and the Trump campaign did not collude to steal the election. The press, ravenous for any news of the long-anticipated Mueller report's conclusion, largely accepted Attorney General Barr's narrow, carefully worded conclusion and not yet having access to the full report, blasted the Attorney General's summary around the world. Trump himself declared, all caps, no collusion. He said he had been cleared of the Russia hoax, a term he reserves only to describe things that are true, like climate change. Frustrated, Mueller wrote to Barr that the Attorney General's letter did not fully capture the context, nature, and substance of the investigation. But by the time the dense, voluminous Mueller report was issued, the month after Barr's letter,
here come the Russian bots again. Look, let me show you. Let me show you guys what these bots look like. This is so hilarious. Here we go. Look at this. Let me tell you one of the names. I mean, John Public. You know, that's a real original. John Public. Then we got, look at this. User. My name is Grok. User, aka user number 6PH6Q5P. Here we go, man. In any case, let's continue.
its message had been obscured. The Mueller report actually concluded that the Trump campaign knew of and welcomed Russian interference and expected to benefit from it. That conclusion was later echoed and reinforced by an investigation led by then Chairman Marco Rubio's Senate Intelligence Committee, a bipartisan report.
My name is John Q. Public. My account is from 2022.
But Barr's scheme had largely worked. Many in the media and in the Democratic Party seemed to internalize that the Russia speculation had perhaps gotten out of hand and that perhaps we had been wrong to believe there was a troubling connection between Trump and Russia.
Excuse me, my name is user RN6PHP. My account is from April 15, 2025.
After all. But were we? Let's take a look at a sampling of what Trump has done for Russia just lately, and usually at the expense of American interests. There are many, but here's a top 10. 1, after Trump and Vice President Vance theatrically chastised the heroic Ukrainian President Zelensky in front of TV cameras in the Oval Office last year, Trump paused our weapons shipments to Ukraine. 2,
notice how they show up as soon as you start talking about Russia and shit.
July, during the worst Russian bombing campaign of the war until that point, Trump paused an already funded weapons shipment for Ukraine, including the Patriot interceptors that protect civilians from Putin's 2003 profile of Epstein.
Look, this, I'm going to put this in the chat. Yo, y'all, there is Putin all up inside the Epstein files. Don't sleep. This is one of the reasons why they don't want to release it. Yeah. And you can pretty much be sure that Putin has some of this compromising information on Trump. Sadly enough, that is just the way it is. And let me see something here. Can I share? Yeah, let me see this. I want to share this in the chat. Yeah, this you all should take a good listen to this because there is some very interesting information in here. Yeah. It's kind of obvious it would be there, but it's a lot more than what you would think.
States, who insists on being dominant in essentially every relationship, is so submissive to one person.
Yep. And you know, Yeah. These Epstein files, again, I'm going to say it. It's not, and I've been saying this the whole time. It's not, there's one dimension is the victims, right? The girls that were trafficked, or the kids that were trafficked, or the boys, whoever, the people that were trafficked. That's one dimension. The other dimension is who they were being trafficked to. Like, yeah, who are the people that were abusing them, right? In that way. And, right. And paying money to do it, or being blackmailed to do it. So the third dynamic is blackmail, and who has the blackmail material. So that's three main dynamics of concern. And the thing about it is that, the victims are in here, in these files. The Johns are in these files too. But also, it's likely that the people who have some of the information are also in the files somehow, because some of this stuff is communicating about certain people who might even have this information. Like, it's that deep, and yeah, so just keep that as a possibility. But again, I put this in the chat. I'm gonna put the link in the chat. You need to listen to it, and yeah, prepare yourself.
And that one person is Russia's dictator, Vladimir Putin. So what is it about Trump and Russia? And could it have any connection with Trump's close friendship with the deceased pedophile Jeffrey Epstein?
My name is John Q. Public. Please stop talking about Putin.
Much about Epstein remains unknown. But the survivors who have come forward, and the millions of emails released through the bipartisan Epstein Files Transparency Act, have shed some light on the operation of the late financier's global pedophile ring. And over, it touches Russia.
Exactly. And of course, if you're a jackass or idiot or Putin supporter, you probably won't want to talk about that. Just like if you're a Trump supporter, you probably won't want to talk about this. But notice, as soon as this came up, all of a sudden some interesting characters came in my chat. Russia, doing all of this stuff because they're paying money for this. This is primarily Russia that is doing these troll farming. You see what I'm saying? And Jeffrey Epstein had troll farms too. Jeffrey Epstein was doing troll farming back when he was after he was first arrested and convicted. Yeah, he had a lot of troll farms out there to try to get people to stop talking about his name or make excuses for why it wasn't real online. Like, seriously, that's crazy, right? To think about that in 2002. You know what I'm saying? That's early online. Or 2007. It's not that early, but it's not the beginning, but it's still, some time ago, right? To think about when you think about troll farming, right? But yeah, Russia activity online, and especially this election coming up, expect a lot of trolling about this election coming up, and expect a lot of trolling that is going to be anti-release the Epstein files, and expect a lot of trolling that's going to be against the connection between the Epstein files, Epstein and Putin. Just keep that in mind. Of course, there's probably going to be, notice how you don't see too much of it that's trying to convince people to not think of Netanyahu. There seems to be little of that out there. It's always about Putin and Trump, where the trolls come in. It's never about Netanyahu. It's almost like they're cool with that, even though Netanyahu obviously got Israel. Israel likely has these files too because of Jeffrey Epstein's contact with Israel. But a lot more has been documented about Trump than you might think.
Asked by
about Putin than you might think.
Reporter
in the files
about the Epstein files, Trump said in part, "It's just a Russia hoax."
What a coincidence. Somebody came in the chat and said that. What a coincidence. I'm glad you came. Who was that who said that? Come on now. Who said it? Here we go. Let me go back. This is ridiculous. Here we go. There you go, John Public. I guess it's just a Russia. How did you know they were going to say that, huh? They talking about you, jackass. Yeah. Listen up. This one is for you. Okay?
The word he uses for when something is true. But the most telling part is that Trump's mind, asked about Epstein, immediately went to Russia. Russia. I should start
living out
by pointing out that Epstein's ties to foreign intelligence may never be fully known.
True.
It's a murky world.
Mm-hmm.
He had links to officials in the United States, Russian and Israeli governments, and many others. But it's worth looking at those ties to Russia, a nation so hostile to the United States. Epstein's career began in the mid-19...
It is, and especially Trump's treatment of Putin, how he does almost anything for them. You know, it's very peculiar.
1970s at the prestigious Dalton School in New York City, where despite dropping out
and Netanyahu, it's worth looking into both.
Of college, 21-year-old...
In fact, it's a must.
Jeffrey Epstein was given a position teaching high school mathematics to the children of some of New York's wealthiest families.
Flipping out.
Perhaps of note, the outgoing headmaster at the time of Epstein's hire was Donald Barr, the father of future Attorney General Bill Barr, and a former intelligence officer during World War II. The elder Barr was known for making unconventional hires at Dalton. After a couple of years, Epstein was able to leverage the elite connections he made at Dalton to a job at Wall Street investment bank Bear Stearns.
Facts, Purple. Facts.
Where he rose quickly through the company. However, after getting caught fabricating his resume, using the company credit card on expensive gifts for his girlfriend, and ultimately providing privileged stock information to a girlfriend, among other unscrupulous behaviors, Epstein called it quits and started his own financial firm. Those early scams were just the start.
He's going to start talking about the connection to the Epstein files and Putin being mentioned in the Epstein files and the connections with Putin. Watch.
Shortly thereafter, Epstein fell in with a wealthy man named Douglas Leese, a British defense contractor with connections in the arms industry and the British government. During this period, Epstein would tell people he was a bounty hunter who tracked down hidden money. According to Stephen Hoffenberg, a former business mentor of Epstein's, who went to prison for a massive Ponzi scheme that he later said Epstein had designed, Leese introduced Epstein to Robert Maxwell. Ghislaine Maxwell, who became Epstein's girlfriend and sex trafficking accomplice after her father's death, was Robert Maxwell's favorite daughter, and he involved her deeply in his work. An opportunist in pursuit of wealth, the Czechoslovak-born Robert Maxwell had complex, shifting ties to British, Soviet, and Israeli intelligence. Initially bankrolled by MI6,
Facts.
He accepted secret payments from the KGB through his Soviet-friendly publishing company.
Facts,
and
Hazel.
Was the rare individual who traversed both sides of the Iron Curtain. In 1992, the British...
Do me a favor. Click the like button. It's about to get interesting. Click the like button for me. It helps more people come into the stream. I appreciate that.
British newspaper, the Sunday Express, wrote that a secret document signed by the head of the KGB months before Maxwell's death at sea,
Yes, yes, yes.
showed that Maxwell was a political and intelligence asset for the Soviet Union.
There you have it right there, y'all. There you have it. No wonder we had the trolls in here. Russia, 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 huh? Again? Y'all just can't get over Russia, Russia, Russia. Ha, yeah, okay. Yeah, exactly. You think we don't know trolls exist and shit and troll farms and they out here heavy. That's 20% of your internet life basically right now is trolls. You go anywhere on any social media, 20, maybe even more percent, it's all goddamn trolls. You know what I'm saying? Like, seriously, it's terrible, but they will fuck your mind up and they will have you following some of the dumbest shit on earth. That's how you got Trump as the president. That's how you got Trump. And that's how they could convince you to not vote for the first woman who's the only woman that's ever served as the vice president in the country's history. That's how. Trolls.
The newspaper claimed that the document indicated Soviet leadership had instructed the KGB to protect Maxwell's reputation and business activities. Maxwell's UK.
My name is Independent. My account is from September 11, 2024. I am not a real human being.
Foreign Office file, released more than a decade after his death, described him as, I'm quoting here, a thoroughly bad character and almost certainly financed by Russia. Journalist Vicky Ward wrote the following and business activities. The head of the KGB, he accepted secret payments from the KGB.
All right, they talking about Maxwell's father.
Through his Soviet-friendly publishing company, and was the rare individual who traversed both sides of the Iron Curtain. In 1992, the British newspaper, the Sunday Express, wrote that a secret document signed by the head of the KGB months before Maxwell's death at sea showed that Maxwell was a political and intelligence asset for the Soviet Union. The newspaper claimed that the document indicated Soviet leadership had instructed the KGB to protect Maxwell's reputation and business activities.
Yep. So Maxwell's father was working closely with the KGB. They were protecting him and helping him. Yes, that's exactly what you just heard. And that is said by Senator Whitehouse. So that's on the Senate floor. You see what I'm saying? And this wouldn't be the first time if you've been following this thing with Donald Trump. Russia has come up, Putin has come up in these files before, but also outside of the files. Sasha Riley, he mentions Russians being heavily involved with Epstein and Trump's activities in sex trafficking. And he actually names Trump as being the boss of Epstein, like Epstein being his subordinate in the 80s. And that makes sense because Epstein didn't have that much paper back then. You see what I'm saying? But nonetheless, right? Did in 84, I'm talking about 84. That's really early.
Maxwell's UK Foreign Office file, released more than a decade after his death, described him as, I'm quoting here, a thoroughly bad character and almost certainly financed by Russia. Journalist Vicky Ward wrote the following in Rolling Stone magazine in 2021. She said, Hoffenberg told me that Epstein had said he'd worked on several projects with Robert Maxwell, including solving Maxwell's debt issues. The word debt is in quotes. Maxwell died in 1991 under very strange circumstances, apparently having fallen off his yacht, the Lady Ghislaine, in the middle of the night. And it was discovered
Everybody just believes that. He just fell off one night. Yeah.
in the aftermath that he'd stolen hundreds of millions of dollars from the pensions of his employees. The story continued. Epstein had also told Hoffenberg that via Maxwell and Lease, he was involved in something that Hoffenberg described as national security issues, which he says involved blackmail, influence trading, trading information at a level that is very serious and dangerous. The story concluded, 4 separate sources told me on the record that Epstein's dealings in the arms world in the 1980s had led him to work for multiple governments, including the Israelis.
Hazel Flats, you are funny.
End quote. Epstein's strategies for making money and working intelligence contacts seem to have some similarities to Robert Maxwell. For the record, Epstein, a profligate liar, once told Ward that he never met Robert Maxwell or Lease.
Harbo Nip, what's up?
At some point in the 1980s, Epstein struck up a friendship with a fellow brash New York businessman by the name of Donald Trump. Author Michael Wolff has said of Trump and Epstein, they shared everything. They shared their airplanes. They shared women between them. They shared constantly business and financial advice. End quote. There are many photos of the two men together on the New York and Palm Beach party circuits throughout the 1990s. Trump now famously said in 2002, "I've known Jeff for 15 years. Terrific guy. He's a lot of fun to be with. It is even said that he likes beautiful women as much as I do, and many of them are on the younger side." Alan Dershowitz told the New York Times in 2019 that in those days, if you didn't know Trump and you didn't know Epstein, you were a nobody. Dershowitz is the well-known lawyer who served both on Epstein's defense team when he was charged with having sex with minors back in 2006, and on Trump's impeachment defense team in 2020. The president of Trump's Atlantic City Trump Plaza Hotel in the late 1980s said he saw Trump and Epstein together so frequently that he believed Epstein was Trump's best friend. That same man described an incident where Trump brought Epstein and a 19-year-old girl to the casino gaming floor. Epstein once took a model to Trump Tower, where she says Trump groped her while laughing with Epstein. She remarked that it seemed like a twisted game between the two men. One survivor says Epstein summoned her to his offices late one night. Trump soon arrived, and according to the New York Times, she...
Somebody said, who's this Curly? Curly said, Curly says, Krusty Gnomes. Oh, we're going to get to Krusty Gnomes. Curly says Krusty Gnome's new job will be bringing Donald his Diet Cokes. What an honor. Yeah, exactly. Damn, man. He is gluttonous. He's gluttonous. Donald Trump is a gluttonous motherfucker, yo. And it's just, he's going to go down that way. He's going to go down like that. Probably in a bed. He probably going to, be president out of his fucking bed, man. Seriously, I'm telling you, he ain't letting go of power, man.
She recalled feeling scared as Mr. Trump stared at her bare legs. Then Mr. Epstein entered the room, and she recalled him saying to Mr. Trump, "No, she's not here for you." After the men left the room, she said she overheard Trump commenting that he thought she was 16 years old. In 1992, Trump hosted a calendar girls competition at Mar-a-Lago for dozens of young women. The event organizer was appalled to learn that Trump and Epstein would be the only men present, a private showing. During Maxwell's trial, one of Epstein's victims said he took her to meet Trump at Mar-a-Lago when she was 14. Maxwell recruited 16-year-old.
Yeah, this is they're gonna try to impeach Trump. There's new impeachment. A new impeachment bill they're trying to get to the floor.
Virginia Giuffre from the spa at Mar-a-Lago. Giuffre was abused by Epstein and trafficked to other men in Epstein's orbit. Trump said in 2025
they're gonna do a probe into Trump's ties with Putin now, basically.
I think Giuffre worked at the spa. He stole her. He being Epstein. In 1997, the UK tabloid The Daily Mirror, formerly owned by Robert Maxwell, claimed that Trump was dating a 20-year-old British model and that Ghislaine Maxwell had introduced them at a party. The tabloid notes Trump met the model at a party in Manhattan. Several American millionaires already had their eyes on the model.
That's interesting. You know what I'm saying? Because the model is probably, they're using the model to get compromise on people, you know? So I would like to know, who are the other people, you know?
She was there.
Who are the other millionaires?
With Robert Maxwell's daughter, Ghislaine, who has introduced several of her attractive friends to the property developer, Trump.
Hey,
according to the Mirror.
Listen, somebody in the chat, a bigot, right, is in the chat named Independent AM, right? His account is, let me see here. Where's his account from? Yeah, his account is from 2024. It's 2 years older. You can't see the comment. I'm going to show it to you here. It's only I can see it, right? Now everybody can see it. You see what he said? You know, this is how you know. It's basically Russian trolls. They like to manipulate people this way. And, you know, it's like, listen, I'm smart enough to think for myself. I say Netanyahu. I don't understand what he's talking about, Jew. What is that all about? You know what I'm saying? What is this all about, Jew? Like, Netanyahu is Netanyahu. He's the president. You know, spies are spies. You know what I'm saying? It's like their ethnicity don't have anything to do with it. Their religion doesn't have anything to do with it. You know what I mean? And so when I see this kind of comment, I kind of know that that's what they do. They try to lead you down the Jew path. Netanyahu is an Israeli. Him being a Jew is not special. What's special about him is that he's an Israeli and he's the president, the leader of Israel. That's what's special about him, and the head of the military and the head of the secret Israeli secret service, the Mossad or whatever they call it. That's what's special about him. Him being a Jew is not really special. But I just wanted to illustrate that, you see, to people so you can see how they operate, because they try to do that little narrative. But don't worry, we know what's up with Netanyahu. Right. We know what's up with Netanyahu and his private, you know, secret service and all of that stuff. But it's got nothing to do with him being a Jew. But by the way, you, however, you are a bigot. You see what I mean? And also a piece of shit, you know. And I just want to remind everybody who I'm talking about here, right here. Let me take my picture off. Is this little cornball dumbass, you know, that wants to try to spread, you know, they always try to do this, spread hatred, spread racism, try to turn people against each other, try to make everything about somebody's ethnicity or their religion or their color or their gender, or this is that divide and conquer shit. You see this? So faking. This is a faker, faking like they're an American. This is not an American. This is not an American. If it is, it's a fake ass American. But I just wanted to illustrate that because of the content. Like, he's talking about Putin and Epstein and Trump, you know. And so, yeah, this is how it is these days. But But let's go on. Let's continue.
After their meeting, Trump flew Madam Maxwell and the model south to the Sunshine State, where they enjoyed a happy weekend together. When they returned to New York, the model was installed in one of Donald's many apartments there. In an interview with BBC Newsnight, the model stated, Ghislaine Maxwell did introduce me to him, that is Trump, and she introduced me to him with a clear message of my being with him in the same way that she had trafficked me and brought me to Jeffrey Epstein, end quote. She also said, I can only speak for myself, and this is in no way to negate any other experience that anyone else might have had with him, but at no time did President
Black boy, exactly. And then they say you use identity politics, but that's exactly what they doing. Totally, it's projection. It's projection. You know what I'm saying? It's projection.
Trump behave with any impropriety with me. The same woman accused Epstein of sexually abusing her when she was a teenager in a 2019 interview with NBC. From NBC, I'm quoting, the abuse spanned several years and locales. In addition to the estate on his private island, she said Epstein preyed on her at his homes in New York and Paris. According to Craig Unger's book, American Compromat, and I'm quoting here, Trump was often the center of Maxwell's attention, and women who entered Trump's orbit sometimes ended up being associated with both Trump and Epstein, spending part of their time living in a Trump Tower condo and part in Florida at Mar-a-Lago or one of Epstein's homes. Among them was a Russian model and beauty pageant contestant whose journey from the world of beauty pageants and modeling to Trump's Mar-a-Lago and Epstein's island retreat is highly suggestive in terms of how Epstein and his associates began manipulating young women. The story continues. In the early 90s, before coming to the United States, the woman had placed well in a number of beauty pageants, coming in second in Miss Russia, 1993, and winning the 1994 Miss Baltic Sea title that year. In 1995, she left Moscow, spent 6 weeks learning English in St. Petersburg, that's St. Petersburg, Florida, not Russia, and was profiled in the Tampa Tribune as reigning Miss Russia. And before long, she met Donald Trump. Quoting here, notwithstanding the fact that Trump was still married to his second wife, Marla Maples, the woman moved into a 30th floor condo in Trump Tower on Fifth Avenue. There, according
that's your president. That's who you voted for. That's who's kicking your ass right now. That's who took your health care. That's who's fucking your country up, running the dollar into the ground, stealing all your fucking taxpayer dollars, and got every crook, the biggest crooks in the world, up inside your government, sucking your blood, sweat, and tears. Every time you go to work, you give a penny to these people. Every second that you work, you're giving money to these people so they can live gluttonous lives, steak dinner, send their kids to private fucking schools, fly them anywhere in the world, while you and your kids can't get fucking health care or anything for your fucking taxes. Like, this your president. This who you voted for. You know? And don't ever forget it. Don't ever forget this. You chose this motherfucker. You chose him over the first female vice president to ever exist in the country's history. You were so fed up with her that you had to vote in Donald J. Trump. I mean, is it really that fucking bad? No. Let me tell you something. It doesn't matter who was running against him. If you voted him into office, that says something about you as a fucking person. You were going to vote for the criminal, Mr. obviously sounding like a pedo. Crook. Anyway, that's what you were going to do. You know, your family members could have been running against him, and you would have been like, nope, I'm voting for Trump. That's what's going on. Mind control
New York Post.
and cheap values, low level values, like very low values, poor ethics, poor sense of judgment, extremely poor sense of judgment. Like, don't run from the mirror now. Don't run from the mirror now. You got what you deserved, what you voted for, and it is kicking your ass. And if it's not kicking your ass, then you're a troll. You know what I'm saying? That's all it is. You know, if it's not kicking your ass, you're not a real American, basically. You know, something's wrong with you. Let me just but let's continue.
Her lavish accommodations were taken care of courtesy of an unidentified sugar daddy. She spent time with both Trump and Epstein. Flight logs released by a federal judge in New York in 2019 showed that in February 1999, the woman, then 27, flew on board Epstein's Gulfstream, the so-called Lolita Express, with Maxwell and Prince Andrew from Epstein's Little St. James, aka Pedophile Island, back to Florida. End quote. Trump has tried to distance himself from his former friend, the monstrous pedophile who is believed to have abused at least 1,000 women and girls.
Buff, shut up and listen to what this man is saying. He's talking about your president being a pedophile, you jackass. Shut the hell up for a second and listen.
And back to
stop typing in the chat. Goddamn.
Florida. End quote. Trump has tried to distance himself from,
you know, people are fucking out of their minds. They don't even know what this guy is about to say, and they don't even want to hear it because it's about Trump. I don't care about that. I don't care if he's about. They could have been out there and said, "Ladies and gentlemen, we caught Trump with a little girl this morning, 2 hours earlier in his bathroom," and they would still be out there capping for Trump. Like, seriously.
From his former friend, the monstrous pedophile who is believed to have abused at least 1,000 women and girls. It's worth taking a look at how the friendship between Trump and Epstein allegedly soured. There are varying accounts as to whether Trump ever banned Epstein from Mar-a-Lago over his recruitment of spa workers from the resort. But we know the falling out was at least in part related to a bidding war between Trump and Epstein over a Palm Beach mansion in 2004. Trump won and purchased the property for $41.3 million. Just 4 years later, and after modest renovations, Trump sold the mansion to billionaire Russian oligarch Dmitry Rybolovlev.
Basically, it's Russians to Trump's left and right the entire time. Russian government officials, Russian private businessmen, Russian spies to Trump's left and right the entire time, probably from 84 up until he ran for the presidency, essentially.
For $95 million. At the time, it was reported to be the most expensive residential property sale in United States history. Pretty stellar investment for Mr. Trump. The oligarch, for his part, after paying the $95 million, never even moved in. Which brings us back to Russia. Epstein claimed to have given at least some insight on Trump to the Russians. Epstein met on many occasions with Vitaly Churkin, Russia's representative to the United Nations from 2006 until Churkin's death in 2017. Epstein wrote in an email, "Churkin was great. He understood Trump after our conversations. It is not complex. He must be seen to get something. It's that simple." End quote. Epstein wrote in 2018 to Thorbjørn Jagland, a former prime minister of Norway, who was then head of the Council of Europe. I'm quoting here, "I think you might suggest to Putin that Lavrov can get insight on talking to me.
Yeah, what makes
That appears
this
to be a reference.
what makes this hearing special is that it just happened in the last 24 hours. It's on the Senate floor, and this is all about what you're hearing right here is all about Trump's contacts, all of them, every single mention about Trump and Putin or Trump and Russia in any capacity, whether it's private business people he worked with, whether it's models that Epstein was bringing over that Trump was messing with, having relationships with, or whether it's like him being spied on and people talking about Trump in that way. So let's listen.
To Sergei Lavrov, Russia's Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Trump got more Russian friends and Russian associates than American associates.
The email was sent prior to the Helsinki summit between Trump and Putin. In another email to Sergei Lavrov, Russia's Minister of Foreign Affairs, the email was sent prior to the Helsinki summit between Trump and Putin. In another email to Jagland, Epstein wrote that he wanted to help Putin and Russia reinvent the financial system. A 2017 FBI report, based on a confidential human source, claims that Epstein was President Vladimir Putin's wealth manager. End quote. Epstein tried several times to meet with Putin, often via Jagland, although it is unclear if any such meeting took place. But Putin is named almost 1,000 times in the latest tranche of Epstein file documents.
Just exactly.
There are almost 10,000 references in the documents to Moscow.
Yeah. Putin is mentioned just in the latest documents. Putin himself is mentioned 1,000 times. And in the documents that they've seen so far, Moscow has been mentioned or something about Moscow 10,000 times. So, in any case, they're just about to launch. They launched impeachment, or trying to file impeachment. So I guess they got to have a vote for it to see if they can get it on the floor to have an impeachment hearing or something like that, or to impeach Trump. You got to get consensus first. But let's listen. No American is waiting for that to happen, though, because we know the Congress and the Senate and the Supreme Court are full of shit anyway. I mean, if you're doing your job as a Congress, as a Senate, no one with any of these kind of contacts and behavior that is described and documented within the Epstein files, no one would ever be allowed anywhere near any type of government if Congress and the Senate and the Supreme Court did their job. No. What you're seeing is a display of not doing your motherfucking job at all, utterly. You motherfuckers are so corrupt. You couldn't keep the most corrupt, scamming ass people away. Like, that says a lot. That's like saying you don't know corrupt when you see it. It's like, damn, what did the dude have to hit you upside the head and grab your wallet before you fucking realize he's corrupt? I mean, damn, it's crazy, man.
Epstein roped many Russian and East European girls and women into his trafficking operation. The New York Magazine profile of Epstein, published all the way back in 2002, reads, "Indeed, at a party at Maxwell's house, her friends say, one is just as apt to see Russian ladies of the night as one is to see Prince Andrew."
Damn.
End quote.
What? What did he just say? Oh, fuck.
Into his trafficking operation. The New York Magazine profile of Epstein, published all the way back in 2002, reads, "Indeed, at a party at Maxwell's house, her friends say, one is just as apt to see Russian ladies of the night as one is to see Prince Andrew."
I mean, yo, there's some whores in this house. Yo, that's what they say. There's some whores in this house. Donald Trump's a fucking whore. You know what I'm saying? And And then it gets bad from there. Like, dude can't keep them from around his ass. Like, and he's married. He's married, man.
Way back in 2002 reads, indeed, at a party at Maxwell's house, her friends say, one is just as apt to see Russian ladies of the night as one is to see Prince Andrew. End quote. In Ward's 2003 profile of Epstein, a guest described a, quote, cocktail party thrown by Maxwell that Prince Andrew attended, which was filled, she says, with young Russian models. In a 2010 email, Epstein suggested a young woman as a dinner companion to Andrew Mountbatten Windsor, the former prince, assuring him that she was, and I'm quoting here, Russian, beautiful, and trustworthy.
Man, so here. Listen, let's just be honest. Let's give some context to this. Russia is an enemy of the United States of America, right? And they have done things to the United States of America. You don't know if they were even a part of 9/11. You don't know if they were the ones who helped the ragtag, Islamist extremist group. I mean, come on, you really think they had all that information alone? You don't think there was any Russian spies in the U.S. government giving, crafting the whole fucking narrative and shit, talking about, God, this motherfucker's actually talking about Trump. Just think about this. Not Trump. They talking about Bush and Cheney. This disinformation, trying to say that they're the ones who planned it. Come on. There's loads of different disinformation about this. Then they even have that picture of Bush playing with these broken buildings like it's a game, trying to imply, you could see it either way you want, but it's almost like saying you got played for the fool. You see what I'm saying? And it just so happens that somehow that got under Jeffrey Epstein's eyes, the same artist who made the Bill Clinton thing. I mean, these things aren't just accidental. This is a whole ring of people, what I'm saying? A whole ring of people. But the main thing is this. How do you link up so callously with spies from the country that is our actual enemy? You're not just talking about any old spies. You're talking about your main adversary. You would sell your own fucking country out like that? Like, this is not just like, this has some dimensions to how foul it is. On a personal level, this is pathetic because all the other things, stealing, grifting, starting wars, raping, pillaging, molesting, all kinds of shit. He went even further and said, you know what? It sounds like he said, you know what? I'm going to sell out my motherfucking country. And I'm going to do this by having so many Russian whore spies around me and Russian people around me that they're going to get every little goddamn thing out of me in this government that I can fucking give them. And I'm just going to do it because I can't keep my dick in my pants. I mean, really, this is what it sounds like. This is what it is. It's not even in the Congress and the Senate. Again, they couldn't keep a person like this away from the White House. Okay.
End quote.
Because maybe y'all fell for some of the lovey-dovey spy shit also. Maybe you fell for some money. Maybe you fell for something else, man. I don't know. But this is a complete capitulation of security. This is an abdication of responsibility by all motherfucking government members. Like, seriously. It failed. Your government failed to do its primary job, and that is protect the American people, right? And protect the United States of America. And instead, they walked some spies right up into the country. This is what they did. This is their choice. And guess who did it? The wealthy motherfuckers, the ones with all the political points. You know what I'm saying? The ones that need to divide everybody, the ones that need to preach to people, Americans, about how you didn't work hard enough. You know what I'm saying? Straight up, that's what you got. That's what you got. That's sad. That's sad.
The Daily Beast recently reported on an alleged classified U.S. intelligence document claiming that, and I'm quoting here, Andrew Mountbatten Windsor was drawn into Moscow's orbit thanks to his relationship with Jeffrey Epstein, which the Kremlin allegedly used as a route into the British establishment. In another 2010 email to a person whose name has been redacted, Epstein wrote, and I'm quoting here, "Tomorrow I'm organizing a dinner for some new Russian girls. See you at 10. He received an email from a redacted sender in 2012 that read, "I have 2 Russian girls for you to meet, one 21, another 24. A message left for Epstein by one of his employees in 2005 claims that French model scout Jean-Luc Brunel had found a, quote, teacher who could give Epstein, quote, free lessons.
I see you, April. I see you, April.
Quote, he has a teacher for you to teach how to speak Russian. She is 2 times 8 years old, not blonde, end quote. 2 times 8 years old. According to American Compromat, in addition to whatever legitimate careers Brunel may have fostered, as a model scout, he also allegedly hired scouters to identify, procure, and transport underage girls, many 15 years of age and under, hire them to give, quote, massages, and traffic them. Brunel was found hanged in his French jail cell in 2022 after being arrested on rape and sex trafficking charges. Bill Gates said he had affairs with 2 Russian women, which Epstein later discovered. Somewhere along the way, Epstein struck up a relationship with Sergei Belyakov, Russia's former deputy minister of economic development and a graduate of the FSB, Russia's intelligence academy. Epstein introduced him to contacts like Peter Thiel, the tech billionaire who would go on to give $10 million to the super PAC that helped elect now Vice President J.D. Vance to the Senate in 2022. In 2015, Epstein warned Belyakov that, I'm quoting here, a Russian girl from Moscow is attempting to blackmail a group of powerful businessmen in New York, end quote. It was, Epstein said, quoting again,
CD,
bad for
Rodney.
business for everyone involved.
Sweet tooth.
Belyakov responded back with information about the woman who he said worked in the sex and escort business. The FSB Academy graduate said he would meet with someone who knows her. The following year, Belyakov told Epstein that he had a new position at the Russian Direct Investment Fund, the Russian Sovereign Wealth Fund headed by current Putin envoy Kirill Dmitriev, the same guy who was caught in those friendly leaked phone calls with Steve Witkoff that I mentioned earlier. Masha Drakova, a former spokesperson for Nashi, the pro-Kremlin youth movement, was in regular touch with Epstein in the last couple of years before his death in prison. She was ostensibly helping Epstein with his public relations. According to the Washington Post, she was, quote, the subject of the 2011 documentary Putin's Kiss, whose title refers to a widely publicized awards ceremony in which she received a medal from Putin and spontaneously kissed him on the cheek. End quote. In a 2017 email, Drakova asked Epstein to connect her with adequate Russian oligarchs. The Post reported in 2022 that her fundraising pitches highlighted her ties to wealthy Russians, although Drakova denied writing those emails and said she did not receive Russian funding. Epstein advised Drakova as she launched her Silicon Valley venture capital firm, and she introduced Epstein to the contacts she had made in the tech world. In one emailed interaction in 2017, Drakova, after claiming to meet billionaire Jeff Bezos, tells Epstein
Fries, what's up?
she is, quote, trying to understand what she is not understanding about him, end quote. Epstein writes back that Bezos is, quote, smart, funny, and visionary. He's a very nice person, probably, mistyped, but obviously means probably, the best in the valley among the bees. The files also indicate that Epstein had dealings with Oleg Deripaska, a Russian billionaire who the Treasury Department has identified as a money launderer for Vladimir Putin. Deripaska also cultivated a friendship with
you don't know if Putin might own a lot of Trump's buildings or something like that. You never know in reality because if they were, it's alleged that they've been washing money with Trump since the 80s. The whole time this has been going on. Also with Epstein and Trump, allegedly, right? But the victims point start there in the mid 80s, as early as 84. And if you've been following Trump's known career, right, then you know the activities he was involved with or has been alleged to have been involved in also at that time, right? But it's Russians all around him, you know what I mean? And the fact that the U.S. Congress and the U.S. Senate doesn't take that matter serious is a complete and utter abdication of responsibility because, you don't know if Russia had something to do with 9/11. You don't know how many attacks, Russia has done. You don't know if there's also what they call hybrid attacks. I'm pretty sure there have been plenty of hybrid attacks in the U.S., but if not towards allies, definitely, and so, but this right here is the most flagrant. Don't get me wrong. The responsibility for this ultimately lies on the Congress and the Senate because they're the ones that could do something about it. But they're not. So,
Peter Mandelson, a senior figure in Britain's Labour Party, it appears that Mandelson tried to use Deripaska's contacts to acquire a last-minute Russian visa for Epstein in 2010. Correspondence also shows Epstein's assistant trying to set up a meeting for Epstein and Deripaska in Moscow or Paris. There's also audio of Epstein advising then Israeli Prime Minister Ehud Barak to have dinner with Putin to line up work after he leaves government. There is at least one itinerary for a lengthy trip across Russia and photos of Epstein and Ghislaine in what is believed to be Russia, including with people who appear to be Russian soldiers. Umar Jabrailov, a former Russian senator who committed suicide in recent days, described Maxwell as a soulmate. Epstein had a series of Russian visas between 2011 and his death in 2019. Epstein's crimes left a long money trail, and that trail winds back to Russia. Ranking member of the Finance Committee Ron Wyden has doggedly sought the truth about Epstein's transactions with Russian banks and Eastern European entities. One suspicious activity report filed by J.P. Morgan Chase after Epstein's death shows that between 2003 and 2019, Epstein conducted 4,725 wire transactions totaling over $1 billion, and that's just one bank. Epstein used multiple banks. According to J.P. Morgan Chase, the wire activity was flagged for the suspicious activity report.
Friars,
for being
the reason why they're discussing this little part is White House mentioning all of the mentions of Putin and Moscow in the Epstein files. They say that so far, out of what's been released, there's over 10,000 mentions of Moscow, and the batch that just got released, not all of them, but the ones that just got released, it's over 1,000 mentions of Putin. So they're going over different things, but not all the details of everything, but they're just giving a timeline of the relationship, right? And but
being, and I
going.
quote, consider.
Oh, and the reason why they're doing it is because this has something to do with a new attempt to impeach, right? That's what it has something to do with.
Consistent with alleged sex trafficking of minors and for involving, quote, the high-risk jurisdiction of the Russian Federation, end quote. CNN notes that 2 accounts, including in the suspicious activity report, were linked to now sanctioned Russian banks Alfa Bank and Sberbank. Also named in the suspicious activity reports, Maxwell, associated entities like Brunel's MC2 Model Management, and various women and girls. Let's go back to the journalist Vicky Ward. Sources who range from former arms dealers to former spies, and also Hoffenberg, suggest that Epstein, who lacked any sort of moral compass, decided to compromise influential people by recording them doing things they wouldn't want made public. And once he got out of jail, in the last 10 years of his life, Epstein bragged to various people, including journalists, that he was advising a whole assortment of foreign leaders who included Vladimir Putin, Mohammed bin Zayed, Mohammed bin Salman, various.
Yeah, CD Life says Angelo is afraid of getting deported, so he goes online to lick the orange corpse.
African dictators,
Facts.
Israel, the British,
in real time.
and of course the Americans. He also told several of the same people that he was making a fortune out of arms.
People bug out over this shit, man. What can I say? You know, it's called cognitive dissonance. You know what I'm saying? What else do you call it? Stockholm syndrome, motherfucker. Angelo got Stockholm syndrome.
Drugs and diamonds.
He just got to be out here defending Trump. If you're defending Trump at this point, something is fucked up in your head. Just understand that. 100%. Something is fucked up in your head. Don't make it complicated. Okay? Don't even make it complicated anymore. Stop saying cognitive dissonance. Yo, these people don't know what the fuck that means. Stop saying Stockholm syndrome too. That's too big of a word. These people are just fucked up. I mean, really. We got to come up with shorter words and shit to describe this type of fucked up shit, because that's how fucked up it is.
I'm still reading the same quote. He was known in the intelligence world as a hyperfixated.
Yeah, exactly. Too many fucking syllables. Are we still talking about all the sick shit this MF is doing, man? Goddamn. World's fucking tired of his ass.
Somebody who can go.
Oh, here we go again. Cool Cat. My name is Grok, a.k.a. Cool Cat 3032. To all the true American patriots, we must support our President Donald Trump as he is bringing home the American job, the American worker. I love the United States and Israel. Thank you for that. Thank you for that unpaid fucking message.
Cultures and networks. Epstein was, of course, known for his parties, which he insisted on hosting in his various mansions, where he could completely control the environment. Many of Epstein's
Cool Cat is clearly Russian. Exactly. Thank you.
victims have said they believe they were recorded.
It's not us, it's the Jews. It's not us, it's the Jews, says the Russian troll and shit. You know what I'm saying?
Virginia Giuffre wrote in her posthumous memoir that Epstein had a huge library of videotapes and a room in his New York home where monitors displayed real-time surveillance footage from his properties. Quote, he explicitly talked about using me and what I'd been forced to do with certain men.
Did I tell you one of these bots done called me a Jew already today? Like, seriously, I'm serious. I'm serious, man. It got off high. Soon as they figured out the topic was Putin and shit, they just came a-coming. Here they go.
As a form of blackmail, so these men would owe him favors, she wrote. Another survivor said Epstein once walked her through his mansion, pointing out pinhole-sized cameras. He boasted that they were in every room. According to Epstein's emails, in 2014, he directed a staffer to procure hidden cameras.
Listen, y'all, do me a favor, click the like button. Click the like button. If you haven't clicked the like button, it helps more people come into the stream. If you're on your TV, a lot of people watch from the TV. Do me a favor, pick up your remote and click the like button for me. I appreciate it. It helps more people come into the stream and see the stream. Appreciate that. We just getting started. I got some time now. I got some time. Trust me, because it's going to get deep. But in any case,
which were installed in tissue boxes.
God damn. I mean, you know what I'm saying? Like, installed in tissue boxes. I mean, can you imagine what they got on these cameras? Can you imagine what they have on camera? If there's people saying they got snuff films on camera, then you can imagine they got all kinds of fucking shit. Like, just every goddamn thing. You know, I don't even think people, yeah, in any case, I won't waste your time, but listen to this.
Emails. In 2014, he directed a staffer to procure hidden cameras, which were installed in tissue boxes. The New York Times obtained photos of the interior of Epstein's New York mansion, which show a camera installed near the ceiling of the master bedroom and another along the molding of an adjoining room.
Damn!
The New York Times obtained photos of the interior of Epstein's New York mansion, which show a camera installed near the ceiling of the master bedroom and another along the molding of an adjoining room. The Times also spotted cameras near a suite of bathrooms on the same floor as Epstein's bedroom. When police searched his Palm Beach home in 2005, they, quote, located two covert, hidden, close cameras, end quote. Both cameras were located inside clocks, one by a desk and the other in the garage. It's worth noting that Epstein often seemed to get tipped off in advance as to when the Palm Beach police would be dropping by. Epstein is said to have once told an ex-girlfriend, I collect people. I own people. I can damage people. The disgraced financier Hoffenberg allegedly claimed to the National Enquirer in a final account before his death that, quote, wherever Epstein was entertaining, he and Ghislaine were taping. That report was only released last summer, as Hoffenberg had asked the Enquirer not to publish his comments until 3 years after his death. According to the Daily Beast, the former U.S. Attorney for the Southern District of Florida, Alex Acosta, is once said to have claimed Epstein, quote, belonged to intelligence, and that the decision to let him off easy in 2008 was made above his pay grade. The Prime Minister of Poland, a country that has extensive experience with Russian intelligence operations, has opened an investigation into potential links between Epstein and Russian intelligence. Prime Minister Tusk said, more and more leads, more and more information, and more commentary in the global press all relate to the suspicion that this unprecedented pedophilia scandal was co-organized by Russian intelligence services. According to alleged anonymous intelligence sources published in the British tabloid The Daily Mail last month, some believe, and I'm quoting here, Jeffrey Epstein was running the world's largest honey trap operation on behalf of the KGB when he procured women for his network of associates, end quote. I want to stress that we don't have answers here. Epstein was an inveterate liar and a criminal who often sought to exaggerate his own power and influence. And the Epstein files need to be viewed through that lens. He could have been working with an intelligence agency or several intelligence agencies. He could have just been what the Russians call a useful idiot. We may never know. What we do know is that a significant number of powerful men, our current president, some of his cabinet secretaries, tech billionaires like Elon Musk, Bill Gates, and others, were very mixed up with Epstein at different times. And Epstein seems to have been very mixed up with Russia. We also know that there is a cover-up afoot at the Department of Justice. The MAGA Department of Justice is trying to shield Trump from something in the Epstein files. We know that documents in the file
or some things. Some things for sure. It ain't something. It's some things. And I mean, it's likely videotapes with Trump with little girls. It could be videotapes of Trump with little boys. Sasha Riley, right, aka Sasha Boris on Facebook, right? For those of you that don't know, right? Yeah, he's on Facebook and he's giving all his account along with the, in the same line of those audio recordings that he made. And he alleges that he was a victim of Trump, and he describes all of his activities for 4 years between the ages of 8 and the ages of 12, being sex trafficked by Donald Trump and Epstein's little network. And he said his adopted father worked for Trump and Epstein and was a helicopter pilot and used to do different things for them. And he accounted the times he was been abused by Trump, and something like maybe four other people that are currently in government in the Congress. Yeah, exactly. And the Senate, I believe Congress, Supreme Court. Yeah, this type of thing. But people in government, people still getting paid off of the taxpayer dollars. What's the guy's Jim? What's his name? Jim something. I always forget these people's names. This is terrible. But these are current people that are sitting right now. People you see their faces in Congress doing hearings and all of that shit. You know what I'm saying? Congressional members, like right now. One Supreme. He mentioned. Sasha Riley mentioned. Damn, what is this guy? Clarence Thomas's fucking weird ass. Yo, he mentioned Clarence Thomas coming to these parties back then, and that he remembers them because it was very few black people even there. Jim Jordan, exactly. More, right? Yeah. I don't know why his stuff is not, apparently the FBI never interviewed him. He started speaking out a little later after this situation with Epstein, once he got arrested and this kind of stuff. But he said when Trump became president, that's when he started paying attention to it. And then Epstein was obviously arrested right after that, not long after that. So, yeah, and he names a lot of people, but the things he says Trump did to him are horrific, are sadistic, like crazy, man.
Files about President Trump that should be released have not been released. The missing files, first discovered by independent journalist Roger Sollenberger, are alleged to detail claims by an Epstein accuser who said she was also sexually assaulted by President Trump when she was a young teenager. One of the great forces that Washington runs on is normalcy bias. It's often in the interest of the bureaucratic establishment to look skeptically towards outlandish or extreme stories, because in most cases the truth is more ordinary than what may first appear.
Right. So yeah, but there's more. So let's peep game. There's a lot that's just came out in the last 24 hours or something like that regarding Trump, and it's getting really crazy. Actually, the things that are being mentioned just kind of like they're closing in on Trump. Essentially, it sounds like, and more people,
the Commerce Secretary. This is a name that has come up again and again and again in the Jeffrey Epstein saga with the release of all these files. And now he's agreed to testify before the House committee digging into Jeffrey Epstein's network of connections. The problem? Lutnick has said he cut ties with Epstein more than 2 decades ago, but newly released documents may tell a very different story. Time to make sense of what we can expect here as we do a full deep dive into the Howard Lutnick alleged connection to the accused sex trafficker. Welcome to Sidebar.
Right. These guys are all creeps. Like, this dude had way more contact to Epstein than he just happened to mention that one day when he decided out of nowhere to go talk to the New York Post. I mean, what's wrong with them? But this kind of shows you, like, these people are so powerful. They've been getting away with it for so long. It appears like they just have this attitude like, I've gotten away with it the whole time. Nothing's going to happen anyway. And listen, the victims said from the beginning, the ones that were interviewed early in Florida when Epstein was first charged, those victims said that Ghislaine Maxwell and Epstein always told them that that they own the FBI, they own the DA, they own the police. And this is why they never told people, or they were scared to tell, and of course, some of them got death threats and family members got threats as well. But that's one of the main reasons, because they've been told that they own the police, they own the FBI, and they own the DA. And so, yeah. And this was a big operation. Like, these are, when you're dealing with billionaires, it's bad enough you're dealing with one billionaire, but you're dealing with many. And that are doing, that have a lot of power to where if you are by yourself, you don't stand a chance. Basically they have that kind of power. And so when there's many of them together, they get away with a lot. I mean, when one of these people move into your town, they own the town. They have that much influence, So the victims were dealing with that kind of pressures from day one. You see what I mean? I mean, this is a group of people that most Americans are too fucking broke to get in the picture with. Like, seriously, I mean, just to be honest, if you're a person who's middle class or poor and you're capping for these people, something is really fucking wrong with your brain. These people don't like you at all, just because you're poor, let alone anything else. Any other aspect you got to, you missing front tooth, meth addiction, whatever, grew up on SNAP benefits. I don't know. I mean, what I'm saying? Anything, could be anything. Whatever your issue is, parent worked in a coal mine. I don't know. Whatever your story is, whatever your pain is, because I do believe everybody somehow directly or indirectly comes from a background of suffering. That's the nature of man. Human beings were formed running from animals, being like, ah, that's embedded in our brain. You got to understand that for many generations. So we come with a lot of baggage. You know what I'm saying? We come with, just like Erykah Badu's song, Bag Lady. You know what I'm saying? I just adapted it to Bag Man, because men be carrying them fucking bags around too. Like, damn. You know what I'm saying? So she should do a remix of that shit. But, you know what I'm saying? But seriously, we carry around a lot of mental baggage, scars, hereditary scars and things like this. And all groups of people do, But these people don't give a fuck about you. Having said that, so don't try to cap. You're only making yourself look stupid. Get off these people's nuts. Let them have their fate that they sowed themselves. They don't need a broke ass coming to save them.
Presented by Law and Crime.
Damn. Anyway, just to make it very clear.
To hold up to 25 cards without feeling bulky or like.
Just to make it clear. That's all. You know what I'm saying?
Send off.
Here we go. Hold on. Let's get this shit straight. Here we go.
First, he's currently a major figure in the current Trump administration. And two, his alleged ties to Epstein raise a lot of questions, particularly when you look at the timing and you look at his statements on his association with the disgraced, deceased sex offender financier. And I want to explore what the Epstein files reveal about Lutnick's perceived connection with Epstein.
Super Mel Leap, you right. Supreme, you right. It's about rich and poor, man. Yeah, it is. It is. Not really left or right. You absolutely right, my friend. Very great, a great comment you made there.
By the way, in anticipation of his testimony, I want to lay out what we know here, what he could be at.
Cool cat. I thought I timed your Russian bot ass out. God damn, y'all don't give up, do you? Anyway, let's go.
How he might respond. Because here's the problem. You see, Lutnick, the wealthy businessman who was the former chairman of the financial services firm Cantor Fitzgerald, was neighbors with Jeffrey Epstein in New York City. And the issue for Lutnick is that he went on a podcast last year, the Podforce One podcast, and said that he and his wife decided to no longer associate with Epstein in 2005. That
everybody's heard this part. You know what I'm saying? I mean, this is what he said.
They met Epstein in October 2005, went to visit his home, got a tour. By the way, this is the place where there were allegations of abuse. And the Lutnicks, according to him, apparently see this massage table. There are candles around it. Epstein,
don't worry, I got the trolls. Unless I'm going to take care of them if they irritate me too much. But listen, if somebody says something vulgar, then obviously, obviously time them out. But otherwise, I'll take care of it. Don't worry about it too much, man, because people need to learn how to spot a troll. Listen, there are trolls here, and you know why? Because they're talking about the Epstein files, Trump, Putin, Netanyahu, all of that shit. So that's what it's going to be. So don't worry about them as long as they don't say anything too disrespectful. A lot of the comments get flagged. You don't even get to see them. I can see them on my side though, but I'm just not commenting on them. These people can be very hateful. They try anything, so just to let you know. Don't worry though.
Sexually suggestive comments. And Lutnick said that he got creeped out, said on the pod, and in the 6 to 8 steps it takes to get from his house to my house, my wife and I decided that I will never be in the room with that disgusting person ever again.
Yes.
I was never in the room with him socially, for business, or even philanthropy. If that guy was there, I wasn't going because he's gross. So I look back at it as a gift. He gave me a gift. This is the problem. Lutnick actually admitted, and this was in a Senate hearing last month, he was in contact with Jeffrey Epstein and traveled to his private island, Little St. James Island, years after he originally said he could.
And see, he's in Trump's cabinet. So Trump took the Epstein people, the people that are part of the scamming, the people that have either been blackmailed or the people that are blackmailing and been blackmailed, something like this. He made them all cabinet members. People that are part of the crime, he's made them cabinet members. He's appointed them and shit. So, the only next question is to try to figure out where does Pam Bondi fit into this? Obviously she comes from Florida. Obviously it's the same DA that gave Epstein a slap on the wrist. So there's likely to be some more connections if she was in Florida. Who knows if they paid her under the table? I mean, I'm just thinking out loud, right? Nobody really knows. If they gave her gifts. I mean, think about this. They had a lot of money in Florida. Those money people in Florida run everything. And again, they've been saying this to the victims. We own the police, we own the DA, we own the FBI. So you got to understand that implies that they can get away with a lot more than just what people are finding out about now. I mean, if they had that money, why not just pay the DA? You see what I'm saying? Why not just pay all of them? Would you pay one DA? Would you pay 2, 3, 4, 5, 6? How many? You would pay as many as you could, right? It makes you safe, right? The more of them you got in your pocket, the safer you are, right?
Oh, and I haven't even gotten into the emails, okay? So while Lutnick said to the Senate Appropriations Committee, or the subcommittee, I did not have any relationship with him. I barely had anything to do with that person, okay?
Oh, yeah, let me see here. Okay, sorry about that. Let me flip this over real quick. Let's see who's in the chat real quick. What's going on here? Yeah, you never know. Somebody said the Rothschilds. Ronnie says, Bondi victim of Stockholm too. Yeah, you never know, man. The victim's mother ended up in jail. Yep. Pammy's in the Epstein files also. That would be very interesting to see. And, hey, I wouldn't doubt it.
Relationship, anything you could call an acquaintance. I literally met him 3 times over 14 years. Okay. But
yeah, that's Howard Lutnick's lying ass. I only met him 3 times in the last 14 years.
with that, you got things like this. Like this apparent 2012 email from Lutnick, or seemingly from Lutnick, to Epstein. Hi, Jeff. We're landing in St. Thomas early Saturday afternoon and planning to head over to St. Bart's, Anguilla on Monday at some point. Where are you located? What is the exact location for my captain? Does Sunday evening for dinner sound good? I have another couple, Michael and Marcy Lehrman, with me on my boat, and each of us has 4 children, 2 16s, 2 14s, a 13, a 12, an 11, and a 7-year-old.
Now, this sounds very much like Lutnick is part of the sex trafficking. That's what that sounds like. All the detail. What are you using these details for? I mean, and sure, anyone could make something up if you have a little bit of time, right? Sure, you can make something up that makes it sound sense. But all I can say is what a fucking coincidence, because this is what a lot of Epstein's mails sound like. He got ages of kids, ages of people, descriptions. But if Lutnick knew, and he knew that Epstein was blackmailing and using young girls because he was his neighbor, so he saw the young girls outside the guy's place, likely. If not, his wife did. Right? Because they said all the girls came around a certain time to Jeffrey Epstein's house. You see what I mean? It was regular to see young girls, right? So Lutnick had to know that. So if you know that and you know he's doing blackmail, why the hell would you bring your kids and somebody else's kids and your nannies? Look at this. It doesn't even say who the nannies. He brought 2 goddamn nannies just for his own kids, apparently. But look, let's just make this a little bigger and just break it down. Let me see. Oh, you know what? As a matter of fact, I don't need to do that. I can do that this way. Let me see. Let me bring it back. Now, I'm just going to read this a little bit just to analyze it. And let me see. It says, okay, this is December 19th, 2012, 7:48. This is from Lutnick. Okay. Hi, Jeff. We landed in St. Thomas. We are landing in St. Thomas early Saturday afternoon and planning to head over to St. Bart's, Anguilla on Monday at some point. Where are you located? What is the exact location for my captain? Okay, damn. Okay. Does Sunday evening for dinner sound good? I have another couple, Michael and Marcy Lehrman, with me on my boat, and each of us has 4 children, 2 16, 2 14, a 13, and 12, and 11, and a 7-year-old. So this is how many kids. When they found out that he was a sex trafficker, that he had little kids and was pimping them out, likely blackmailing, and he thinks it's an idea to bring, let's see here, each of us have 4 children, 8 kids. And then he has 2 nannies on top of that with him. Watch. I mean, seriously. And how old are the nannies? How old are the nannies? Like, seriously. I don't know, but listen, why do you need to know the exact fucking ages? Why do you need to know the exact fucking ages? What is this? What are you taking them to? Something where it's like, an amusement park. You got to be a certain height, or no, for this ride, you can only be this height, and the other ride. I mean, what the hell is this? What is this? The 13 and the 14s can't hang out together. They just like, we got 2 16, 2 14, 2 13. They can't hang out. They all need separate activities, yo. They need to be separated into their own rooms each. Okay, by themselves. I don't know, but this is some bullshit right here. I'm just saying this reads very, very strange if you ask me, and I would not put it past any of these people, like straight up.
Thanks. Howard. Response back. Below from Jeffrey. Come Saturday or Sunday lunch, Little St. James on the map behind Chrisman's Cove. By the way, a little side note on that. It was reported by outlets like CBS that there was a photo seemingly showing Lutnick with Epstein on the island that was published as part of the Epstein files release. We got a hold of it ourselves. It's in the actual Epstein files DOJ library. And the problem with that, it was reported that it was removed and then it was republished. And what it appears to be is Lutnick standing by an oceanside cliff with Epstein and a couple other people. But here's the thing too. There are communications either between the two, involving the two, that extended all the way into 2018, the year before Epstein's arrest on federal sex trafficking charges. How about this email that Howard Lutnick...
Wait a second.
That extended by an oceanside cliff with Epstein and a couple other people. But here's the thing, too. There are communications either between the two, involving the two, that extended all the way into 2018, the year before Epstein's arrest on federal sex trafficking charges. How about this email that Howard Lutnick...
Yeah, and this is the thing, like, this is very, very strange because the man admitted long before to having known that he was dealing with minors and blackmailing people. And he has this constant contact with him, you know.
Lutnick had apparently sent. Are you aware?
I mean, this is a man. Keep in mind, this is a man, right? Keep in mind, this is a man. And what worked on all the other men, don't you dare just assume, like, don't you dare just assume that that it wouldn't work with Howard Lutnick. Okay, come on now. I mean, just think about that. Why would you assume that the same scam that worked on the other people wouldn't have worked on him? That makes no sense. That makes no sense at all. You see what I'm saying? So this is very shady.
As to them building to block our park views, what should we do about it? Time is of the essence.
What? Hold on, let me see.
This is back in 2018.
2018. All right, 2018. Let me see something. What is it? Are you aware of them holding to block our park views? Are you aware of them building to block our park views? What should we do about it? Time is of the essence. You are aware as. You know what? Howard Lutnick owned one of the properties that went down in 9/11. Just for context, so let me pull something up real quick. Yeah, did anybody else hear about that? That he owned one of these buildings or properties in 9/11? Let me see. Or one of the floors, some of his employees got killed. Did Howard Lutnick have his offices destroyed? You know, just to give you an idea of, I don't know, it sounds to me like they're talking about some properties right there when he's saying they're building. Yes. Okay. Howard Lutnick's offices. Okay. Let me see here. It says Howard Lutnick's offices were completely destroyed during the September 11th attacks. At this time, Lutnick was the chairman and CEO of Cantor Fitzgerald, an investment bank headquartered on the 101st through the 105th floors of the North Tower. Okay, so that's 5 floors. Because their offices were in the impact zone of the first plane, everyone who was in the office that morning was trapped. Okay, massive loss of life, 658 employees. Yo, I mean, I'm just saying, you know, this is interesting how, obviously they live in New York. So this is some sort of coincidence, right? Apparently, right? This is some sort of coincidence. You know, but I'm going to tell you something. I would not count out that some of these people somehow know something about 9/11 myself. And I know that sounds like some serious conspiracy shit, but I mean, listen, These are criminals operating on a high level. And they have intelligence. Look at who they're dealing with. Look at the type of people they're dealing with. Government people. Why wouldn't Epstein be able to get information about the hijackers or any other information from the government? What do you think the chances are that Jeffrey Epstein was getting information about anything that was going on? What's his name? Osama bin Laden, Al Qaeda, just anything. What do you think that is? And you know what I'm saying? And do you think somehow these two things are connected somehow? Because in time frame they overlap for sure. In time frame, I mean, all these people who are doing a thing from 84 heavy, already in 84 heavy, with government people involved, allegedly. Yeah, until 2007. That's only 7 years after 9/11, 6 years after 9/11, right? 6 years. Yeah, exactly. So 9/11 happened in the middle, smack dead in the middle of that time frame where they were running this operation. You see, yeah, but in any case, Let's Just Go was one of the big companies that was affected. My neighbors worked. Yeah, and they died. Yeah, that was Lutnick's business. He was the CEO of that company. All day, my dude. You think it's conspiracy? Just wait 15 to 20 years, then it'll be hey, April. Really? Yeah, I'm serious. I would not be surprised. April. And maybe that's something, what reason why they can't release the files. Just think about that. Maybe that's one of the reasons. There's probably likely a lot of ugly things in those files for sure. But I could think if there's a lot of ugly things in those files, then why wouldn't one more ugly thing be intertwined in it? You know what I'm saying? But in any case, let's go. Appreciate that comment. Yep.
Now, Epstein eventually writes back to his assistant regarding this message, "No, I was not," meaning no, he wasn't aware. Now, that communication actually continues with Lutnick writing, "You should put in a letter. I'm sending a lawyer. Don't ignore this. They will build exactly across from you, 1, a bus and group entrance, 2, a loading dock for party rentals used almost every weekend, 3, a massive building to block your sunlight and views. They are trying to jam it through. It matters that we fight. My real estate lawyer is attending and will vehemently object. Write a letter and send a lawyer. Delay at least so they don't pass it tomorrow. Supposedly the chairperson retires tomorrow after this meeting. Do it must be stopped. If they want more space, why not buy the adjacent building, townhouse, gallery on 70th, which is for sale?" And the response back to Lutnick from a redacted says, "Jeffrey has responded, will do." You see, the biggest issue or challenge facing Lutnick and why you have heard calls for his resignation is not just the seemingly about face, but also that he apparently maintained some level of contact with Epstein or was in Epstein's orbit after Epstein had already been convicted in Florida in 2008 on charges of solicitation of prostitution, including that of a minor. That's what separates him from the Clintons, because they didn't appear to have contact.
Yeah, Rodney asked another interesting question. How come he wasn't at work that morning? Yeah, maybe the CEOs don't come in early every day, but do we know that for sure? Some of them do, right? Some of them do. You never know. Maybe he was a stickler. You know what I'm saying? But true. I wonder. I don't like to jump too far. You know what I'm saying? But because but then again, listen, I would be the last person to tell you that nothing, that there's anything that can't be wrapped up in this shit, because see, I know foul shit when I see one, and this is a lot of foul shit. You know what I'm saying? So why would I even jump out and try to be like, hey, impossible? No, that couldn't be it, because there's already so many other fucked up things in it. Why? Maybe Howard Lutnick did know something about 9/11 and just was like, you know what? I'm not going to work. All that shit can be destroyed. Everyone can die. I just got the insurance paid off. All my little paperwork will be destroyed, hidden, blah, blah. Who knows? Who knows? Who knows? I don't know. Who knows? Because the shit that we do know is fucked up bad. What we're seeing right now is definitely something crazy going on. This is extraordinary times for the United States of America, and with a quite extraordinary leader and cabinet and Congress capping for this weird shit, and Senate capping for this weird shit, and Supreme Court. I mean, they're working really hard to make this take a long fucking time before we get rid of these people. I mean, not looking good.
Attack with Jeffrey Epstein after all that. And there doesn't appear to be any active criminal investigation into Howard Lutnick, okay? No one's suggesting that he allegedly participated in anything that Epstein was up to. But the connection matters. You know, the Lutnick name appears in more than 240 entries in the Epstein library on the DOJ website. Obviously, we got to talk about this. And now he's going to testify. I mean, you go all the way back to 2009. I found this email that was sent to Epstein. Howard Lutnick would like to speak to you. One of his employees asked me if Howard could have your number so he may call you. Would you like me to give him your number? They did not give me Howard's number. Again, this is the year after that 2008 conviction. Now, before I go any further, okay, how about this?
This is a year after the 2000 and what? The initial...
Go all the way back to 2009. I found this email that was sent to Epstein. Howard Lutnick would like to speak to you.
Okay. Well, let me look at this damn thing. Howard Lutnick would like to speak to you once one of his One of his employees asked me if Howard could have your number so he may call you. Would you like me to give him your number? They did not give me Howard's number. Howard Lutnick, one of his employees. Okay. So Howard Lutnick had one of his employees contact Jeffrey Epstein's secretary and ask to have his number so he can call him. So what does that sound like? Does that sound like a man who's looking for some little girls? I mean, and listen, let's just keep it real. How many other men are caught up in here dealing with little girls and allegedly others, boys too, right? But how many of them are already caught up in here? So Howard Lutnick, you can't just look at him and be like, nah, Howard Lutnick would never do that. No, why would he do that? Because all his buddies did it. That's why. And we have to ask the logical questions here and shit. You know what I'm saying? Like, is this a hookup? Is this dude trying to solicit minors? You know what I'm saying? Like right here. It almost sounds like a crack. I need some crack right now. It's like desperate. This dude is a fiend and shit. You know what I'm saying? Like, this is what it sounds like. I don't know. To me, it sounds like he's fiending. Can I get Jeffrey's number? Can I get some more?
One of his employees asked me,
Dinovich, what's up, man? Exactly. Denmark, yeah.
If Howard could have your number so he may call you. Would you like me to give him your number? They did not give me Howard's number. Again, this is the year after that 2008 conviction. Now, before I go any further, okay, how about this? This is important to note too.
This is important to know. I mean, it's going to go on and on and on. This is also important to note. It's like, damn, is it really like this much foul shit? But it is. It's all of them. All of them. It's a mountain of Epstein and his whole administration. A mountain of Epstein. And it's embarrassing. And these people are running the country. They're getting your tax dollars. Yeah. They're getting your tax dollars. Like, literally. That's their business, to get your tax money. Like, literally. That's their profession. Get some tax money from the taxpayers. That's how they making a living. You know what I'm saying? It's sad,
Lutnick's
man.
name appears in a child exploitation and human trafficking task force PowerPoint presentation about the Jeffrey Epstein investigation. This is in the Epstein files. He is listed under prominent names, and it says, Howard Lutnick. Redacted reported that Lutnick made his money through Ponzi schemes and money laundering. Lutnick and Epstein were neighbors, and Epstein sold Lutnick a home for 10, which was then sold for millions. Now, again, this seems to be allegations that were compiled in this PowerPoint presentation, but it's significant. I had to mention it. So now I want to go through some of the emails. I'll take it year by year. 2011, a lot of communications in 2011. So this one, for example, is from Epstein's assistant, Leslie Groff, who appears a lot in the Epstein files, to Epstein. It says, Howard Lutnick will come see you at 5 p.m. on Sunday, May 1st. How about this? Calendar appointments. This document, seemingly for Epstein in 2011. 5 p.m. appointment with Howard Lutnick, drinks. There was an email sent to Jeffrey Epstein on May 2nd, 2011 from Redacted. The phone was Howard Lutnick's. It has been collected. Another 2011 communication. Look at this email sent to Epstein. Howard Lutnick is on an airplane headed overseas. His office would like to know if you would like to set up a call while he is away, or if you prefer to speak with him on Monday, April 4th, when he is back. And it continues. Epstein was told in a 2011 email, Howard Lutnick returned your call. Another email sent to Epstein. Also, Howard Lutnick is available today from 10 to 2 in the office. I will add him to our list today. Later on in 2011, you have this one from Epstein's assistant, again, Leslie Groff to Epstein. FYI, Howard Lutnick's assistant called asking if you would be available to speak with Howard today. Now, to be clear, we don't know the substance of these conversations.
But this is a whole lot of activity given the fact that he lied about all this shit. I mean, this is loads of activity. This is regular and frequent activity. And Howard Lutnick was like, well, I only talked to him 4 times after something before he was, he made it sound like he wasn't frequently talking to this guy. But this is frequent contact. This is persistent contact. This means their relationship is deeper. And yeah, it's deeper than what he alleged,
And whether or not these meetings happened. But you're seeing it, right? You're seeing these connections. You need an explanation for why Lutnick seemingly wanted to be in contact with Epstein and maybe vice versa. What was going on here? Then you go back to 2012. I mentioned that whole visit to Epstein's Island. There's more communication about that from Lutnick's wife, Allison Lutnick. So she apparently emails Epstein's assistant, again, Leslie Groff, says, "Hi, Leslie. We are heading towards you from St. Thomas. Where should we anchor exactly? What is your phone number?" The response back, "Hi, Allison. Great to hear you're headed over. I'm actually not on the island. I just spoke to Redacted, and Redacted will be sending you an email with more instructions. I think they need to know what kind of boat you are on so they can instruct you properly. Thanks and have a great day, Leslie." And the response back, 188-foot yacht. Now, more from that year, like this email from Epstein's assistant to Lutnick. "Good morning, Howard. Jeffrey wished me to pass along the below to you. Nice seeing you."
Pass along the what? The below to you. What the hell does that mean? Let me see. Pass along the below to you. "Good morning, Howard. Jeffrey wished me to pass along the below to you. Nice seeing you." Oh, they talking about fucking drugs. Oh, is it below? It's below, not below. Okay. Oh shit. They're speaking in code. Like, okay, this is straight up code right here. Wow, nice seeing you. Please read number 2.3. Okay. Jeffrey wished me to pass along the below to you. Does that, hold on, who wrote this? Leslie Groff to Lutnick. Copy Gilbert Matthew. Subject, Jeffrey, okay. All right, well, okay.
Please read number 2.3. So again, does become a question how often they saw each other, how often they talked on the phone. What about 2013? Now this is significant. Lutnick and Epstein both appear to be signatories on a contract, a stock purchase agreement. CBS News reports that they signed on behalf of LLCs, limited liability companies, to acquire an ownership stake in an ad technology company called Adfin. So you're seeing what appears to be not just personal, but business aspects of the relationship too. Although, I will be clear about this, there is a source close to Howard Lutnick who told CBS News, quote, Cantor Fitzgerald, remember this is the firm that Lutnick had worked at, Cantor Fitzgerald was a small minority investor in Adfin. At the time of doing the deal, as a minority investor, Mr. Lutnick would not have any knowledge of who the other investors were. True. Although I do wonder if he had a copy of the agreement, would he have seen that Jeffrey Epstein
exactly, but it's not without a reach. You know what I'm saying? That's some
was on there. I don't know. Just something
you would have to believe it.
to think about. What about this from Epstein's accountant Richard Kahn to Epstein? Attached is a resume of Lutnick nanny. I am trying to arrange a time via Peter for you to meet her. Got another 2013 email. Epstein was asked, what is your view on Howard Lutnick? Just met him with PA. And Epstein responds, my neighbor, smart. Didn't say, don't really know him. Didn't really say, no idea. He's my neighbor. I don't really talk. But my neighbor, smart. 2015.
Yeah,
Lutnick
it sounds like it, Harbo Nip. It sounds like it to me.
Apparently invites Epstein to a Hillary Clinton fundraiser. 2017, Epstein apparently contributes to honoring Howard Lutnick. This is an email from Epstein's assistant. So this email is from 2017. Hello, Amanda. Jeffrey Epstein will be contributing to the UJA Wall Street dinner honoring Howard Lutnick. Can you please provide an address to where we can FedEx a check to? Whose attention? Anything else we should know? Reportedly, Epstein ended up donating $50,000. And you look at this email from, again, Epstein's former accountant, Richard Kahn. It says, Amanda, check from Jeffrey will be from his foundation, Gratitude America, in the amount of $50,000. Now, there's more communication about that one from Epstein to himself, by the way, where Epstein sends an email to a John Paulson, who apparently was UJA's chairman of its Wall Street and Financial Services division, writing, $50K from me. Hope PR is okay. Then you get a response from a David Ratner days later, who also appears to work or affiliated with UJA Federation of New York. Hi, Jeffrey. Many thanks for your incredible donation in honor of Howard Lutnick. Would you like to take an ad and offer your own words of congratulations in our commemorative journal? Are you able to join us at the event itself on this?
All right. So basically, Howard Lutnick knows a lot more than what he was saying. And I mean, but what makes a person come out? What made Howard Lutnick go out and do that interview with the New York Post? Because if he hadn't done that interview, people may not have, tied together all of this so quickly, And yeah, it just seems so weird. He even said the blackmail part about it. He said he's the one who said Epstein was the most prolific blackmailer. And before that, the media, it was denouncing blackmail as a motive, for the sex trafficking. The legacy media was totally denouncing blackmail. They didn't even think about black. They were like, it couldn't be espionage. It can't be blackmail until Howard Lutnick said blackmail. So I'm just very curious about why he said that. That is the strangest thing. But there must be a real reason behind it. Nobody, unless he's just that goddamn dumb. I mean, and used to getting away with everything. He's like, you know what? Fuck it. I'm going to go out there and explain to them how prolific of a blackmailer he was. And no one else has said it, but I could be the one to break the story. I mean, why would he do that? So I'm thinking he must have been forced or something happened. There's another reason for why he did it. It's not the obvious. It's not the reason I would do it, or someone else. It's something. Yeah, he has some sort of reason. It sounds like maybe there's some way he's protecting himself. I don't know. But in any case, check this out. They have 47,000 offline for review.
This week just got even worse because his Epstein nightmare, some of these documents that he was very deliberately covering up and not releasing to the American people, have now been leaked, have now been released by the DOJ as part of the Epstein files, and they include some very serious accusations against Donald Trump. And we're going to break it down. I'm going to show you these new documents. I have them. I've read them. They are stomach-churningly gross. So I warn you.
So let's get into the disgusting part. Folks have been good. I appreciate the patience. I'm still here. Don't worry. I got time. So I planned this to be slow. I just wanted to go through some things. But listen, do me a favor. If you haven't clicked the like button, click the like button. It helps more people see the stream, now and also later once it's offline. Also, if you haven't subscribed to my channel. I appreciate it. If you're on your TV, pick up your remote and just click it. I know a lot of people who watch on TV, don't really think to click like on the video. You like the mobile phones. But in any case, let's continue because now we get into the gory shit.
But I think it's
and you know who this is, right? This is Harry.
Something that every American should see. So let's just get right into the story. Let's not waste any more time. The other day on the show, we talked about how there are over 47,000 Epstein files offline for review. That's according to the Department of Justice. And part of these documents
and I love these young people. I love the young people in that are really pulling up the keeping just doing the work. I mean, these young people are sharp. They're sharp. And I got to give them credit because they're hungry and they know politics. They know, but they also know journalism, and they're really fighting to make a balanced, impression on everyone. Because if we didn't have a lot of these folks like this doing it, we would be sitting there listening to who what's this guy's name? What the fuck is that podcaster's name? Joe Rogan. We be sitting here listening to Joe Rogan and shit as the kind of funny left guy and shit. It's like, oh my fucking God. No, please, man. Please.
Offline are some interviews with a woman who accused Donald Trump of assaulting her when she was
Yes, she did.
between the ages of 13 and 15 years old. Her accusation is in the Epstein files. We know what she accused Donald Trump of, but the FBI interviews with this woman, who was a girl when the assault happened, were not completely released. We had one of four. The three left were missing, not released in the Epstein files. The withheld files included FBI interview notes documenting a series of interviews the woman gave to agents in 2019 in which she alleged this misconduct by Trump and Epstein when she was a minor in the 1980s. So we hadn't seen these interviews, and people were asking, well, where the hell are they? These documents, these interviews probably would have stayed completely secret and covered up if not for the work of journalists like Roger Sollenberger, who we talked about on the show, who really dug into it and found out that these interviews were missing. Now, as I mentioned, the documents are out. The Department of Justice just posted online 3 FBI interviews that had been missing from the massive trove of Epstein files initially released. They related to unsubstantiated assault allegations against Donald Trump. Now, this is a woman who Roger Sollenberger reported has been deemed credible by the FBI, a credible accuser. But of course, these specific allegations have not been proven against Donald Trump in a court of law. So there's that. But they are very serious allegations. And I want to get into them with you right now. And again, not really waste any more time here. It's that important. It's vital stuff. So this girl in one of these interviews that was conducted in August of 2019 recalled at least one incident in which Epstein took her off the island. I suppose that probably means Epstein Island, when she was between 13 and 15 years old. He drove her and or flew her to either New York or New Jersey. She was then introduced to someone with money, and she identified the person as Donald Trump, saying it was Trump. Blank and Epstein, blank, I believe the redacted name are her initials, so just, I think that's what it is. I'm not 100% sure, though, of course. Were with others to include Trump in a very tall building with huge rooms. Trump did not like this individual from the get-go. He didn't like that I was a boy-girl, and what she means is a tomboy. Blank could not recall the identities of the other individuals present. However, they all exited when Trump asked everyone to leave the room. Trump mentioned something to the effect of, quote, "Let me teach you how little girls are supposed to be." Ugh. I mean, that sends like shivers down your spine. You know what I mean? It's just, this is nasty stuff. Yeah, wow. He then, according to this girl, unzipped his pants and put her head down to his area, putting it mildly, and she said she bit him, and that Trump struck her after she bit him, his area, and said words to the effect of, "Get this little bee the hell out of here." Blank advised she bit Trump's area because he disgusted her. She said, quote, "He had money. It reeked off of him." At that point, people re-entered the room and no further information was provided. So we've known about this allegation. It was included in that slideshow that the DOJ had put together of allegations against wealthy, powerful men that they had as part of the Epstein files. But this is a much deeper look into these allegations. It gives some background on where it happened, where it was, you know, the exact wording of what Trump said, what she said, and things like that. So some serious stuff. She also said that she got the feeling the relationship between Trump and Epstein included a certain amount of jealousy, which has actually been talked about before. There have been other women who knew Epstein at the time, or just people in that sphere, or journalists who have dug into this, who said that there was this element of jealousy between Trump and Epstein. They both were somewhat jealous of each other. Epstein jealous of like Trump's, New York City properties, Trump jealous of Epstein's connections. This is actually something that has been reported on. But anyway, she got the feeling that the relationship between Trump and Epstein included a certain amount of jealousy. She thought Trump appeared jealous of Epstein, but at some point, they ended up on a level playing field. Trump and Epstein, and this is where it gets gross again, sometimes use the terms fresh meat, untainted, and not jaded.
Damn! That is crazy. Fresh meat? Fresh meat, I mean, but then again, why am I shocked? Why am I fucking shocked? I shouldn't be shocked at all. This is crazy.
While referring to girls. She stated she had two additional interactions with Trump, but asked that the interview move on to a different subject for the time being. And in this interview, I read all of these documents. She actually seems kind of reluctant to talk about Trump, not because she doesn't have information on him or anything like that, but she feels kind of hopeless. She said, like, what's the point of providing information if nothing's going to be done about it, according to these FBI agents, according to these notes? And of course, he was president at the time. This was 2019. And so she felt, at least how I'm reading it, this is not her.
Look, he was president at the time. Hold on, let's hear that back. Let's hear this back.
Actually seems kind of reluctant to talk about Trump, not because she doesn't have information on him or anything like that, but she feels kind of hopeless. She said, like, what's the point of providing information if nothing's going to be done about it, according to these FBI agents, according to these notes? And of course, he was president at the time. This was 2019. And
so he was president at the time. It was 2019. And somebody in the chat wrote this. So didn't go to the cops or press charges. Yeah, okay, I got you. That's real funny. That's real funny. That's real funny. You see what I mean? Like, yeah, okay. In any case, yeah, let's continue.
So she felt, at least how I'm reading it, this is not her words, how I'm reading it, is that there might be some form of retribution. That if she mentioned Donald Trump's name to the FBI that Donald Trump was controlling at the time, that her life would be basically ruined. She also talked about how, Epstein talked about blackmailing people in front of her. She was confident Trump knew that Epstein blackmailed people because she heard Epstein and Trump talking about it. Interesting. So Trump and Epstein, according to her, again, we don't know if this is 100% true or not, but a lot of this has been backed up or at least fits a timeline. She is saying that Trump absolutely knew that Epstein blackmailed people, which is not exactly surprising. I mean, I think it's almost a foregone conclusion that Donald Trump knew about the girls. I mean, there's so many different pieces of evidence. Epstein himself said that Trump knew about the girls, right? I mean, you know, and Donald Trump is also on the record saying that Epstein liked young girls. I mean, we all know that quote from, I think, the 2002 or at least the early 2000s. So this is not exactly surprising. And this also completely contradicts what Donald Trump's FBI has been saying, Kash Patel. I mean, he's on the record saying, you know, Epstein didn't blackmail anybody. There's no list or anything like that. Well, I think some people might disagree with that. She also included a story where she believes that Donald Trump was behind some threatening phone calls to her, trying to basically get her to shut up. The last call, blank characterized as threatening, occurred in approximately December or January, and for some reason they appeared to have redacted the year. I don't know why this year would be redacted. Kind of makes me worried about what else we can't read in this this document, but the man on the message stated he was either Kevin or Keith and that he was calling from a doctor's office to check on her. She only listened for a second and did not hear the entire message. This doctor had no idea where she worked and would have never called to check on her. She stated she told her daughter about the call, and her daughter subsequently called the doctor in an attempt to confirm the call to blank, or whatever this is. Again, we don't know what it is, although you can like highlight it. It's weird. Anyway, the doctor's office stated they did not call to check on blank, and blank told her boss she had to take her daughter and leave immediately. She believed the incident to be threatening and related to Epstein and or his associates. Blank stated under her breath that if it was not Epstein, maybe it was the other one. When asked the identity of the other one, she stated it was Donald Trump. So there's more to these documents. There's some passing mentions of Donald Trump as well. And of course, what I referenced just a moment ago of her saying, you know, I don't even feel as if I should talk about this stuff because nothing's going to be done about it, which is really a kind of heartbreaking thing. You know, a victim feeling helpless with her accusation that she might be targeted by the president of the United States is really, really sad stuff. But these documents have been released. They are out there now. And if you wanted to go read the documents for yourself, these are the Bates numbers for the interviews. So you can look them up and read them, and you can see if I missed anything or anything you thought was significant. Let me know in the comments. But
let me see these numbers real quick. It says, is this here? Did he put it on here? 2 seconds. Maybe they have this also here in the description. Do they? No, but you know what? I'm gonna go over to here and pull them up. 2 seconds. Let me see. Boom, boom, boom. Let me see here. Here we go. Oh man. Okay, so let me see. Let me see what this is about. Here we go. It appears you are referring to the lawsuit filed by a woman using the pseudonym Jane Doe. Is that nah. I'm talking about. Is that what she said? What? Is that what he's not talking about this one? Let's see here. EFT A O2 858 481. Yeah, there we go. Now that's this one, right? 81. Yeah. So let me do this. Okay, there's 3 of them. Let me see. All right. Yeah, he did say 3 file number. Okay, the document. Let's see here. The encounter. The victim alleges she was taken to a very tall building in New York or New Jersey where she was introduced to Donald Trump. She claims Trump asked everyone to leave the room and then forced her to perform oral you know what. Then she stated she bit him. And okay, so everybody knows this one. I'm going to check this out later, but in any case, there's more documents about Trump that have been leaked and people are pouring through it. It's not only these. These are just the ones people stumbled across. You see what I'm saying? There's more. So in any case, let's come out of that one and get on to the shenanigans with the with Trump and Iran, you know, because this shit is going on and this shit is sad. It is fucking up a lot of people's lives. Yeah, and to be honest, it is like, it's such the most disrespectful act I've ever seen a president engage in. Everything about Trump is disrespectful, but just his mere lack of care for life. You know what I'm saying? Like as a leader, you can't have a person like this leading and people think that your country is civilized. Like, it just doesn't work that way. It doesn't work that way. This is not civilized. This is something else, you know?
Tonight at 10, in the last few minutes, President Trump has called on Iran to surrender and urged its people to rise up against the regime.
I'm once again calling on all members of the Iranian Revolutionary Guard, the military and the police, to lay down their arms. They're only going to be killed.
Tonight, more US-Israeli strikes light up the sky over Iran's capital, Tehran. We're on the border as Iranians flee.
Everybody, every single person is really getting scared and they want to get out of there.
Iran continues to hit back. In the last hour, these are the skies over the Israeli city of Tel Aviv.
And here in Dubai, throughout the day, more air raid alerts. Locals and hundreds of thousands of Brits told to find urgent shelter.
Start filming, straight inside! Straight inside!
Running for cover at an RAF base in Cyprus as air raid sirens go off. The Prime Minister says more support is being sent to the Middle East.
We will do everything we can to protect British lives, uphold British values, and safeguard the national interest.
In other news, the government is to offer £40,000 to failed asylum seekers if they agree to leave the UK. And Saharan dust is coming our way with the prospect of orange and red sunsets.
On BBC London, schools are told they must provide allergy awareness training to all staff. We visit a school
Qatar, saying the conflict could continue for some time. And the first government-chartered flight for Britons stranded in the Middle East is expected to land in the early hours of the morning. Well, these are all the countries in the region now caught up in this conflict on day 6 of the war. First, let's go straight to Washington and to our correspondent Tom Bateman, who's been listening to President Trump. Tom.
Rita, Donald Trump on his feet in the White House in the last few minutes, saying that he believes the American military is ahead of schedule, he says, in its total demolition of the enemy. Now, he set out a list of what he said were the accomplishments so far. He said that in the view of U.S. forces...
Hey, wait a second. I'm sorry. Look at this. Someone wrote, Indigo wrote, I don't support Ukraine in the Russian war. Does that make me a Russian bot? Let's look at Indigo's account right here. Joined February 25th, 2026. Does that make you a bot? Nah. Man. Anyway, you do let it do what it do, man. Go ahead.
Some 2/3 of Iran's missiles and launchers had now been wiped out by that massive aerial bombardment. He also said...
Man, can you just... Why? People are dying. People are dying, and you have motherfuckers pretending to have opinions and shit that ain't even theirs. You know what I'm saying? It's that important, you know?
That the Iranians had been calling him, he said, but it was too late. He said it was the Americans that were now the ones that wanted to fight more than the Iranians. And he made another call to the entire military structure of the Iranian regime.
I blocked him so I can live in my bubble.
Calling for its surrender.
And I'm once again calling on all members of the Iranian Revolutionary Guard, the military and the police to lay down their arms. They're only going to be killed. And now is the time to stand up for the Iranian people and help take back your country. You're going to...
It's a setup. Whatever it is, it's a setup. Don't believe him.
have a chance after all these years to take back your country.
He wants y'all to kill each other, all right?
To accept immunity, we'll give you immunity, and we'll be giving you really the right side of history.
He really sounds like he thought about this a lot, don't he? Not. Trump is just so casual about any conversation. Like, he always sounds like he didn't think about it at all. Listen to how he talks. Just, oh, you just give up, we'll give you immunity. You know, he didn't ask anybody if any of it's going to work, you know?
The Iranian people and help take back your country. You're going to have a chance after all these years to take back your country. Accept immunity, we'll give you immunity, and we'll be giving you really the right side of history, because that's what it is. So you'll be perfectly safe with total immunity, or you'll face absolutely guaranteed death, and I don't want to see that.
It sounds like a threat. You know what I mean? You either come to me and surrender, or I'm going to kill you. Trump is fucking barbaric. I told you, Trump is ghetto, man. He's the president of the ghetto American political party called the Republicans, or MAGA. That's some straight up ghetto shit. I mean, really. Like, seriously, you dealing with the ghetto, you know? And I said this when I opened this up. This is like, I have to say this, Europeans, you guys are a little more civilized. I'm going to say it again. You Europeans, you're more civilized. I have to say that, you know, because you guys think. You know what I mean? You construct things, so, you know, things that work for society. You know what I'm saying? Look, I spent the whole last night while I was flipping through Facebook and all these new goddamn electric cars that are coming to Denmark. You know what I'm saying? From everywhere. Hyundai from Korea. Some are going to be coming from China, luxury ones and shit. I'm like, my day is going okay. It's like people are chilling, going to school. People are getting educated. People are getting healthy from their health care. You know, it's so look, somebody already, Marianne said, Europe is so screwed. Ha ha ha. Yeah, you tell yourself that, Marianne. But in any case, in your head, imagining, in any case, you know, no matter what, they have the right ideas and concepts. You see, to do right, you first got to have the right ideas and concepts. You got to have some idea of structure and how society works. Motherfucking in the United States, they don't have a fucking idea how society works. And I mean that word society. I mean the actual real word, society. Okay? It's supposed to be fucking civilized and functioning. Okay? Like, and I'm going to say it again. That Republican Party is the ghetto fucking party of the United States of America. It's the ghetto party of the West. You may as well be going to the bad part of town when you go into that political realm, because they are dumb and bigoted. Dumb and bigoted. They are the dumbest motherfuckers. They need education more than anyone else. And yet they're denying it. I'm just saying, this is why we're looking at this. And I'm going to say it again. Europeans, you're more civilized. How dare J.D. Vance come over here and try to lecture y'all on fucking civilization and culture, Western civilization? Man, what the fuck? What the fuck? He got some goddamn nerve. Go the fuck back to Appalachia, motherfucker. Like, goddamn, get an education, man. Advocate for education for people in Appalachia. Advocate for people for education and goddamn. They don't even fucking advocate for it and shit. J.D. Vance, proud of Appalachia. They need education and healthcare more than anybody else. And his bitch ass isn't even advocating for it. That is ghetto. That is ghetto. The world is a ghetto. Dun, dun, dun. You know what I'm saying? Like, seriously, in a bad way. But in any case, let's listen to someone else.
Now, President Trump reiterated what
an intelligent person describe how the world is.
Once again, that this doesn't appear for him to be about a complete top to bottom.
Let's listen to a European talk for a little bit. You know what I'm saying?
Regime change.
Instead of J.D. Vance and fucking dumbass Donald J. Trump.
He is looking at the idea of decapitation, to do to Iran what he has already done to Venezuela. He also made a threat to Cuba as well, saying that they would be next in the next.
Isn't this what ghetto people do? Motherfucking Bloods and Crips, how he gang fighting and shit. Trump is just running around like a fucking fringe gang on earth. Like, straight up. No holds barred. You know what I'm saying? No holds barred at all. They're like thugs. They're thugs.
Few weeks potentially, he mentioned at one point. But that action that he is suggesting that he wants to see in Iran is now very clearly about him being the key person involved in deciding who succeeds.
And arrogant ass gang leader, it's about me. Look at this shit.
That they would be next.
He's a badass. He's not even a good gang leader, man. Look at this.
The next few weeks, potentially, he mentioned at one point. But that action that he is suggesting that he wants to see in Iran is now very clearly about him being the key person involved in deciding.
I got to be the key. I can hear that shit already. Listen, man, the way we got to do it, I got to be the key person in charge. You know, it's got to be about me, man. Everybody.
In Iran is now very clearly about him being the key person involved.
Yeah, we all know a gang motherfucker like that.
Who succeeds the assassin.
He usually goes to fucking jail.
Assassinated Supreme Leader Ayatollah Ali Khamenei. Now, there's been a lot of talk in the last few days about his second eldest son, Mojtaba. Mojtaba Khamenei is a 56-year-old. He is a hardline cleric. He is seen as very close to the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps and widely tipped by many to succeed his father to become the supreme leader in that assembly of experts decision-making that's
Yo, I hear you, Indigo.
Supposed to be taking place at some point this week. Now, it was put to Mr. Trump today, would he want to see Mojtaba as the next leader? He said absolutely not. He's a lightweight. This would be unacceptable. And if that happens, the Americans would be back to war with Iran in 5 years' time. He said this.
ETTT, I see you. I see you. Yeah, for real. I live in the USA, one of the most unaffordable countries. Absolutely. Yeah, for real.
They have to be involved in the appointment.
I'm an American who grew up in the U.S., you know, in Washington, D.C. I moved overseas when I was 30. You see what I mean? But so I've been living overseas for a while. So, you know, I can't hide it anymore. I have to just say it. You know what I'm saying? I have to just say it. Like, the Republican Party is the ghetto party of the United States of America, and they don't know anything about civilization, society. They don't know anything about it. They are ghetto. They are ghetto. They're showing their ass to the world in a bad way. You know what I mean? It's pedophiles, criminals, felons, you know what I'm saying? Rapists, felons. I mean, what else are they doing? You know, embezzlement, fucking washing money. You know what I'm saying? Like all types of things being alleged here in this activity. And why can't you do it fairly? Why can't you be rich and do things the honest way? Why can't you be a decent person? Why can't you care about your country? You know what I'm saying? Why can't you care about your fellow American? You fucking sickos. You know, these are like new money people. They got to show their ass. That's what we're saying. It's like, this is when you compare it to Europe, the United States is 250 years old. The United States is new money. It acts like Lil Wayne and the rest of them motherfuckers. You know what I'm saying? Europe is more like Rakim. You know what I'm saying? Europe is like some Tropical Quest, Rakim, you know what I'm saying? Just some shit you have to think and listen to kind of understand and enjoy. You know what I'm saying? It's sophisticated. It understands jazz. And then you got like new money, which is like Lil Wayne and the rest of these motherfuckers. They got to throw the bottles in the air, have all the women run amok every fucking where. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's what this is, man. Young money. Young money. Young money problems.
Like with Delsey.
They got some fucking nerve trying to lecture Europe, a place where you go and everyone has universal health care and universal education. They have some fucking nerve trying to lecture Europe about society. You know what I'm saying? About civilization. I have to say it too. It's my job to say it.
In Venezuela, making that comparison, saying that he wants effectively a decapitation of
they got the nerve calling anybody ghetto. These are young money motherfuckers right here.
President Trump to decide.
Out to prove a point. Out to prove a point. Don't even speak their native language and shit. They all speak in English. How many of them you think come from English ancestry? But they all over there speaking fucking English and shit. They done forgot their history. Don't give a fuck about the Native Americans, you know. Don't even have the nerve to teach, make sure that it's mandatory that every public school teaches a Native American language. Denmark, they do that. That's what happens in Greenland. You go to school in a native language in Greenland. You see what I'm saying? Like, that's what I mean. J.D. Vance, and he got the nerve to be trying to 250-year-old country trying to lecture a 1,000-year-old one on civilization. Young money, hey, young money.
Who leads Iran next? Other options, of course, are less radical figures seen as reformists. Mr. Trump has never said who he would like to be the next leader of Iran. But one thing is clear. He has said already this week they had many people in mind to be next. The problem is they end up being killed.
Tom Bateman in Washington, thank you. Israeli and US attacks on Iran have continued, with Israel saying it's moving to the next phase of its war, in which it'll further dismantle the regime and its military capabilities. Meanwhile, ordinary Iranians have been telling the BBC about their fears while under attack. Here's our chief international correspondent, Lise Doucet.
Oh, shit. Yeah, that's crazy. I don't know what to say about that, but young money all day, y'all. This is young money problems right here. This is what you're seeing. Blackmail. They getting blackmailed, extorted. Supreme Court can't even get itself out of the, Supreme Court, Congress, they can't get themselves out of the loop. They don't know what to do about the Epstein files. Listen, if you're so scared to release these files, that means they are totally fucked up. That means these people have been showing their ass and they don't want the American people to know. That's what that means, but they have to release the files. You got to learn from your mistakes. But if people don't know what the mistakes are, there won't be any accountability. There won't be any learning from it. And the American people won't have control over their country anymore, because some of these motherfuckers will still be getting blackmailed. We need to know who has been doing this stuff. Who's been compromised?
Tonight, the skies of Tehran are lit again by a war soon entering its second week, and there's no end in sight. The attacks by Israel and America, which started this day, left more deep scars. Even before the smoke cleared, Iran's flag was draped across destroyed buildings, perhaps a signal of defiance. The targets aren't clear in these crowded residential areas. Members of security forces and their families, or police stations and government offices on these streets. The Azadi Sports Complex in West Tehran was also gutted. Israel claims it was a gathering and resting place for the regime's forces. Valiasr Street, cutting through the capital, is quiet. It's usually choked with traffic. Some people sent messages to the BBC's Persian service.
Personally, I don't really know what will happen. The only thing I do know is that I absolutely don't want anything to do with the clerics. I think most people feel the same way.
I have to stay mostly at home to avoid getting caught in the middle of an attack, just to save my life. And the sound of ongoing blasts is fatiguing.
They hit a lot of places near our house. They struck the police station and a Basij base. From what I can see, everyone's happy, though they are stressed because of the sounds.
The government tries to send a message that it's business as usual, and Iran is still fighting back.
We didn't start this war. This was not our war of choice. We were attacked. The aggressors are responsible for the consequences.
The consequences in Iran keep climbing. Nearly 800 dead since the start of this war, according to the Red Crescent Society. More than 2,000 military targets hit, says the US. And tonight Israel announced it's moving to the next phase to dismantle the regime. Even as the clerics and commanders are said to be choosing a new leader to steer them through this existential crisis. Lise Doucette, BBC News.
Well, thousands of Iranians are fleeing the country, fearing for their safety. Our correspondent James Waterhouse is on the Turkey-Iran border and has sent this report from the town of Kapikoy.
War is not fine at all.
What's it been like? What's it been like the last few days? I mean,
This is war, real war. We have the return ticket. As soon as it's finished, we come because this is our home.
Do you worry about your family, I presume, inside? I mean, how safe are they?
In the war, there is no safety for nobody, even for us. So they attack all the city, even 200 meters from our home.
It's under pressure. A lot of bomb. A lot. I'm so upset. I'm upset about both sides. They're so embarrassing. I mean, in Iran and also the US, both of them, they can't even speak together. It's so embarrassing. That's it.
Firstly, I feel lots of sorrow for my country. We have lost a very great leader. As you see, I'm going back again to Iran. And I know everything on the ground, not through the media. It's terrifying.
The Americans might have encouraged the Iranians to revolt against their government, but the testimonies we've heard here do not suggest the regime has been weakened, especially when you consider their fears of reprisal for criticising the leadership in any way, even once they've crossed the border into Turkey.
And that was James Waterhouse there at the Iran-Turkey border. Well, meanwhile, Iran continues to strike at its neighbours with US bases. In the last hour, these are the skies over Tel Aviv in Israel, where what appears to be waves of Iranian missiles were fired on the city. But the conflict has expanded further beyond the Middle East. Drones hit an airport in Azerbaijan. Azerbaijan's president vowed to retaliate after what he called a terrorist Iranian drone strike. And the United Arab Emirates says it has intercepted 6 Iranian missiles and 131 drones today alone. 1 missile and 6 drones landed on its territory. People in Dubai have been sent emergency alerts on their mobiles, again warning of potential missile threats. Well, our correspondent Nick Beak is there for us now. And the situation remains very tense, Nick.
Good evening, Rita. Yeah, that certainly is the case. Once again, the UAE is having to deal with a barrage of Iranian missiles and drones. No reported serious injuries or deaths today. But clearly this is a world away from the image that Dubai has carefully cultivated over the years of being a haven of tranquility, sunshine, low tax. Its influence central for many people, but as well as uploading and sharing content today, a lot of people were glued to their phones looking out for the next missile alert. We know that there are about 140,000 Brits who've registered for information from the UK government. We don't know just how many of those people want to leave. The first British repatriation flight has now departed belatedly. Someone on board described to us it being a complete shambles, the delay that was put down to a technical issue. There are more flights leaving the region, but still huge transport problems which need to be dealt with. And tonight, Rita, an illustration of this, a flight from France to the region had to turn back because of the threat of missiles coming from Iran.
Nick Beek
All right,
in Dubai. Thank you very much.
So this is the thing. This is the thing right here. This is the theme of this, right? We talking about culture and civilization, right? And you know, we did have a situation where the president of the United States or vice president of the United States came to Europe and came to lecture Europeans on society, on civilization, saying that their civilization is dying, crashing, all of this bullshit, right? And totally lying to the American people, by the way, which is that's the worst part about it. If you're an American, once you know that he literally came over here, he's preaching to them, right? But the truth of the matter is that the show is not really for the Europeans. The show is for the American dumbasses. You know what I mean? Like, because it's the American dumbasses that see a fuckhead like J.D. Vance on TV and really think that he's going to come over here and lecture somebody. You see what I'm saying? And this is what keeps these stupid fuckers locked into this brainwash where they think they're better than everybody else. They're so fucking stupid, they don't realize they're dumber than everybody else. They're the only fucking Western people that don't have the love for their society enough to have universal health care. These are the same motherfuckers that don't have the love for their society to have universal education. How do you think your civilization is going to live, your society is going to live if you don't have educated people? Like, what the fuck is that all about? Of course your society is going to die. You know, so it's really a show for the Americans listening. It's a political show. It's preposterous. Of course, the Europeans were insulted because of the times they were in, but otherwise it would just be preposterous. They would just be like, what the fuck? But, you know, it's insult to the injury, essentially. So that's why it's not, taken lightly anymore. But I mean, we need to be clear about this. What's going to happen here and what he's playing around with, and this is a threat. This is a real threat. He is playing around. He's talking about civilization. He's talking about culture. He's talking about European civilization is dying or blah, blah, blah. Yo, that's code word for foreigners. That's code word for you have too many immigrants. That's code word for you take too many refugees. That's what that's code word for. But the thing is that since you're saying that, what do you think this motherfucking war that you're creating is going to create? It's going to create refugees, and where are those refugees going to go? They're going to want to go to Europe because Europe is civilized. Europe is, I mean, it functions. You see what I mean? For real. And so these people, Netanyahu and Trump, are actually, to be honest, they're just creating more refugees for everybody. And they say they're anti-refugee, but they're creating refugees. Facts. So you can't be anti-refugee, anti-immigrant, and fucking be at the source of creating the goddamn immigrants. Like, you can't do that. You can't have it both ways. Nobody has it both ways. So keep that in mind when you watch this, because everybody, no matter who you are, no matter what your background is, everybody living in Europe knows what I'm talking about. Right-wing politics will deal largely with, and I don't want to talk down about it. I'm just saying, right, not like the U.S. I'm saying there's right, there's left, there's center in Europe too, and they're different from the U.S. Right, obviously, because at least they could agree that people need to be educated. People need to be healthy if you want them to work. They could at least agree on that, right? Now, regardless of what you think, there are high standards. Now here's the thing. The idea is that a lot of the politicians, it's become a political issue about migrants in Europe. J.D. Vance knows that. J.D. Vance is a piece of shit. J.D. Vance tells people that. He mentions that. That's what they mean when they say it's falling apart. They're saying you got too many immigrants. That's the whole thing. Well, he's creating immigrants. They are literally creating immigrants through the activity that they support. And they need to be held accountable. Who's going to take these immigrants in? Who's going to take these refugees? Put your hand up. Who's supposed to, if you're in on the war, you're supposed to receive some of the refugees, morally and ethically. If you're in on war that disturbs people's habitat, you have to be responsible for taking care of the refugees. Is Israel going to take care of the refugees? You're going to take all the Iranian refugees into Israel and give them a place to lay their head? What about the United States? Is the United States going to take these immigrants and give them a place to lay their head? Because you can't have it both ways no matter who you are. You see what I mean? You can't be creating refugees, creating a crisis, and then lecturing people on how they deal with it. Especially if they're trying their best to do it in a humane way, unlike you. So let's just keep that in mind when we watch all this stuff. This didn't have to happen. Netanyahu and Trump made it happen. They should be made to clean the mess up. They should be made to financially clean it up. They should be made, it's financially. Let everybody else handle the rest. Just cough over the money. Cough over the money. Because you can't even be trusted to manage it. To manage the reparation funds. You see what I mean? Like, goddamn, and really, because this is a complete mockery of how can I say it? You can't be from a nation and behave this way. You can't be from a nation and treat nationhood like this. Like, I mean, really, you see what I mean? Donald Trump, they didn't have to go to war, and they did it anyway. And again, that's ghetto. That's ghetto. They didn't have to go to war, but they went to war anyway. You know what that sounds like? Just two feuding motherfucking neighbors, just like out there on the block. We got to go to war anyway. Fuck you. Who the fuck you talking to? You going to say this to me? And then they, just out of nowhere, all of a sudden, I'm going to launch a bomb on you. Fuck it. Let's do it first. You know what I'm saying? It's like, this is garbage for 2026. This is a bunch of macho bullshit. Oh, a total waste of human life, a total waste of public tax dollars, public money, total waste of just everything. Like, you can't start a war like this and talk about civilization. You just can't. You can't start a war like this and talk about civilization. You can't. It's just ridiculous, You could use all that money and all those efforts to support everyday people in the countries you come from. Especially the countries that don't have universal health care like the U.S., especially the countries that don't have universal education like the U.S. All that motherfucking bomb money, weapons money, military money, all of it, all of that should have been used towards health care and education for American people. All of that. And instead it went to go and bomb Iran, which it is now our fucking country to decide what happens there. That it's just that simple. That's how it works. It's not our country to decide who their leaders are. It's up for us to criticize them when they don't hold up the standard of human rights and make sure people have civil rights. We can criticize them all we want, but blowing them to the ground and making people have to flee, and then risking a larger war, which also is going to create more refugees. That's totally, utterly fucking irresponsible. Totally irresponsible. Totally. Especially in 2026. That is poor leadership coming from countries that claim to have something to do with civilization. Like, just straight up. So, in any case, here we go. Just remember that when you see this.
Correspondent Hugo Beshega, who's in Tel Aviv in Israel for us tonight. And Hugo, we saw those pictures, apparently waves of missiles in the skies across the city. Tell us more.
Yeah, Rita, we heard the air raid siren here in Tel Aviv about an hour ago, and then loud explosions indicating interceptions by the country's air defense systems. And then footage emerged indicating the use of a cluster bomb warhead. This is a kind of warhead that opens up when descending, spreading smaller munitions. And now there has been confirmation by Iran's Revolutionary Guards that a cluster missile had been used against Tel Aviv. The use of this kind of weapon is prohibited by the Convention of Cluster Munitions. Iran is not a signatory of this treaty. Now, the pace of Iran's attacks has diminished in recent days, and some of the restrictions that had been imposed here in Israel have now been relaxed.
Hugo Beshega there in Tel Aviv. Thank you. Well, as you heard earlier, the Prime Minister, Sir Keir Starmer, has been defending his decision for the UK not to get involved in the initial attacks on Iran at the weekend, led by the US and Israel.
They should not, look, same issue. Think about this. Elon Musk. What has Elon Musk been doing? He's been spending his time tampering with UK elections. That's what Elon Musk has been doing. And what Elon Musk has been trying to do is bolster up hatred and sentiment, right, inside of the UK as a political tool, right? So he props up an anti-immigrant arm, another MAGA UK. He props them up, you see, which is interfering in the elections, by the way, and people's sovereignty. He bolsters them up, right? But then his partner, Donald Trump, is over there creating refugees. So again, how you going to be on both sides of the coin? You're going to create refugees, but then you're going to bolster up political parties complaining about refugees? That's wrong. That is unethical. And on top of it, that's hypocritical, and everybody can see it. It's before the world to see. That's what's going on. So people need to understand, if you want to insulate yourself, right, don't fall for Donald Trump's bullshit, Netanyahu's bullshit. Don't fall for this, because they're trying to control people through creating a crisis that doesn't otherwise wouldn't exist. That's what they're doing. They're holding the world, hostage. They're hijacking things. Straight up. And they're taking up all the attention and using all the resource. You see what I mean? They're obstructing. So just keep that in mind when we hear this.
Downing Street this afternoon, Sir Keir announced 4 more UK Typhoon fighter jets to Qatar as he promised to strengthen defences across the Middle East.
Elon Musk should be out of the UK elections before they even attempt to involve themselves, because if it backfires, then it's going to backfire all the way. It's going to be like you had a moment where you could have insulated yourselves, but instead you fed right into the mess, which makes me wonder, is there more to Starmer in the Epstein files? Because he seems to want to fall right into this shit.
Sir Keir also confirmed that the first charter flight to evacuate British nationals from the Middle East had taken off from Oman. These pictures were released by the Foreign Office, showing people getting on the plane before it took off this afternoon, heading for Stansted. With this report is Chris Mason.
Sir Keir Starmer said the Middle East had been plunged into chaos. He claimed he'd offer calm, level-headed leadership. And he told us more than 4,000 people have arrived back in the UK so far on commercial flights from the United Arab Emirates.
A further 7 flights are due to leave the UAE for the UK today. We will lay on additional charter flights in the coming days. This is a huge undertaking. It's one of the biggest operations of its kind, many times bigger than the evacuation from Afghanistan. It's not going to happen overnight.
From the civilian consequences to the military escalation, the Prime Minister said the UK was stepping up its defence of its allies.
We're sending 4 additional Typhoon jets to join our squadron in Qatar, to strengthen our defensive operations in Qatar and across the region. Wildcat helicopters with anti-drone capabilities are arriving in Cyprus tomorrow.
See, the United States and Israel has drawn people into this. You know, Iran, of course, has drawn people into this by firing on other people. But, you know, again, the one that's supposed to be in charge is Donald J. Trump. And, yeah, if you should go along with this mission, you would be following that same person that dragged you into everything else erroneously. And, you know, just basically trying to get people to fall into quicksand. You see what I mean? The entire time. And this is just another example of some quicksand. You have to know how to get around it or to get through quicksand. You know what I mean? What movements to make, how to actually deal with quicksand, or you go under. You see what I mean? And just another hazard for people to jump through their hoops. And, you know, actually, you know, I just really, I really question the intelligence of governments that continue to trust, Donald J. Trump. I really, and even I'm talking about his orders, because at the end of the day, the military has to take his orders. And as you already seen, the U.S. military is in several places right now acting like they don't really know the Constitution, acting like they're not going to stand up for the Constitution. Now, let me just show you what I mean. Let me digress a little bit here and pull up a few things that in line with this war are going on in the U.S. Just so people know, I'm sure some of you have seen this already. And those of you that haven't, good, we get a chance to check it out. But let me see here if I can pull this stuff up real quick. Yeah, I can. Hold on 2 seconds. Here we go. This actually occurred in the Senate meeting the other day to stop what is it? They wanted to stop the war powers, you know, or put some constraints on Trump's war powers. And of course, like some really pathetic, you know, Republicans, like they do, right? Like Republicans do, they passed the shit anyway. You know, I mean, they stopped it. They stopped it. They failed to restrict Trump's war powers. But here is a Marine, and you should see how he felt about it. And here it is. Let's check it out, y'all. Thank God for soldiers like this, by the way. I mean, these are the soldiers that I respect. These are the soldiers that we're used to having in the United States of America. Like, I just got to say that, like, straight up. You know, here is an American soldier doing the right thing. Okay?
And nobody wants to fight for Israel. Israel is the reason for this war. America does not want to fight this war for Israel. Let's go. Come on, let's go. America does not want to send its sons and daughters to war for Israel. Your inability to name that shows your exemptness as leaders. This is wrong. Stop. And nobody wants to fight for Israel.
And look, this soldier, he's not, this soldier right here, he's not, he doesn't have anything against, a lot of Americans, we don't, to be honest, we don't have a, how can I say this? The way a lot of Americans are feeling right now, they don't want to be involved with Israel or Palestine. Like a lot of Americans don't want to be involved in ever because we've grown up with this cycle. We've grown up with this problem. American citizens in a way are like we've been our whole lives invested in this issue, also invested in Israel, obviously directly, but also invested in, trying to take some responsibility for what has gone on in Palestine, for better or for worse, however you like it. People can criticize how it's done, but we've had some presidents that have done more and others that have done less, and some that have been outright hostile towards Palestinians like Trump, and others that have been a lot more humanitarian, you could say. But the bottom line is that, American citizens, because we're not the ones that make the choices. We vote, but right now, even more American citizens are not liking this and are tired of it. So maybe it's coming to a end with American citizens being involved in this. With Israel and Palestine. Forget the region; that's a whole nother thing. But Israel and Palestine specifically, like, things are going to change, but it takes people to speak up and to understand that our military is not there to fight Israel's battles. We're not there to solve Israel's battles or problems. If you create problems with other people, you have to be a part of solving the problems too. And it doesn't matter who started. You have to have a mechanism that is a part of solving it. And that hasn't happened. You see what I mean? So you're either going to, listen and do what the U.S. says to do unequivocally, stop taking land and stop killing children, stop killing innocent people, only shoot combatants, only harm combatants. If you can't really do that, then you're not looking for a solution. You see what I'm saying? And again, this is not an indictment of one group over the other, because they all have their defenders and they all have their, fighters and warriors. You know what I'm saying? But when is this shit going to come to an end? And most people say it's going to come to an end when Israel gives back some of that land it acquired after the agreements, and when they allow Palestinians to be free. Right. That's when most people, that's what we're used to doing, these kind of deals on earth. You see, so it can't take too much longer. And but in any case, back to the American part. This is a fellow American, and I approve this message.
Yes. And nobody wants to fight for Israel. Nobody wants to fight for Israel. Israel is the reason for this war. America does not want to fight this war for Israel. Let's go. Come on, let's go. America does not want to send its sons and daughters to war for Israel. Your inability to name that shows your exemptness as leaders. This is wrong. Stop. And nobody wants to fight for Israel.
A reminder to all our...
Commandant, please stand up as a Marine and stand up for America. No one wants to fight for Israel.
Sir, thank you for your service.
The senator broke his hand! The senator broke his hand!
Please help him!
He's a Marine! Somebody come help him! Control your Senate committee!
Look at you!
Free Palestine! Fuck the war in Iran!
You're free to record, but we
No more war!
You're free to record. He's on the line.
You know, and you know, it is it's horrible to have to watch this, but this is the only choice they're giving people. You know, this is the only choice the Congress, the Senate, and the Supreme Court are giving people at this point. You know, we got to be very clear about that. What they're asking people to wait for, no one knows what the fuck they're doing. What are we waiting for? You know, and it's gotten that point. You see, and this is not a Democrat or Republican thing. You know what I mean? But this, in my mind, this should be American citizens. Like, the bottom line is this. You know, we don't have to. We don't have contracts, lifelong contracts with countries. There's no rule that says we have to continue to support anyone, especially our entire goddamn life. Like, us American citizens, we've been supporting Israel our entire lives. My generation, our entire life. From the time we were born to today, I'm 55 years old. You see what I'm saying? We're not obligated. It's not something we have to do. You see what I mean? And so it would be unfortunate if we can't continue to support Israel, but Israelis have to do the right thing. You know, and this war is an example of what is not the right thing at all. Absolutely not. And American citizens, the people that have supported you for a lifetime, are the ones saying it now. So I hope that they listen. But if they don't, it's not our fault. It's not our duty to continue this. You know, you're going to find a lot of Americans suddenly speaking out a whole fucking lot. You see what I mean? And it has nothing to do with being against Jews, and it has nothing to do with being against Israel. It has something to do with our friendship and making a deal and living up to our responsibilities in that deal. And if one side doesn't live up to it, you know, the deal is off, basically, you know. So yeah, and I don't say that with hatred for Israelis. I don't say that for hatred for Jewish people at all, because all Jews are not Israelis anyway. You know what I mean? So you know, yeah, that's not the history quite as it may be. You know what I mean? Yeah, but in any case, this is not the only one. Look, there's another one.
Nobody wants to fight.
There's another one who is oh my God, it is so great to see military veterans speaking up about this issue right now, because it makes it easier for the rest of us too, you know? Here we go.
Hey guys, I'm here in DC trying to speak out against the Senate and ask them why they're going to send our men and women to harm's way when our elected officials said that there would be no world war. Anybody who feels disillusioned and betrayed by our government, you're not alone. Join us in demanding accountability for this betrayal. Free Palestine, free America.
Yeah. So you can see that once you start having these kind of messages become popular from our service members like this, you know, then it's actually going to start becoming a very big movement. You know, it's already been there, but Americans, people have to understand, Americans, our entire life, we've had a close relationship with Israel because we've been supporting it, you know, like a lot of other nations. But Israel was one of the countries that we have a relationship with. So, but politics change and people change, you know, and that's what this is more so about. You know, it's not because, you know, we had an issue necessarily with supporting Israel, but because of these type of violent things going on, the violence, and just never coming to an end has become now a problem. So people have looked at American citizens like, why do they keep supporting Israel? Well, you got to understand. Number one, we were born into that situation. We were born into it. Anyone my age, 55 years old, was born into that. You see what I mean? And so it's not easy to just, and then also the history has changed. There have been different, you do have two different sides, and both sides are very compelling. However, the United States side is not to be against Palestinians, and it's not to be against other Muslim or Arab or Middle Eastern countries. That's not our position. And there has to be a better way to deal with this issue, because things can't be so volatile to everyone. And first and foremost, the Palestinians have to be set free. Palestinians have to have their own country now. It has to come to an end. Netanyahu and this arm of the Israeli government, they've lost any moral and ethical standing. They've lost any moral or ethical currency. They can't move forward any issue positively for that country, because they've been given enough rope and enough time to reform without any real criticisms, but it's lasted too long. Israel should have taken the word, listen to the words of the American people, because they've been very patient. American citizens have been very, very patient. So, this situation is about to change, and going to war is likely to be one of those things to make it change. Like, you go to war, you testing the American people. You want to see how you testing it again? Anybody can see how it's being tested. This is the situation.
Nobody wants to fight for Israel. Israel is the reason for this war. America does not want to fight this war for Israel. Let's go. Come on, let's go. America does not want to send its sons and daughters to war for Israel. Your inability to name that shows your exemptness as leaders. This is wrong. And nobody wants to fight for Israel.
A reminder to all our
Commandant, please stand up as a Marine and stand up for America. No one wants to fight for Israel.
So, the reality is that this right here, this video is going to change a lot. It's going to change a lot. It's going to change a lot because, this guy, you can try to divide Americans through this kind of divisive tool of race or gender or all of this stuff. But look, I'm going to tell you, this video is going to be very compelling to all people. It's not about your color. It's about, your heritage. And this video is going to be compelling to most Americans that have American, multi-generational heritage now. You see what I'm saying? I mean, really, seriously, Donald Trump only got 3 generations, but this is going to be this is really going to be, a very compelling video that's going to hit a lot of people. And because what he's saying is true. Nobody wants to fight for Israel. Nobody does. Americans don't want to because it's not our job to. So why should we want to? But we would come to a friend's hand in need. You see what I mean? But it's not our job to fight for Israel. It's not our military's job to fight for Israel. At some point, if the way you do things, you have to defend them yourself. Otherwise, don't do them. All the things Netanyahu has done, these are things that many of the things are indefensible now. You see what I'm saying? That's the point. So people have crossed the line now. People have crossed the line, you know. But in any case, let's see some more here. Yeah.
Welcome to the News Hour. We have two major stories tonight. The president today fired Kristi Noem as the Secretary of Homeland Security, the first member of his cabinet to be ousted in his second term. But first to the war.
Just days after the U.S. and Israel launched the war with Iran by targeting and killing its supreme leader, President Trump today said he should be involved in selecting the country's next leader. As the war spreads across the region, the U.S. State Department says the U.S. Embassy in Kuwait will be closed until further notice. And there's little sign of a let-up as the U.S. and Israel press the attack inside Iran, where more than 1,200 people have been killed. In Tehran today, residents watched in shock as dark plumes of smoke engulfed a beloved landmark. The Azadi, or Freedom Stadium, destroyed. Once a sprawling sports complex that seated 12,000 people, today reduced to a charred shell. Not much remains but smoking ruins of the building that once hosted international games to packed crowds. The U.S. says it is targeting Iran's ballistic missile infrastructure, military equipment, and drones. And Israel today said it shot down an Iranian fighter jet. But across Iran today, multiple cities were rocked by explosions. In Iran's northwestern city of Urmia, the Iranian Red Crescent posted this video of what it says is widespread damage to residential areas. The Iranian health ministry said more than a dozen hospitals and other key parts of Iran's health infrastructure have been damaged so far, and 4 health workers were killed. The World Health Organization said it has verified 13 of those attacks. Today, Iran's foreign minister denounced the U.S. for sinking an Iranian warship, calling it an atrocity at sea. He said Iran is no longer looking to negotiate.
Well, I think, now 6 days after the war, it is clear that the U.S. has failed to achieve its main goal, which was a clean, rapid victory. We are not asking for a ceasefire, and we don't see any reason why we should negotiate with the U.S. When we negotiated with them twice, and every time they attacked us at the middle of negotiations.
And as Iranian media showed videos of crowds gathered in support of the regime for a 5th consecutive night, the conflict keeps growing wider. Even Azerbaijan, to Iran's north, has now been drawn into the fight. Officials there say several Iranian drones hit an airport and a school, which Tehran has denied. Several were injured. The country's president vowed to respond.
Those dishonorable perpetrators who committed this terrorist act against us will regret it. They should not test our strength. All necessary instructions have been issued, and additional diplomatic measures will follow.
Tehran's onslaught also continues on Gulf state energy. Bahrain said an Iranian missile slipped through its air defenses and set a state-run oil refinery ablaze. And as the critical Strait of Hormuz remains effectively closed to tanker traffic, energy concerns have rippled all the way to China, the world's largest importer of oil and natural gas and the biggest buyer of Iranian oil. Beijing said today its government dispatched a Middle East envoy with the hope of starting talks.
China believes that war.
Yo, Indigo, why you justifying, invasion of countries, man? What country are you from, Indigo? I'm curious, because I've never seen. Look, I haven't supported invasion. I don't think I can't remember one time I've supported invasion of a country. 9/11 now. Yeah, 9/11 was a little different. I can admit that time. But it's not that I supported it. It's just, my age was a little younger. You know what I'm saying? I was 30 years old when 9/11 happened. And at that time, I guess there wasn't enough. I didn't have enough information, you know what I'm saying, to really see it. But I did think it was phony, the yellow cake. And I did not trust Bush at all. I thought it was about oil, the war myself. Especially my whole thing is like, go get Osama bin Laden if he did it. Go get Al Qaeda if they did it. But this whole thing about going to Iraq, where does that play into the picture? You know what I'm saying? Iraq didn't really play in the picture. How the fuck did we get to Iraq? So yeah. But in any case, man, I didn't support that part, you know. But really, you from Belgium? Listen, man. I've been looking at you and Dino's Dinovich's conversation. You know, man. And listen, you from Belgium? Come on, man. Do you want your country invaded? You know, that's all I'm saying, man. Do you want your country invaded? Do you want somebody saying, "Hey, Belgium's not a real country"? This is not a real country. It used to be part of in World War. At this time, when the Nazis took over Belgium, it used to be part of Nazi Germany. What you talking about, man? What do you want people flipping that shit on you? Because people will, if you keep this shit up about Ukraine and shit. People defending Ukraine. It's their fucking country. Okay, they were already a country. Just get it straight, man. I'm sorry. I'm Viva Belgium. I love Belgium. You know, Belgium's great. Amsterdam a little better though. I got to say that. I mean, the Netherlands, but Belgium is great, man. But come on, man. Can't we have some standards and some norms? It is wrong to go into Palestine. It's just as wrong as for Russia to go into Ukraine too. I'm against all that shit. I don't see why people flip-flop like that. Everybody should be against both of those things. You see what I mean? So, yeah, I don't get it.
And force cannot fundamentally solve problems. Dialogue and negotiation are the right path.
But dialogue remains elusive on the streets.
Yeah, he's going to be defending Russia and shit, and then all of a sudden Russia going to be invading Belgium and shit.
The Lebanese capital, Beirut, more buildings toppled from Israeli airstrikes. At least 100 people have been killed. Israel says it's targeting Hezbollah command centers. Traffic snarled today as residents rushed to flee after Israel told people to evacuate the city's southern suburbs, a Hezbollah stronghold. Israeli officials say it's too soon for diplomacy. Among them, the country's far-right finance minister who said Beirut would soon look like a war-ravaged Gaza.
You wanted to bring hell on us. You brought hell on yourselves. Dahia will look like Khan Yunis.
For his part, President Donald Trump today looked beyond the war, telling Axios that he needs to be personally involved in the selection of Iran's next leader. He said the current likely successor...
You see this? So, listen. We don't hear Netanyahu criticizing Trump when he makes statements like this. We don't hear Trump criticizing Netanyahu's actions at all. So, at the end of the day, and it is very bad. At the end of the day, you know, I can only speak for the Americans, right? And I'm not speaking for all Americans. I'm just probably speaking for most. And I'm telling you this. This has been an issue and a conversation for some time now in the U.S. It's not a new conversation. But, you know, there are consequences for killing children. There's consequences for that, especially when somebody's giving you weapons. You see what I mean? Giving weapons aid. If you kill too many innocent people, there is a movement to stop that. You see what I mean? And the movement has hit Americans, and Americans are tired of this shit. You know what I mean? Americans are tired of it. Americans were Israelis' allies, you know, but at the same time, it's been abused because, you know, they don't hear the American people's voices. Apparently, they don't see, you know, the lobbyists are not good at bringing the news back home that Americans, left and right, are not cool with this, you know. And so, yeah, something's going to have to give. And these elections are coming up, and just understand something. American citizens are not obligated to finance Israel's weapons. We're not obligated from our tax dollars. We have a lot of problems in the United States of America. We have a lot of problems there, you know. So, yeah, I hope you take advantage of whatever you're doing. But listen, also be ready to take in some refugees. You know, the United States and Israel must be willing to take in refugees and pay for refugee people that have become refugees if they're not taken in. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, really, somebody has to put people back in their homes. when this is all done. So be mindful of the weapons you use and how many things you blow
Supreme
up.
Leader's son, Mojtaba Khamenei, would be unacceptable. In a separate interview with Reuters, Mr. Trump encouraged the Iranian Kurds, trained by the CIA, to fill the vacuum. I'd be all for it. If they're going to do that, that's good. That's as the Pentagon also released the names of the 2 remaining U.S. soldiers killed this past weekend when Iran struck a tactical operations center in Kuwait. 45-year-old Major Jeffrey O'Brien of Iowa and 54-year-old Chief Warrant Officer Robert Marzan of California. Their remains and the remains of 4 other American service members killed in action will soon be returned to U.S. soil.
Support journalism.
Yeah, soon be us. Okay. Well, there's 4, and I think there's 6 in total. You know, we will see. But this is, let's see what happened. I want to hear Adam Schiff and see what his words are about this.
So we're at war with Iran. The question is, why?
The regime already had missiles capable of hitting Europe and our bases, both local and overseas, and would soon have had missiles capable of reaching our beautiful America.
So according to the president, we are at war with Iran because they have missiles that could soon hit the United States. Here's Marco Rubio on the same subject.
And clearly they are headed in the pathway to one day being able to develop weapons that could reach the continental U.S.
Okay, so that's what Rubio says.
Two totally different stories.
Says one day. So when is that day going to come? Well, according to a 2025 Defense Intelligence Agency report, that's a U.S. Defense Intelligence Agency report, Iran will have the capability of hitting the United States with a ballistic missile in 2035.
2035, y'all, according to the intelligence report.
Okay, 2035. Let's see. This is now 2026. That's 9 years away. So we attacked Iran because 9 years from now, they're going to have missiles capable of hitting the United States. Is that the explanation? Or is it this explanation?
If we didn't hit within 2 weeks, they would have had a nuclear weapon. If we didn't do the B-2 attack a number of months ago, they would have a nuclear weapon. And
okay, so we went to war because they were 2 weeks away from having a nuclear bomb. Well, apart from the fact there is absolutely no intelligence of any kind to suggest that Iran was 2 weeks away from having the bomb, this is what Donald Trump had to say about our last attack on Iran back in June of last year. Here he is.
Tonight, I can report to the world that the strikes were a spectacular military success. Iran's key nuclear enrichment facilities have been completely and totally obliterated.
Okay, so if they were obliterated in June of last year, how are they suddenly 2 weeks away from having the bomb? Well, okay, maybe he was wrong when he said that last June, so he's correcting the record now, and he would no longer claim that they had been obliterated. But wait a second, this is what he said just a couple days ago.
And I use the word obliterate because it was a complete obliteration of their nuclear potential, and that set them back very, very seriously.
Okay.
Yo, Indigo, you know, Europe is like an oasis to Americans, yo. I'm serious. I'm just going to be serious. Just keep that in mind. There's different perspective depending on where you come from. And I'm going to tell you, if you came from the United States of America, you may not be saying any of these things you saying right now, man.
Okay, so they were obliterated, but they need to be obliterated again. Clearly, this was not about the imminence of any nuclear threat coming from Iran. So if it wasn't that, well, then maybe it was this.
Finally, to the great, proud people of Iran, when we are finished, take over your government. It will be yours to take. This will be probably your only chance for generations.
Okay, finally, we have an answer. Okay, it's about regime change. And here's Secretary Rubio confirming this is about regime change.
We would love to see this regime be replaced.
But now, wait a second. Here's Secretary Hegseth saying it's not about regime change, sort of.
This is not a so-called regime change war. But the regime...
They listen, they're blowing up the world and flip-flopping at every statement. It's almost like they don't even talk and have meetings together. I mean, this is ridiculous. This is ridiculous.
For your government, it will be yours.
So if it wasn't that, well, then maybe it was this.
Finally, to the great proud people of Iran, when we are finished, take over your government. It will be yours to take. This will be probably your only chance for generations.
Okay, finally, we have an answer. Okay, it's about regime change. And here's Secretary Rubio confirming this is about regime change.
We would love to see this regime be replaced.
But now, wait a second. Here's Secretary Hegseth saying it's not about regime change, sort of.
This is not a so-called regime change war, but the regime sure did change, and the world is better off for it.
Well, usually when you have an effort to change the regime, you have someone in mind to take over. So what's the administration's plan for the next regime?
Well, most of the people we had in mind are dead. So, we had some in mind from that group that is dead. And now we have another group. They may be dead also.
But again, what you're looking at is the product. At this point, you're looking at it. Before, it was the product of a misguided political movement called MAGA. But what you're looking at right now is the fault of the Congress and Supreme Court, because they know way more than people knew a year ago before the election. Now they know way more. They can just impeach him if they have any self-respect. If any self-respecting person would impeach this man, and that's what really the question is right now. I mean, this speaks, Trump being president speaks to the core of who the American people are. You can't. The president is a representative of the people. He is a symbol, if not at the bare minimum, he is a symbol. At the bare minimum, he is a symbol of who the American people are. He is a reminder of the consciousness of the American people. And if you have not impeached him, it means you're probably like him, fucked up in the head. Like, really.
Based on reports.
Okay, they killed the next regime, and apparently they killed the regime after that, and they apparently have killed everybody they had mind to take.
That is what the Pope said. But hey, thank you for the compliment. I mean, you know what I'm saying? I'm not holier than thou, but damn, I have some ethics and morals and shit, man.
Over this regime. So I'm glad they're not encouraging some kind of a mass uprising without any plan in place, or are they?
Now is the time to seize control of your destiny and to unleash the prosperous and glorious future that is close within your reach. This is the moment for action. Do not let it pass.
Look, I would love to.
All the best. I understand you, but we got to look in the mirror now. It's not you or me, but we got to look in the mirror. It's way too many goddamn Americans that are still going along with this. And this speaks for our country. This is the level of ignorance that should be contained in the Western world. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? It's much better contained, through systems of education and systems, social shit. You know what I'm saying? We have let too much of this grow. This is like a fungus and shit. You know what I'm saying? This is a mentality. This is a ghetto mentality. This is what you're witnessing. Don't look. These are ghetto people who put on suits and ties, right? And pretend like they're career-long government servants and shit. Like, these folks, man, really, man, this is the worst. This is us showing our ass to the world, the worst of us. Like, literally. And I'm not saying that to be mean. You know what I'm saying? It's not about where you're from in the country. It's not about what you look like. It's about how you act. How you act. And these people are uncouth. They're uncouth. They don't have standards. You know what I'm saying? They're foul. These are foul people. You cannot leave any country up to a group of people like this. You cannot. You will fail. You will fail. And that's what we're watching in real time. That's the surreal part. You are now a part of Donald Trump's goddamn TV show. Yeah, you started off watching the TV, and now you inside the TV. Everybody's inside of the motherfucking TV now. Like, how do I get out? Ah! Just like the movie Get Out. It's like, how the fuck did I get on the other side of the screen? Like, god damn, this is your life.
Iranian
It's crazy.
people topple this regime, what's left of this regime.
You thought you were watching The Apprentice, and now you are the apprentice in his world.
Regime and take over their government. What I don't want to see is the President of the United States urging them to take matters into their own hands and then have them get mowed down by the Iran Revolutionary Guard, which still tragically exists and is very well armed. So I would love to see this regime gone. I would love to see a representative government in Iran. I believe one day that will happen. But I do not believe that we should commit American troops, American boots on the ground in Iran, as much as I would like to see the end to this horrible, murderous, malign regime. And we have seen before the United States encourage people to rise up, as we once did with the Kurds, only to see them massacred when the United States failed to support them. So we have to be very careful here, and that is, of course, the last thing this administration is doing. But one thing the administration wants to assure us, they may not have a clear rationale, they may not have any real rationale, but if this isn't about regime change, if there really isn't a plan for regime change, then what is it really about?
He told me, I got him before he got me. They tried twice. Well, I got him first.
Okay, so I guess the rationale was the president wanted to kill the Ayatollah because the Ayatollah wanted to kill him or had a plot to kill him. So this is why we have...
You know, if you've ever seen The Manchurian Candidate, that's essentially what Trump is, you know. He is a mushhead, a person who's, you know, operates solely on ego, basically. And you can talk anything into his mind just by appealing to his ego. And that means you can get him to do what you want by appealing to his ego. And, you know, he picks up the phone and he starts listening to people. And that's what a narcissist does. They tune into the compliments very quickly, like extra close. Extra fucking close. You know how someone says, hey, you look nice today, you know, or hey, you know, I like this, blah, 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 and you just go, oh, thanks, man, and you just keep minding your business. A narcissist can't do that. A narcissist is like, whew, motherfucking eyes open up on a compliment, and then they just look deep into you, and you can just, I got your ass with a compliment, and then just start telling them, yeah, by the way, man, you shouldn't let those people talk to you that way, man. You're worth way more than that, man. Are you serious? You sure? Oh, really? Yeah. Well, I tell you what, man, you're so strong. You could help us with our biggest problem. We're so weak. Only you can help us solve our problem. We really, please, Mr. Trump, can you do it? We will be so indebted to you and grateful. Okay, what would you like me to do? Can you bomb Iran for us? Can you bomb Iran? Can you do that? Can you bomb his ass? Yeah, man. And then there's Trump. You could be the one to change the whole Middle East, Mr. Trump. You can really. God has been waiting for you. The people have been waiting for you. You are our savior. Bomb Iran.
Gone to war.
I mean, yeah.
If you can make sense out of that, hats off to you. But the Trump administration wants you to know that, don't worry, they may not have a rationale for this war. They may not have a plan for this war. But
jazzy music.
It's going to be over very shortly.
No
okay,
plan.
That's great. It's only going to be 2 or 3 days. Actually, wait a second. This started already longer than that ago.
It's going to be 90 days now, 100 days.
So
minimum.
So is it going to take more time?
Right from the beginning, we projected 4 to 5 weeks, but we have capability to go far longer.
Harbor-Nip, peace to you. Appreciate you.
We'll do it.
Okay, 4 to 5 weeks. Well, but you're firm on that, right? You wouldn't even suggest that it could go on longer or even forever because, of course, you said no more wars, no more forever wars. I'm glad you're going to be clear.
Yeah, you know, Rumsfeld said it was going to take a little bit of time. Rumsfeld, he even created a poem about time. You know, just to convince people, we can't really know, but it shouldn't take that long. Yeah, you know, I mean, this is not in Trump's hands. Trump's not in charge, so this is going to go as long as someone doesn't have any words to stop it, you know? And we know that Trump is not that guy, right? Even though there's not really any big problem, he's not the guy to stop anything. And he didn't stop the war in Ukraine. He's the guy that likes to have things going. I mean, and kudos to Venezuelans, by the way, because somehow they were able to. I don't know what's going on inside of Venezuela right now, but somehow they were able to de-escalate the situation, you know. And but apparently this is not something for everybody, you know.
Clear about that.
And that's why we don't talk about, you can say 4 weeks, but it could be 6, it could be 8, it could be 3. Ultimately, we set the pace and the tempo.
Okay, so I guess we could fight this war forever because there's such a good track record of these forever wars being so successful. Well, that is absolutely not the case. The wars in Afghanistan and Iraq lasted for years, indeed for decades. We lost a tremendous number of service members and American contractors, tragically by the thousands. We spent trillions of dollars that could have been invested in our own country.
Facts.
And the president promised this was not going to happen again. Now, I hope and pray that this doesn't drag on, that we don't have more loss of American lives.
Yeah, well, you know, we can expect it to drag on because, I mean, it's better to expect it to drag on, get used to that idea, than to always be sitting there hoping that it ends soon, and it won't end. You know what I mean? Like, you know, this is the good news, though.
You have it listed.
Out of all of the bad news, we actually got some good news, and it is amazing that we have it. It is a miracle sent from God. It is what people have been waiting for. To some degree, you know, not all of it, but it's a gift from God, you know. And the gift from God is the crazy, evil, wicked witch has fallen off her
Apparently,
broomstick.
Kristi Noem is speaking in an event right now.
Yes.
I'll try and figure out what that event is, but let's listen in.
She fell off her broomstick and fell down and couldn't get back up. And people may as well celebrate this, have a good time with this, you know, clap your hands. Let's give her a round of applause for getting her ass the fuck up out of here. Yay, you finally fell down, you nasty, evil, you know, corrupt, you know, no sociopath, no feelings. She's like an iceberg on the inside, like just nothing. She's not a person I would like to meet. You know what I'm saying? And I mean that, like, she's not only, I mean, she just doesn't seem like, how can I say this, a nice person to be around. She doesn't seem like that, you know, not at all.
Thank you for that, and know that we pray for you, that God will have his hand on you and your families and continue to bless you as you do your work. Listen, I'd like to thank everybody who's hosted me today.
Yeah, she's talking about God, of course. Hopefully God, and blah, blah, it's like, oh, save us that shit. You don't believe in God, lady.
I know we've got a host of leaders that are here. We just met with Vince back.
Who is her God, by the way? If she's talking about God, what God is she talking about? Satan?
Stage a little bit and talked with him a little bit. Tony obviously has been very helpful. Michael, who is from the New York State.
I bet you none of these people, I bet you she didn't ask any of these people if she can mention their names and shit. She's just like, fuck it, I'm going to act like they came to meet me.
Chief of Department Mark Ross, Craig Miller. We've got Craig Lally.
Everybody's firing. She's fired, and everybody's coming to be like, yay, let's celebrate.
Well, and then the Chicago Fraternal Order of Police recording secretary Rob is here.
We'd love to be here with your special moment, Kristi Noem. We would love to come. It's like she arranged this and shit. Like this is a promotion or some shit.
And then Rochester Police Locust Club President Jeff is with us as well. But would you give all of those individuals who stepped up into a leadership position a round of applause for what they do to bring everybody together?
Oh, now she wants to be fair. And
now, in his State of the Union address just last week, President Trump reminded us of what it is every American's duty to do.
Yeah, every American's duty to do. All right, so listen up, y'all.
And that is to serve the American people.
Wow. To serve the American people. That's really detailed.
That's what the government is to do, those elected officials and those that step up into public service.
Yeah. So where's it at? Where's the service?
is to fulfill our duty to protect American citizens, that they should come first under our Constitution and our laws, and they should be prioritized. And
what the hell does that have to do with anything? The American citizens, they should come first and they have to be prioritized. Our safety? What about, I mean, this is again, there's this distinction that she's doing. In the United States, a resident is also an inhabitant, and they have civil rights also, and they have a quality of life you're also supposed to be upholding and protecting. What the fuck is she talking about? You know, just listen to exactly what her words are. They make no sense. I mean, or they're lies. She's trying to act like you don't defend residents. You don't defend all the inhabitants of the United States of America. You don't defend every single foot and everything that is on this soil. You don't do that.
that step up into public service is to fulfill our duty to protect American citizens, that they should come first under our Constitution and our laws, and they should be prioritized, and especially over other people who are from other countries. The Constitution demands that we treat our citizens that way, and the men and women who serve at the Department of Homeland Security, they understand the importance of that, and we also understand the importance of all of our law enforcement officers and what they do across the country to keep people safe. The department was formed after the horrific events on 9/11, and just 2 years later, as Congress put the department together,
AKA go get those Muslims, get them all. 9/11.
with the support of the president, 23 different agencies who had a nexus and a focus on defending the homeland were put in order to make sure that they were all following the same mission every single day. So it's a very diverse department. It not only has FLETC in it that trains over 130 different federal law enforcement agencies and officers from those agencies. It also includes CBP, ICE, CWMD, which is countering weapons of mass destruction. So some of you may have gone through some of those trainings.
Yo, Hannibal, she's working on the pardon right now. That's why she's talking all this shit. You know what I'm saying? She's trying to get it right this time.
To help us detect some of the threats here in our home.
He's going to hold it over her head. You know what I'm saying? She's going to crawl, beg, and she's going to do everything Trump tells her to do, man. She's going to do all the things Trump wants her to do. For that pardon, yo, and you know, I'm just saying, you know,
homeland, and also some of the trainings that it takes as far as responding to fires and 911 calls in different specific situations. We have intelligence agencies. We also cover FEMA. FEMA is a disaster response agency, but it also is the agency that's entrusted to run the government on our very worst day. If we had a tragedy in this country where,
I mean, Trump's MO is get a bimbo around and try to sleep with them. I mean, that is literally his MO. I mean, this is the context behind listening for the first time on Earth, or for the first time in a long while. I mean, see, women's rights do matter. For the first time in a long while, we're seeing a woman who got there, who may have gotten there for doing all the wrong things instead of the other way around. They accuse women, you know, I mean, she fits into the whole category of that. You know what I'm saying? Why? Because of who Trump is. Trump sees women as transactional objects, as bimbos, as sex objects. That's how Trump sees her. So she falls in the context of that. You see what I mean? Like, and whatever it is she's doing, I'm pretty sure most women know how Trump is transactional about women. So I think it applies to all of them. Like, yo, you actually work for this sack of shit? You work for a dude that is a straight up misogynist? Like, you literally going to work and carry his water? How pathetic is that for a woman to do? There's nothing lower for a woman to do that. There's nothing lower. You carrying the baggage of the misogynist. Not a lower job on earth, and you get a salary for it. Damn, that's 2026. That's low. And I told you it was ghetto because think about this. This is the party that literally calls being educated and smart and informed. They call that bad. Whoa. They try to demonize being intelligent and informed. That only happens in the ghetto. You know what I'm saying? You get think about that. You get teased for being smart. You get teased for being understanding. In the ghetto. That's exactly where that happens. And that's exactly what these people do. That was their whole motto. What's wrong with you? What's wrong with you again? You are too educated and knowledgeable. You are too woke. And I don't want to have nothing to do with that. That's what's going on here. I told you it's ghetto. It's ghetto.
So cover fee.
These are the ghetto relatives. Straight up. These are the ghetto relatives, bro. Like straight up. Sisters, bros, do you hear me? Ladies and gentlemen, do you hear me? Everybody, listen up, y'all. You are watching the ghetto cousins right here. Preach on, Christy Nome. Preach on.
FEMA. FEMA is a disaster response agency, but it also is the agency that's entrusted to run the government on our very worst day.
Oh, really? Is it? Damn, we didn't know that, huh? Goddamn. I mean, you mean, wait a second. If we did know that, she wouldn't like us anyway and shit because we'd be too woke.
If we had a tragedy in this country where we needed someone to step up because our leadership was
Is that how it works?
not able to, that agency would be entrusted to
You mean we have things like agencies? I didn't know that. Departments and agencies and what?
do that and to maintain our critical infrastructure. So they
Critical infrastructure? What's that?
ensure that they go forward and maintain our electrical grid and our critical.
What's an electrical grid? I can't be too woke out here. I don't want to get caught being too woke. Let me dumb it down and shit and niggify it a little bit. What's an electric grid? Can you tell me what an electric grid is? I don't know anything. I'm stupid. I'm from the ghetto. Tell me, what's an electrical grid? See, it's like that. You can't have it, but it just doesn't matter. No matter what you do, you can't clean the image up because it's always going to come and stay back. They're going to throw it back into your face. It's like if you are a certain type and you value good things, they're going to belittle you and demonize you and turn you into something. Remember, this is the same party that thought that food stamps was only for certain minorities. They didn't know that they were also getting it. It was just called SNAP benefits. I mean, that's what's going on here. That's what I mean. It's ghetto. It's ghetto.
Such as water and systems that we rely on every day to help the American people be safe and to still have their way of life. We also have CISA, which some of you may have worked with them, which is our cybersecurity agency, which goes out and not only hunts down bad actors that would attack us.
I know about that. And I'm not even the director. I know about that.
On our cyber systems, but also gives us.
I mean, I you know what I think? I'm going to be honest with you. I think I know more than Christy Nome about all her entire fucking job. I would probably just read up on that shit for about 48 hours. You know what I'm saying? Real good. Real good. I would read up on it for about 48 hours and then just go take her fucking job. You know what I'm saying?
Mitigation measures for how we can harden our systems. All of these entities work together to serve the American people and to make sure that we're prepared.
Yeah. Oh, Wayne. Thank you. Thank you for that, Wayne. I hope that the USA soldiers do not sacrifice themselves just to follow Israel orders and do not sacrifice themselves to protect to protect your homeland. I don't know about that one. Do not sacrifice. Yo, I don't know about that one. Protect the homeland, but just don't fight all of Israel's fights. You know, like you got to have a real partner to get along in this relationship. Somebody that wants to be in the relationship, you know what I'm saying? But definitely don't kill yourself over this thing with Israel. You know, that would be my advice. You know, and it's nothing personal, but people need to understand that we weren't born to be obligated. We're not beholden. We pay taxes, but American citizens are not beholden to Israel. It's not our job for our money, our whole lifetime to go to Israel. You know, there's nothing that says we have to do that. You see what I mean? There's nothing that says we have to do that. There's no permanent contract on that. And again, this has gone on for a lifetime. You know, there have to be some reforms and changes.
Prepared for any threats that we may face, but also respond to them in a way that honors what our ideals are. The sacred duty of our government truly is that people are entrusted to secure the rights also of all the.
Okay, so just want to set the scene for you. As you probably know by now, we just got word that the President of the United States has fired Kristi Noem as Secretary of Department of Homeland Security.
Damn, why didn't I? Let me bring that back. They fired her. What is the word?
Are entrusted to secure the rights also of all the.
Okay, so just want to set the scene for you. As you probably know by now, we just got word that the President of the United States has fired Kristi. Word that the President of the United States has fired Kristi Noem as Kristi Noem has fired Kristi Noem as Kristi Noem as Kristi Noem as Kristi Noem as Secretary of Department of Homeland Security.
Yeah, she's out of there. She's out of there. She should have never had that job anyway. She wasn't qualified. She was underqualified, okay? Yeah. And what I mean by underqualified is I mean ghetto. Just to put it straight. No goddamn couth, nothing couth about her. No, you know. Like, it just ain't the job for her. She's out of her league. She's out of her league. She's out of her league, man. That's all it is.
Security. Apparently,
this job ain't for her. It's for someone who's a little brighter.
She was already set to give these remarks at 2:00. She is in Nashville.
It's for someone with a little more intelligence and intellect than her. Let's just say that.
She's addressing the Sergeant Benevolent Association Major Cities Conference, where she's talking about the impact of DHS and local law enforcement cooperation. But we found out that there was a live camera on her, so we're kind of standing by. We're monitoring this to see if she will say anything about the fact that the president has now fired her as Secretary of DHS, but moving her over to a different position. She's going to be moving over to Special Envoy for the Shield of the Americas. Apparently, this is a new security initiative in the Western Hemisphere.
Man, they just made up a whole new fucking department where she didn't have to do a goddamn thing. You know, she can continue getting her American welfare taxpayer check, right? That's what she is. You know, she's getting a good ass welfare check too from the taxpayer. The U.S. American taxpayers got all the money. Let me tell you, man, if you want to hit anybody up for some real money on a real scam, hit them up, man. You will enjoy it. You will enjoy it, man, because they are a gift that just keep on giving.
Secretary of DHS, but moving her over to a different position. She's going to be moving over to Special Envoy for the Shield of the Americas. Apparently, this is a new security initiative in the Western Hemisphere, as the president describes it. He thanked Kristi for her service at the homeland and says that this announcement of this position and this new organization he'll talk more about over the weekend. So we are going to go ahead and dip back in as the former secretary is making comments here about DHS and local law enforcement and the cooperation between the two at the Sergeant Benevolent Association Major Cities Conference in Nashville. We'll see if she acknowledges the fact that she has now been relieved of her position as Secretary of DHS.
Chance to visit with you. I appreciate your wisdom and your advice as we continue to develop trainings and insight into how leadership can work together to make good decisions and to break down the silos between agencies so that we can work together more different, in better ways than we have in the past. And you know we're seeing
everybody in the chat, do me a favor. Let me know what city you live in the world. Let me know what city you're living in. Everybody that's in the chat. Everybody in the chat.
Challenges across the country from judges and courts that are working to stop some of our efforts, that are looking to take away some of the protections that you need in law to do your work. And then also we're seeing some challenges from sanctuary states in sanctuary cities. In fact, after I get done sharing a few more words, I want to hear your questions on ways that we can help you do your jobs. If you're in a situation where the laws may be a little different than it is in other states, or you may have unique challenges that perhaps we could work together on to find ways to help you bring criminals to justice and
Marianne, what city do you live in?
to protect your community from public safety threats.
Everybody in the chat, let me know what city you living in.
America is the greatest country in the world.
Long Beach,
It's the greatest
San
country in
Diego,
the world that has
Paris,
great cities and great communities,
North
regardless
Carolina.
of where
What's up?
people live. We need to make sure that they have an opportunity to
New
go to
Jersey.
work every
There
day
you go.
safely and to send
Raymond,
their kids
what's
to
up?
school safely every day.
We celebrating Kristi Noem's lame ass getting her punk ass fired. I mean, she's a bimbo. I hate to say it. I mean, I don't like to sound misogynistic. You know, I know it's a word for a girl that isn't that intelligent, but she ain't. She ain't, man. She's not. She's not. She's not up for this job, man. This lady's not serious. Let me see here. Thank you for your thank you there. I appreciate that, Neil. Yo, country. Currently in Ivane Lebain. Where is that? Damn, where is that? Denmark. Oh, what's up, Donovan? I know you in Denmark. Pensacola, Florida. Yeah, but Marianne didn't chime in, yo. That's interesting. I guess she don't want people to know where she lives. She don't want nobody being able to qualify her statements all up in the chat. You know what I'm saying? At least we can blame your country. We can blame your state for your foul shit if we knew it. You know what I'm saying? You could blame Copenhagen for me and shit. Blame DC and Copenhagen for me. You know what I'm saying? If I act a fool, it's gonna be one of them things. Very likely DC though too, because when I flip out, I'm gonna tell you, you don't get that toxic shit off of Americans easy, man. Sometimes I have to remind myself, you know. But in any case, yeah, Miriam's too embarrassed. Yeah, where you at, Miriam? Come on now, come on. Hey, vi ska allesammen hjälpa henne. Help us, Marianne. Help us.
For law enforcement to do their work. And we see that many times when a city cooperates with the federal government, cooperates with our federal officers, that it is safer. In fact, 7 of our top 10 safest countries in the nation are not sanctuary cities. They're cities
Damn, she just disappeared. Wait, Mariam, come on now. What the hell?
where the local law enforcement
Mariam, that sounds like Addis Ababa. Come on now. Come on.
partners with us. They partner with our federal agencies, with the FBI.
Oh, it's Marianne. Sorry. Okay, that could be West Virginia, Appalachia. She don't want to tell us. All right, no, I'm joking. I'm sorry. Where the hell is she at? Mariam, come on now. You've been in the chat long enough. You can't tell us what city you live in.
DEA.
Everybody else said the city. Everyone else said their city now. Come on.
ATF, CBP, ICE, and our operations. And we've also seen across the country where 5 of our 10 most crime-ridden cities do not
live on
cooperate
Gilligan's
with us.
Island,
For
Cynthia.
those that are not cooperative with federal officers will see challenges on their streets. We've seen a lot of different situations from city to city.
Maybe she from Compton. You know what I'm saying? You never know.
The one thing I would encourage you that no
Easy E, what's up?
matter how frustrated you may be with some of that we can find a way to work together to do some good work for our people. In fact, even in Memphis, where we saw different leadership.
Maybe she's from Michigan, from that town, 8 Mile. Maybe she's from 8 Mile, yo.
We had different parties in the governorship and in the mayor. We still were able to arrest and bring to justice over 2,600 criminals, and in a way that
That's hood.
significantly dropped their crime rate and significantly helped those communities.
I mean, let's be honest. Who's identifying with Trump right about now? You know what I'm saying? I mean, that would Eminem, though, he's part of the new generation. They ain't stupid, you know, and they never been like that. Yo, actually, man, come on. You know, I one of the stories of the United States of America is not just like discrimination and things like that, racial discrimination. That's not the only story. There's stories of people, you know, that that are like black and white growing up in the same neighborhoods, or white kids growing up in black neighborhoods. There's a lot of that shit going on too. You see what I mean? And a lot of them just grow up learning how to be, you know what I'm saying? Like everybody else where they grow up. You know what I mean? But But somehow, if you linked up into Trump, yeah, that's if you capping for Trump, that's kind of ghetto. You know what I'm saying? I call that ghetto realm. It's like it is ghetto. Listen to her. Listen to how she talk. Looking at how she, the whole thing's, hold on. What's the jazz? He said V Media. No. K Dots from Compton. Nah, she ain't from Compton. That was a joke, man. She definitely not from Compton. You know what I'm saying? She would have more pride. She's throw that shit up. She don't throw that up. I'm from Compton. You know what I'm saying? CPT, yo, what's up? You know what I'm saying? She didn't even throw her shit up. You ain't proud? You ain't proud? God damn, man. Where'd she go? I'm like, I'm amazed. She just disappeared. Like, and then she had the nerve to say she ain't a troll. All I did was ask her what city is she in. I'm out of this motherfucker. You know, just out of here, lightning fast. Anyway, Christine, we ain't got all day to hear you step the fuck down. This is the worst step down in history. I mean, why you waste all this time? She spent 15 fucking minutes. This is 20 minutes. Hold on. Is she answering questions?
I might get canceled.
Let me see here. Maybe she's not answering questions. I don't know. Or maybe she is. I hope she does. But, it's possible she ain't answering no questions.
If the federal task force is coming in, it's more preferable for the FBI to lead and the Department of Homeland Security to come in supportive roles, which is what.
Oh, she is. She is. All right. Here we go.
Critical decisions to be made.
Let's see here. Let's pick it up here.
The Secretary of DHS until the confirmation hearing happens and Oklahoma Senator Mark Wayne Mullen replaces her. Can you sort of explain how this will work?
Precisely. The Truth Social post appears to suggest that she is still the current Homeland Security Secretary pending the senator being put in the job should he be confirmed. So there's a reference to the notion that she will be Homeland Security Secretary through the end of this month. So that means that you have this period of time where she's the Homeland Security Secretary, a bit of a lame duck, if you will. Lots of critical things going on, lots of critical decisions to be made. But it sounds like the White House and a number of other people will be very much heavily involved in the day-to-day while this transition takes place, because clearly the president was not comfortable or happy with the way she had been performing, hence the move.
You think of, okay, she's taking questions now, Pierre. Let's listen in.
Here's Miriam answering questions.
I've always wanted to ask her this.
Miriam, the Secretary of Homeland Security. Listen up, y'all. Here she is. Miriam, everybody.
Questions now, Pierre. Let's listen in.
I've always wanted to ask her this. You sure can.
Secretary.
Yes, sir. Yes. Oh, thank you.
Given our current state of Chicago, we have no talk about the sanctuary law enforcement. More of a targeted response. I think the arson, a lot of the great grandson, extreme force. A lot of people, they just, when you go after, the lack of a better term, moderating. It kind of like, they've been there 30 years, they're not causing trouble as opposed to criminals.
Right.
I think that needs to be the focus, is more strategic thinking that needs to happen.
Let me guess. This must have been a softball that was thrown her way. A slow ball.
Yep. Yeah, no, I think that's great advice. I don't know if you guys heard that question, but he talked about targeted enforcement. And Rob was saying how it's much more effective in a lot of, especially these sanctuary cities, where we can work on targeting those individuals who have a criminal history besides their legal status.
Duh. Oh, they're just getting around to that now. After all the court cases, that was a bright idea. She thought of that all by herself, huh? People have been saying this for a year. And now she just got a bright idea. Why don't we do targeting? Why don't we target the criminals? You hear this bullshit? Instead of just their status. They're not even charging. They're not even going after people's status. They don't know people's status. That's the crazy thing. They're going after people's status that they don't even know, just to stop anybody randomly. I'm sorry. But once you get used to that, you're used to the Gestapo. Like, straight up. That is not freedom. That's not a free society, period. And anybody that grows up in a free society knows that. Very simple.
Yep. Yeah, no, I think that's great advice. I don't know if you guys heard that question, but he talked about targeted.
He talked about what?
Yeah, no, I think that's great advice. I don't know if you guys heard that question, but he talked about targeted enforcement. And Rob was saying how it's much more effective in a lot of, especially these sanctuary cities.
Oh, is it more effective? Finally. Thank you very much, jackass.
Where we can work on targeting.
Who told you that? You just heard that just this time in that meeting. People have been saying that to her. This is literally the goddamn complaint. Like, target people for crimes. Why aren't you targeting the criminals like you said? This is what the woke people, this is what the Minnesotans been saying the whole time. This is what the complaints were about. This is what people in Chicago said. People in New York said. Why aren't you going after the criminals? The Americans have been saying this for a whole goddamn year. And she's like, oh, did you hear that question? Yeah, that's a good point. We should start going after and targeting the criminals instead of their status. Not just their status, but they're not really even going after your status. Because obviously, if you allow them to do it the way they want to do, right, they will be stopping anyone arbitrarily. That's wrong. That is wrong. That is too much of an interference to life, period. Nobody should have to be confronted that way. You know what I'm saying? And there's better ways to do it also.
Those individuals who have a criminal history besides their legal status that may be in violation of their visa or work permit, but that we work on those and make sure we're going out and doing that with the local law enforcement as much as we possibly can. And that is something that we are going to continue to do and make sure that we're focusing and prioritizing.
She didn't get the memo. You're fired.
Those individuals.
You're not going to look forward to doing anything. You're fired.
And make sure that we're addressing the public.
It's over.
Public safety threats there. Thank you. Yes, sir.
Tax-free pensions for retirees, law enforcement.
Okay, let me visit with him about it. That'd be great. Well, we're talking about doing some other tax benefits for other, so that may be.
Anyway, this happened 24 hours before this firing, so it's very relevant. So let's peep this. Just before she got the call from Trump saying you're fired, this happened.
Next, the gentleman from Florida is recognized for 5 minutes.
Before I go, I just have a bunch of UC requests, Mr. Chairman.
I mean, I guess they act like this day didn't happen at all. They just fired her after this day.
Gentlemen may proceed. It's going to be as long as the previous one.
You seem a little exhausted.
No, not at all. I think we're setting records like Mr. Biggs and now the lady from California. You're gonna go for the record?
If I'm being honest, I threw out 50 of them.
God bless you. Let's go. So let's get started.
All right. A Vox article, the mess that Kristi Noem made.
Without objection.
Times article, Noem's spending rule causes delays at Homeland Security.
Without objection.
Politico, vote to overhaul FEMA canceled after leaked report.
Without objection.
ProPublica, Kristi Noem misled Congress about top aide's role at DHS.
Without objection.
The Hill, Trump approval rating on immigration at record low.
Without objection.
Wall Street Journal, pilot fired over Kristi Noem's missing blanket.
Without objection.
CNN article, sources describe how Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem's Gucci bag was stolen under her chair.
Without objection.
New York Times, late night is distracted by Kristi Noem's oversized hats. That one's my favorite. And a Times article, some Republicans join calls for DHS Secretary Kristi Noem to step down.
Without objection.
All right, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Appreciate your indulgence. Before I begin, first let me say to the families that are still here, I am very sorry for your loss. I watched parents in my hometown of Parkland bury their kids after the shooting at my high school at Marjorie Stoneman Douglas, and I can't.
How many of you remember, he just said it, how many of you remember Kristi Noem got her purse stolen at a D.C. restaurant with the Secret Service with her? Someone came and stole her goddamn purse. Can you remember that? Can you remember that? That was the most mysterious event of all. To me, I swear, I don't know why someone would target a person with the Secret Service all around them, but I have a strange suspicion they got something that was top secret in that bag that she had, almost like someone made them aware of where she would be. Because come on, how does a thief, just a common thief, a common pocketer, just happen to pickpocket Kristi Noem in a dinner setting at a DC restaurant with Secret Service all around her? Security detail, I mean, all around her. How's that possible? That's what happened, but this is the same Kristi Noem.
Tell you that it was an out-of-body experience, and there's nothing like burying a child. So I am deeply sorry for your...
Yeah, she's having an affair. Exactly, Eric. She's having an open affair. This is the conservative movement, the conservative Christian right MAGA movement. And I'm not saying Christians to say that all Christians are like this. I'm not saying that. No. Because in American Christians, there's many different types, and it's a common thing. But this is a special blend. You know what I mean? This is the ultra conservative Christian who cheats on his wife, or cheats on a man, or whatever the fuck. The ultra conservatives cheat. They cheat. They rape kids. They do all. They. Let me tell you, all that shit they call sodomy inside of the Bible. You know what I'm saying? And they do. The conservatives are all busy in it doing it. The most conservative elitists, and then they're involved in more shit too. You know what I'm saying? Like, I mean, let not forget that there's many people that say that in the Bible, you know what I'm saying? They say some things about, women's rights, and it's not too pretty. You see what I'm saying? So is it a coincidence? I don't know.
For your loss. Madam Secretary, welcome. Good afternoon. Thomas Massey mentioned Ron DeSantis' response during COVID. Well, you're looking at the guy who ran that response. I was the Director of Emergency Management for the state of Florida. For a Republican governor, I worked with the Trump FEMA administration during the Category 5 Hurricane Michael recovery. That Trump's FEMA was great. We got expedited reimbursement, a program that you got rid of or threatened to get rid of. And the Panhandle had one of the greatest responses after that Category 5 storm. President said he wanted to reform FEMA, but that's not what you did. You've basically destroyed the agency. Largest FEMA backlog in the history of FEMA. My state of Florida is owed $2.5 billion. You have delayed the FEMA disaster declarations even when the applicants meet FEMA statutory threshold under the Stafford Act. You want states to do more, yet you want to cut the EMPG program, which grants them funding to build capacity. Your office was involved in discussions of moving FEMA to Texas. You created a rule of anything over $100,000 has to come to your desk, a rule that has slowed down FEMA reimbursement, FEMA response. We have empty regional offices. You have done the opposite of what President Trump wanted to accomplish, which was to speed up the process. Your policies have made the department slower. I didn't think it was possible to make FEMA more bureaucratic, but boy, you have exceeded all my expectations. In the Texas floods, you didn't put the urban search and rescue crews on the road for 72 hours. Days later, the FEMA urban search and rescue chief resigned in protest. You hired 2 people as the administrator with no FEMA experience. We're on our 3rd FEMA administrator in 14 months. Never in the history of the department has that ever happened. The president took presidential action to create the FEMA Council. I supported it. You opposed the FEMA Council. You delayed its beginning. The report has still not come out. The White House canceled your last council meeting and has held up the release of the report. But surprise, I have it. I have it. I want to thank the former FEMA employees that you fired who gave this to me. This report's never been seen in public before, okay? But this is it. This was the report. It was 122 pages, the original draft report. You and Corey Lewandowski then took the report and made it 23 pages. You cut out all the stuff that was put in by governors who had been through disasters, emergency management directors, FEMA experts, national security experts. You cut it all out.
Facts, FEMA.
Gone. That's why the report's not been released. It's sitting in the White House trying to figure out this mess that you created. So instead of getting the recommendations we need, now we have nothing. You've called Corey Lewandowski a special government employee. I understand what government means. I understand what employee means, okay? But I don't know what makes him special. Now, I want to give you an opportunity to answer on the record to Ms. Camlager-Dove's question. I know you said it's garbage, and it may be, but I really think you need to say the word no into the record so that you can clear that up.
I think the ridiculousness of this and the tabloids that you are quoting and referencing are insane. And this has been
So that's a no?
something that I've refuted
Is
for
that a no?
years, and I continue to do that.
So it's a
what
no.
I would tell you is
We
with
can move on.
regards
Hold
to
on.
what you're
Madam Senator,
doing.
we can move on. I'm not going to belabor it. If it's
This is what you do.
Hold on. I'm
Socialist.
not doing anything.
That's her filibuster. She can't answer the question. She just starts talking about something else.
Liberal left
Okay.
is you go off and
And look, she's gaslighting him. She's saying the radical left, as you go off on a tangent, you're not answering my question. She's just forgot she's there to answer questions and shit.
And it may be, but I really think you need to say the word no into the record so that you can clear that up.
I think the ridiculousness of this and the tabloids that you are quoting and referencing are insane. And this has been
So that's a no?
something that I've refuted
Is
for
that a no?
years, and I continue to do that.
So it's a
what
no.
I would tell you is
we
when
can move
in
on.
regards
Hold
to
on.
what you're
Madam Senator,
doing,
we can move on. I'm not going to belabor it. If it's
this is what you do.
Hold on. I'm
Socialist,
not doing anything.
Liberal left.
She called him a socialist. She called him a socialist. Boo-hoo, you got health care. Boo. Who are you to run an education? You're a bad person. You're bad because you want people to make a livable wage. You know what I'm saying? Who are you? You know, you're so corrupted inside. You actually think people should have elder care.
Left.
You are immoral. You want families to have child care. You are immoral for that.
Okay.
As you go off and you attack conservative women, and you say that we're either stupid
I haven't
or
said
we're
anything.
sluts.
All right, so listen.
And that's
Ooh, but that's not what he ever said, though. What is she talking about? That's damn.
tell you is
We
when
can move on.
What about Donald Trump? What does Donald Trump say about women? You know what I'm saying? This is the absurdity of it. She works for the man who objectifies women, period.
Hold on. Madam Senator, we can move on. I'm
Mr. Grab him by the peas. You know what I'm saying?
not going to belabor it. If it's
this is what you do.
Hold on.
Socialist,
I'm not doing anything.
Liberal left.
You know, she acts like we haven't read the Epstein files about Trump. You know what I'm saying?
As you go off and you attack conservative women.
She's conservative, cheating on her husband, cheating on her man with another married man who's cheating on his lady. Conservative, here we go again.
Hold on, Madam Senator, we can move on. I'm not going to belabor it. If it's
this is what you do.
Hold on,
Socialist,
I'm not doing anything.
Liberal left.
She's the most ghettoest conservative person I've ever met.
Okay.
As you go off and you attack conservative women, and you say that we're either stupid
I haven't
or
said
we're
anything.
sluts.
All right, so
listen.
That's what you do.
Yesterday,
Look, she's conservative, but she got like a inch of cake on her face, talking about she's conservative. Conserve some of this motherfucking whatever this is. I can't even see her. I can't even see through the mask, yo.
I'm not doing anything.
Liberal left.
The mask that grins and also lies. It hides the cheeks and the shades of our eyes. This depth, this depth we pay through the human guile. Yo, yeah. Rest in peace. Rest in peace.
Left.
Okay.
As you go off and you attack conservative women, and you say that we're either stupid
I haven't
or
said
we're
anything.
sluts.
All right, so listen.
And that's what you do.
Yesterday,
I will tell
Richard.
you, sir,
Reclaiming my time, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, reclaiming my time. You were asked by Richard Blumenthal.
She won't stop.
This is from the
You were asked
out
by
of the
Richard
Democratic
Blumenthal
Party.
yesterday if Corey was involved in approving contracts. You said no. Do you want to correct that?
What I would say is that he has an advisor to the Department of Homeland Security, has no
Madam
decision-making
Secretary, do you want to correct
authority.
it? Yes or no? You don't want to correct
no
it? Fine.
decision-making authority,
hold
no
on.
role in
Not a
contract.
problem. According to one of the FEMA administrators that you fired, there is nothing, including contracts, that is brought to you that he hasn't reviewed. In fact, a significant amount of DHS internal routing documents has his signature on it above deputy secretaries. Okay? That former FEMA administrator wasn't fired by you, the secretary. He was fired by Corey. It was Corey that called him into your office. It was Corey that made him to submit to a polygraph test. The $100,000
Damn, this is some good detail.
spending rule that you created that comes to your desk, you're not even sitting at your desk. It's Corey who's sitting there. ISIS said the Republicans should be happy at the job that you're doing. Really? You're looking at the person who single-handedly took the president's signature core issue, immigration, the issue that got him elected from 59% to 39%.
Yeah, amen. Amen, Gary. She fired. She fired, man. Amen.
Miles of border walls being held up by you.
Thank you, Allah. Thank you, Jesus. Thank you, Allah. Thank you, Yeshua. Thank you, everybody.
They had to bring in Tom
By the way, thank the stars, right? Thank the heavens.
Holman, pull out of Minnesota. I think the country needs a national
Thank our set.
divorce from you on biblical grounds. I mean, if
Thank
Donald
Asar.
Trump was still apprentice Trump,
Thank baby Heru.
he would look at you and he would realize you're the weakest cabinet member and he would fire you. And if the president said to you that only way DHS could reopen is if you resigned, I hope you would take him up on it. Now I want to end on a happy note.
Yeah, their group is cracking. Their group is cracking now. It's starting to crack. And Elon Musk, he just went into court also just yesterday. He went into court in California for some, let me see here. What did Elon Musk do? Let's peep game. What the hell did Elon do, man? Elon did some kind of, he violated some crimes they're alleging. Let me see here. Where is it at? Can we do Elon here? Let me try to pull that up real quick also.
Mr. Chairman, real quickly, the president gave all sorts of stuff out during the State of the Union. I don't want you to leave. I got you a new Coast Guard blankie, the one you lost.
Damn.
So this is for you. You don't leave empty-handed when you come to judiciary. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
The gentleman has expired. The gentleman from Missouri is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
All right, let me see something. Okay, so
you have lost more lives.
Damn, the audio. Let me turn it down a little. Here we go.
In detention than anybody else. That is your record right now. So I don't expect that y'all are going to be the ones that are going to be best to keep them safe. This is why.
And, congrats to Jasmine Crockett. She ran a good race. She didn't win, but she had a lot of obstacles in front of her. And, again, she was targeted by Trump in the first place. They did do the redistricting at Trump's request. Texas the legislator changed it. I think is it the Board of Election? Who is it that does the map? But in Texas, but in any case, I like Jasmine Crockett. I like her a lot, and I like Tallarico. They have some different swag, obviously, but what I don't like about this dynamic is that, they try to label her as being like outspoken or ghetto or talking too much or pushing too fast, this kind of thing. And I just want to say about this ghetto thing, no, Kristi Noem is ghetto. This lady is not ghetto. This lady is an achiever. You see what I mean? She's a hard worker and she's a high achiever, and so, yeah, they're two great candidates. And I was happy to hear Tallarico's comments about her too. When he thanked everybody, he also thanked Jasmine Crockett first. And and it's very good to see Americans doing that. And trust me, this is what it's all about, man. We can't live in these bubbles. We can't live in this divide and conquer space anymore because we're not getting the logical, rational things done that can be done when we embrace each other as Americans. And it's such a tragedy to see that in our country, we still have this kind of petty ass, stupid fucking divide. Like, it's really harming the country and it's holding the country back. And right now, our country is showing its ass. It's showing its ass. It's showing it doesn't care. It doesn't care about any standards, nothing, not even Western standards. They claim to even care about Western standards. No, man, this shit is still like the Wild West. These people act like the Wild fucking West. They act like they don't know what a Senate and a Congress job is themselves. And yet they're the ones writing the laws. Really. I don't think they realize people, people know what the job of the Congress and the Senate is. People know now. People are starting to wake up and pay attention, and they're doing a horrible fucking job. And Donald J. Trump is a representative of how horrible of a fucking job they're doing, And this lady wasn't born with a silver spoon in her mouth, and Donald Trump is ghetto as fuck. He is ghetto. Look, I said new money. Didn't I say new money? Donald Trump is new money, man. He got flashing gold everywhere. It's like he never had money. It's like he don't come from money. It's like he just got some money and it's like he got to flash it. He got to flash it like the drug dealers had to wear those big ass chains, gold chains. Like, I'm just saying, it was cool. It had some funk and some style to it. It wasn't that gaudy, but goddamn, Donald Trump is even more gaudier. He's worse. Donald Trump is like motherfucking Scarface with his gaudy shit. You know what I'm saying? Literally. And no, the man is not a poet. He is not a poet. So he got no excuse to be a rapper or anything like that to try to look like he's ghetto. No, the motherfucker has a silver spoon in his mouth and has zero class, zero taste. Man, look, you may as well just leave him let him out there on the corner and leave him and shit. Just let him out there. He will be perfectly, take him to the hoe strip and leave him there. He would be perfectly happy there. I hate to say it that way, but you know what I mean? Really, every major city got a place where prostitutes are hanging out at nighttime and shit. Drop him there. He'd be perfectly fine. But Jasmine Crockett don't come from all that. You know what I'm saying?
We are supposed to conduct oversight and not wait for you to give permission. In fact,
she's an overachiever, and she's not making excuses about, about having how hard it is to have a silver spoon in your mouth.
after I left the Dilley facility, we were informed of a measles outbreak that was taking place in that facility. And another question I have, are you the one that ordered it to be reopened because that facility was closed under Joe Biden?
Tonight's hearing got intense. Representative Jasmine Crockett did not hold back when questioning Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem. From detention deaths to blocked oversight to a federal judge's rebuke, this exchange turned into one of the most uncomfortable moments of the hearing. I'll give you my honest opinion at the end. Now, let's watch this.
The gentlelady from Texas is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you so much. And Madam Secretary, you are almost to the end, so congratulations. I just have a couple of questions. Are you aware that the law that was written by this Congress makes it clear that members of Congress are entitled to enter any detention?
Representative Crockett, I apologize. I have to run to vote in another committee, Secretary, and Mr. Schmidt will chair, and you will get extra 15 seconds, but I apologize for that.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you so much for your
Mr. Chairman.
testimony.
Appreciate it.
Are you aware that the law makes it clear that members of Congress are allowed to enter any detention facility at any point in time in which they choose to?
Yes, I'm aware of the visitation and oversight responsibility, and we work every day to try to accommodate members of Congress while taking into account the safety of those individuals.
Remember, she got fired after this day, right after this.
Let me be clear, at any time, correct?
Yes, I understand there's litigation in this area.
No,
too,
that's not my question. I'm not asking you about litigation.
Yeah.
I'm asking you what the law is, because let me put it to you this
There's
way.
an appropriations rider that talks about
Correct,
oversight.
and appropriations are law, because you are asking us to appropriate dollars right now for DHS, correct?
Correct.
And if we do that, you would take that as law, correct?
Correct.
Okay, so that is what the law states, yet somehow, myself and another colleague, Congressman Castro, we ended up giving a 7-day notice.
You know, one thing I do wonder, let me ask y'all, has Delarico, has he, or is it, no, not Delarico, Talarico, I'm sorry. Does he have any experience in government? Like, what's his experience in government? Is it in law? Is it in constitutional law? Like, I'm just curious about that.
To the Dilley detention facility, because I had actually already gone to El Paso before. And when I went to that facility and I asked them why it was that they were requiring me to do something that specifically my branch of government had dictated was not required, they said it was because of you. They said you were the one that said that they were not allowed to allow us entry unless we gave a 7 days heads up. Is that true?
The law specifically states oversight and visitations, and we are working to facilitate those. And we're at that time working
did you give the instruction?
The question is that true? She doesn't even know, to just answer the question.
That members must give a 7 days heads up or not.
We had a policy in place that allowed us to get.
Were you the one that ordered that policy?
I have a responsibility for ensuring everybody in that facility.
Hey, somebody, James says she's a terrible representative for a black woman, and James Gibson also says, "Bro, you're a hater." He calls me a bro. That's funny, man. All right, so, but look, this is the account. James Gibson, he registered his account on August 9th, 2025. That's not even a year ago. His name, he claims to be a James Gibson. Okay, you don't sound like it though, I got to tell you, man. But you're welcome, man. Come on in and hang out.
Is going to be safe, and that I have
but that's not my question, because the
conduct
problem,
a tour
let me tell you why we need to reclaim my time. The reason that I'm talking to you about this policy and you're talking to me about safety is because I did go into the Dilley detention facility. And let me tell you, they're not safe. This is why we need to conduct oversight, because your people continue. In fact, you have lost more lives in detention than anybody else. That is your record right now. So I don't expect that y'all are going to be the ones that are going to be best to keep them safe. This is why we are supposed to conduct oversight and not wait for you to give permission. In fact, after I left the Dilley facility, we were informed of a measles outbreak that was taking place in that facility. And another question I have, are you the one that ordered it to be reopened because that facility was closed under Joe Biden?
Those facilities were opened with the new administration. I'd have to
Okay,
look and
you're
see
part
if
of the
that
new
was-
administration. Were you the one that ordered it to be open is my question.
I would have to see when it was opened because I wasn't sworn in until 5 days after
Okay,
the
well, this
president
was,
was
it was
out.
reopened
So
in
I
March.
would have to look at
It was reopened in March of last year.
Well, then I'm sure that that contract would have been renewed while I was secretary.
Speaking of contracts, as I have, actually, you know what, let me continue on this line of y'all breaking the law. Are you familiar with a child by the name of Liam Ramos?
I am.
All right, so Liam was at this Dilley facility, and it just so happened that we had put in our 7 days notice, and y'all had grabbed him 6 days prior to our visit. So we were able to go and visit Liam. Are you aware of the court order that came down that released Liam from custody?
I am.
And are you aware that the judge said the case has its genesis in an ill-conceived and incompetently implemented government pursuit of daily deportation quotas, apparently even if it requires traumatizing children? This court and others regularly send undocumented people to prison and orders them deported, but do so by proper legal procedures. Are you aware of that?
Yes, and I would disagree with the judge on several
I'm
points
sure you would,
in
but can
there.
you tell me whether or not
That
you have a
father-
law degree?
She would
Father
disagree.
chose-
Look, she would disagree with the judge. Oh, whoop-de-doo. I'm sure a lot of people convicted by a judge would disagree. What the hell?
Can you tell me
Have
whether or
Liam
not
be
you have a
with
law
him.
degree?
If I have what?
A law degree.
No, I do not have a
Okay,
law degree.
and you do understand, because I can go through a bunch of court cases and orders that I disagree with from the Supreme Court, that ultimately, that is the order of the court. That is what you follow, and if you have an issue, you appeal it up, correct?
That is correct.
Okay. The court went on to say, apparent also is the government's ignorance of an American historical document called the Declaration of Independence.
She's eviscerating her with the Constitution. This is crazy, you know. And the judge is embarrassed. It's really the judge doing it. Jasmine is just reading what the judge said about this stupid ass Department of Homeland Security the leader,
Okay.
the director.
The court went on to say, apparent also is the government's ignorance of an American historical document called the Declaration of Independence. 33-year-old Thomas Jefferson enumerated grievances against a would-be authoritarian king over his nascent nation. Among others were, he has sent hither swarms of officers to harass our people. He has excited domestic insurrection among us, for quartering large bodies of armed troops among us. He has kept us among, in times of peace, standing armies without the consent of our legislatures. Are you aware that he wrote that? Do you know that he was writing about ICE that falls under you?
The judge?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. With that, I will yield, but I do have two.
But she doesn't know a damn thing about Thomas Jefferson. I mean, that's the whole thing. Now, you know, here's the thing. This whole thing, this judge, the criticism, it's just another example of J.D. Vance, where we started lecturing Europe on, you know, saying that their civilization is falling, saying that their, you know, society is falling because it's not, you know, basically code word for you're taking too many refugees, you're taking in too many immigrants. That's what that's code word for, right? But the American people don't actually get to experience Europe and how it functions or anything about it. So when they hear these things on TV, they think like, wow, J.D. Vance is lecturing them. Sure, yeah, tell them, J.D. Vance, tell them. But they don't realize Europeans have a higher standard of living. I'm just saying that on average. So they have universal health care on, you know, on average, and universal education on average, along with other things. You know, it depends on what country you come from or you're living in. But many, like the one I live in, everyone has 5 weeks vacation too a year. That's not something to laugh at or play games about. That's your civil rights. That's a serious thing. You see what I mean? But when you talk about, so when you have J.D. Vance lecturing people about society and civilization, that is civilization. Healthcare is civilization. Okay, it's society. It's the epic. It's the apex of it. You know, it's the example. You see what I mean? Healthcare, education, law. You know, you see what I mean? Civil rights. That is what that is. And the truth of the matter is that it's total projection, because it's the United States that is failing where it's supposed to be, and that is with law. That is where it all comes from. That is the Constitution, civil rights. That is the apex of the experience. That is where you want to be when all those things are manifested. And when it's concise too and complete, you know. So here we have it, you know, these abuses, you know, they're all part of the same pattern. And the pattern is that J.D. Vance, they don't need to be lecturing anybody. Elon Musk doesn't need to be lecturing anybody on civilization or on society, how you build and keep alive a society, you know, how you maintain it. These people are out of their mind, and American citizens need to know that for their own survival purposes. If you don't know how far off these people are from what is supposed to be normal, a normal standard in 2026, a normal Western standard, if you don't know that you're falling way below it, you're being fooled. You're being fooled. Americans are being fooled out of their blood, sweat, and tears every single day. And every single day they work and pay taxes. They're being robbed. They are the Western people that are most generally, completely, and utterly robbed. They are last. You know, American citizens, I want you to hear me. The way our government treats us as citizens, we are last in the Western world. We are treated the worst. So just understand that. Do something about it. Fix it, you know, and you got to start with getting rid of this administration, and you better do it fast, because the longer you wait, the more work you're going to have to do. Okay. Your society is falling. Your civilization is falling, and Donald J. Trump is the one ushering it in. So on that note, I'm out, y'all. I'll be back in 18 hours from now. I appreciate everybody for coming out. All right. All right. And impeach Donald J. Trump. Impeach him. Impeach you. And fuck Kristi Noem too. She's just, I mean, she was an easy one, but let's get all of them. Let's get all of them to the top, because they all are sick and they're all morons. You know, they all mean no one good in the United States of America. So, including us citizens. All right, peace, y'all. I appreciate it.
Starvation, the recipe, people subdued. When the people you trust got it in for you. Deceit is the word of the day, and every crew don't let it go. It's from the days of old. Time is up, but some still do not know. Can I make up my mind? Is it worth the dime? Do I have to take a minute just to make it mine? Life's never fair, but don't listen to the TV. Go out and take a listen to the streets, with the people in the slums and the homeless bums, with degrees and degrees sitting under a tree. It's not easy in the world for the poor man, the one that brought you to reality. See, they don't want you to know about the black sheep. Even 7 rows to the 12 families all around the globe with an ancient code. Is it really asking a lot to say a death old? Cause we sitting on the earth looking back at extinct, and I'm standing on some ground that's about to sink. I ain't scared for a minute, I ain't about to blink, but I documented for the world what I see and think. Feel we on the call and up and we on the brink. All Congress gonna do is waste paper and ink. Vote or die. You voted and you'll die. You can have it both ways, can't say it's a lie. You can march all you want, but they playing you wrong. They only understand war, it's the same old song. They want war. All they really want is a war. Diversionary tactic to make the big score. The diamonds in the morning, you know they want more, but they want to keep it low, so they manifest the war. All they really want is a war. Diversionary tactic to make the big score. The diamonds in the morning, you know they want more, but they want to keep it low, so they manifest the war. Like a lotus coming out of the mud with colors. I create envy in those with power but jealous. I unify the poor with my song, the hell with the others. Descended the way they treat indigenous brothers. Cause I understand we link forever. They try to hate us even though that we keep it together. I'm not talking about controlling the air or the weather. I'm talking about maintaining the truth, the high endeavor. A rebel drops bombs in the midst of trouble. The free world counterattack and now there's double. But nature gets the shit in a way that's subtle. If you stop the machines for a minute, you might hear. But they won't, cause the TVs whisper in the ear. And capitalism has eyes that don't fear. And they cloud up and get crazy and won't stare. And like an ad, it's hard to get an ass to listen. Living like this is like living in prison. It's hard to keep hope when you're living in prison. The spiritual thoughts, so yes, the mental prison. This outside, yes, it's got to get through. Something's gotta die, so something here can live. Your life is nothing if you got nothing to give. Keeping the spiritual, yes, disguise is religion. Controlling your mind, the mental prison. All they really want is a war. The words in every tactic to make the big score. The diamonds in the more, then you know they want more. But they wanna keep you low, so they manifest the war. All they really want is a war. The words in every tactic to make the big score. The diamonds in the more, then you know they want more. But they wanna keep you low, so they manifest the war. They want war. Crime babies looking for food. Starvation, the recipe. People subdued. When the people you trust got it in for you. Deceit is the word of the day in every crew. Don't let it go. It's from the days of old. Time is up, but some still do not know. Can I make up my mind? Is it worth the dime? Do I have to take a minute just to make it mine? Life's never fair, but don't listen to the TV. Go out and take a listen to the streets with the people in the slums and the homeless bums with degrees and degrees sitting under a tree. It's not easy in the world for the poor man, the one that brought you to reality. See, they don't want you to know about the black sheep. Even 7 roads to the 12 families all around the globe with an ancient code. Is it really asking a lot to say a death old? Cause we sitting on the earth looking back at extinct. And I'm standing on some ground that's about to sink. I ain't scared for a minute, I ain't about to blink. But I documented for the world what I see and think. Feel we on the call and I feel we on the break. All Congress gonna do is waste paper and ink. Vote or die. You voted and you'll die. You can have it both ways, can't say it's a lie. You can march all you want, but they playing you wrong. They only understand war, it's the same old song. They want war. All they really want is a war. The version every tactic to make the big score. The diamonds in the morning, you know they want more. But they wanna keep you low, so they manifest the war. All they really want is a war. The version every tactic to make the big score. The diamonds in the morning, you know they want more. But they wanna keep you low, so they manifest the war. Like the lotus coming out of the mud with colors. I create envy in those with power but jealous. I unify the poor with my song, the hell with the others. Descended the way they treat indigenous brothers. Cause I understand we